Match number 3 of this MLC Champions Open. I've got the two captains today, Jacob from Samp. Toss time here at match number 3 of this MLC Champions Open. I've got the two captains today, Jacob from Samp Army, Sammy Aslam from the Atlanta Fire, and third umpire, Owen Brown Jr. Gentlemen, who's got the coin? Sammy Aslam has got the coin. Coin goes up. Heads is the call.
Tails.
And tails it is. Sammy, you've won the toss. If you could just come forward, let us know what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, we'll be bowling first.
Tell me about this pitch and conditions as well. How much did that impact your decision?
Yeah, I think the pitch remains the same. The only advantage I think in the first inning is like you get some swing because it's early in the morning, and that's what we want to take advantage of.
Your team came up short yesterday. How do you sort of instill that bit of extra motivation to get them ready for a quick turnaround?
Yeah, so this is very important game for us to remain in the tournament. Yesterday were some positives and some negatives as well. Like I think we batted like well in some parts of the game, and we were there until the 18th over to win the game. But yeah, there were not major partnership in the start, so we'll try to win this game by playing well.
Any changes?
Yeah, there is one change. So Imran Khan is playing in place of Brody.
All the best to you.
Thank you very much.
Now let's get Jacob Jr. Jacob, you lost the toss. Having won it, what would you have done?
We would have liked to bowl first as well.
Tell me about yesterday. Also lost that game. How do you sort of motivate your side to come back a bit better today?
Yeah, I don't really think it's needed to motivate the guys. Now it's up for stakes. We also want to win the tournament, so it's a must-win for us. And yeah, we're going to try and do that.
Any changes to your side?
Yeah, we've got a couple of changes. We've got Marty Kane coming in, we've got Abiram Bolaseti coming in, and we've got Cody Shetty coming in. Yeah.
All the best today.
Thanks a lot.
Well, there you have it from the toss. Sammy Aslam has won it again, and he's going to be bowling first. We welcome you into the MLC Champions Open, day number 2, and it's pretty chilly conditions here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. We've got Samp Army up against the Atlanta Fire, two teams that will be looking for their first win in this competition. Corny Dry bowling the first delivery. Starts with a wide, so I have to rebowl that. I've got the pleasure of having a Houston native, Brian Walters, alongside me. Brian, it's a very cold day. Thought Houston was a place of heat, but I was wrong.
Well, if you're here July, August, September, you'll be wishing for the days where it was 51 degrees and windy here in Prairie View. Really brutal conditions, but generally I think bowl first conditions. Not surprising that the Samp Army have been inserted by the Atlanta Fire to bowl or to bat.
That one doing a bit off the surface. And yesterday it was a similar story for the Fire. Had a really good start in the first 3 overs and then just fell away as that power play came to a conclusion. They want to ensure that they can be a bit better, Sammy Aslam and his team. Similar decision to win the toss and bowl first in what should be some pretty conducive conditions, especially for fast bowling. Same pitch being used as well.
Same pitch, and having a look at it before the match started, my goodness, it looks absolutely a belter. Corner Drive will love bowling on this wicket.
Again, getting some carry, which we saw yesterday. Again, though, trying to find that consistent line. Pitch number 2 being used again, Brian. And I found yesterday, I think because of the overcast conditions, never really had that time to allow the sun to really bake on it. So you had it, at times it was a bit too pace, but less grass today could play a bit better for the batters.
Certainly less grass, but grass or not, the bounce and the carry that was evident yesterday, just from the eye test for these first 3 deliveries, is also evident today. So again, big fast bowlers like Corner Drive, this is something that they'd love.
That would be runs. Fine leg in the circle. And I don't think he wants to be bowling that straight of a line with fine leg and all the fielders up on the leg side. So good start for Samp Army. They need to get off to a good start here.
Corner Drive, obviously a good bowler, but the first few from around the wicket, right-handed angle, angling it into Lahiri Malantha as a left-hander, those are going down the leg side. You sort of limit your options in terms of line when you go around the wicket. So I think a better angle for Corner Drive would have been to go over the wicket, trying to slant it across Lahiri Malantha. But 3 of the 4 deliveries so far have been down that leg side. 2 were adjudged to be wide, and then 1 was clipped behind square for 4. So I think that's certainly something that Corner Drive can improve on. Just fix that line.
Well, he's making a change to his field. He has a deep third.
And he's now gone over the wicket.
And he also has deep backward square. So 1 on the onside now. Surprised a change of ends for Corner Drive, because yesterday he bowled very well with the new ball from that northern end. Today he's opted to come from this southern end.
It's interesting because the wind is coming from the north, so he's running into the wind to bowl, and it's a pretty stiff wind. I'd say consistently around 15 or so miles an hour, gusts up to 20 to 25. So a fast bowler doesn't like running into the wind generally, and as a senior fast bowler, I'm actually surprised exactly that he didn't take the option of bowling with the wind at his back.
1 change for the Atlanta Fire. Brody Couch missing out today. They brought in some added experience in that side.
Oh, shot.
David White. That is David White at his very best. First delivery off the mark straight away with the boundary.
Yeah, Corner Drive getting that one too wide and too short. Inside the power play, obviously the first 6 overs, no one or only 2 allowed outside the circle, and in this occasion, no one in the deep sweeping, and that ball was very, very wide and short. David White, a very aggressive batter, pouncing all over that and hammering it through the covers for 4.
It was a real tough start for David White yesterday because just never really got that innings going. I think the UMMC Knight Riders, a team that beat the Samp Army, bowled extremely well to him. Very straight in terms of the line and didn't give him any width, which you just saw there. But this man is a genuine 6-hitter, hit the most 6s in the minor league season. So they're going to have to do well to keep him under control, because if he gets away here, Brian, it could be dangerous. That is the best delivery drives produced in that first over. A good way to end, but a good over for Samp. End of the first, 11 for none. Brian, how difficult will it be for fast bowlers, especially in these cold conditions? I mean, for people that know Celsius, 15 degrees Celsius. That's ridiculous, Brian, and it will be very tough for fast bowlers sort of to stay warm.
Well, that's certainly the case. You know, somebody like Corner Dry, once he gets through a couple of overs and gets warmed up, gets his body warmed up, then it will be a little bit easier. But there's no doubt that the cold conditions certainly has an impact, a negative impact on the way you're able to bowl. In addition, gripping the ball just right can sometimes be an issue. Also for the spinners when they come on later, but definitely being able to get that seam in the right position, and then especially if you're going to try to bowl any cutters, look for that to be an issue also. Interesting move here coming from the forest and the northern end of the ground. It is Usman Rafiq. So spin brought into the attack. Didn't bowl at all yesterday, but it's going to be interesting to see if the young man who's able to move it both directions as an off spinner will be able to have a part to play here.
Yeah, first look at Usman Rafiq. Man, that's part of that USA international side now. We'll be heading off for the Cricket World Cup qualifiers very soon. Didn't get an opportunity to bowl yesterday, but now we'll get one, and we'll be looking to get a wicket. He's got the favourable left-hander in terms of the matchup, and of course, as you mentioned, has a very good carom ball which can spin the other way, which may use to David White, the right-hander. And he's going to have to be very straight as well, especially to Milanta, because we know Milanta is strong through the offside, the smaller side, but you want to force him to hit into the much bigger leg side. For David White, that challenge becomes a bit more difficult.
That's exactly right. Interestingly, and it's not surprising that you have Usman Rafiq. If you're going to commit to bowling spin at this stage of the innings, then you're certainly going to want him bowling from the northern end, which is where the wind is coming from, forcing the players, David White particularly, to hit into the wind. And a pretty stiff wind obviously can be the difference between a six and a wicket. Two men in the deep, one at long on. Long on is relatively wide, and there's a square leg in position for the right-handed David White.
Should just be a single. They'll look for two, won't get it. Found it pretty interesting. A lot of batters sort of held out at that long on position yesterday because of that high intense wind. Saw Saif Badar, who's involved in this, got a 50 and timed the ball so well, looking like he's going over long on for six, but instead just held out at the boundaries. So that will be something for batters to be cognizant of when they go about things today.
Going to be something to watch for. Corey Anderson, just a word about him. He's not feeling in the covers. Looked to me to be much more energetic and bowled with a few more yards of pace. It'll be interesting to see when he comes on to bowl later whether or not that carries over.
I think the surface as well. Remember yesterday, Atlanta Fire would have bowled early morning. The surface definitely had some moisture. Ball was gripping, so when he rolled his fingers over and was able to bowl those cutters, just seemed to do something with that variable bounce. I wonder if on a surface like this, which is a bit flatter, more placid and a lot drier, if Sami Aslam still opts to go with that Anderson option. It's been a good start from Usman Rafiq though. Just 5 deliveries bowled, but he's only conceded 2 runs. And a man that will know these conditions very well, playing his cricket here and living in Houston.
Sure. Lived in Houston for the last 15 or so years. Plays for the Houston Hurricanes, captain of that side. Brilliant, brilliant all-rounder. What a brilliant over. 4 straight dot balls to end things.
Excellent over. Second over comes to an end, 13 for none. And you look at Usman Rafiq, if we talk a bit about him, Brian, his story getting back into the USA international side, it was really off the back of that minor league season where he was not only impressive with the ball, but also a couple of 50s with the bat in hand as well.
He is probably, it's easy to overlook him as a batter, but when he comes in to bat somewhere down the order, you want him somewhere at around, let's say, 60 runs to get in the last 6 or 7 overs. He is a truly dangerous hitter. More powerful than you'd think. He's not a huge guy, but he's much more powerful than you think. Strokes the ball sweetly, and then obviously with the ball in hand is able to move it in more than one in both directions. So just an all-round handy cricketer.
So it's going to be a change in bowling. After that first over from Corner Dry went for 11, Baski Yadram has come into the attack. Did bowl 1 over in the power play yesterday. And he'll be looking now to get a bit more wickets because he created the opportunities yesterday. A couple of catches put down off his bowling. only picked up the 1 wicket, but it was an important one, getting the wicket of Tajinder Singh, who got a 50, the first 50 in this MLC Champions Open. But he's running into the wind, so that's something that we saw a lot of bowlers, seamers especially, struggle with yesterday.
And Bhaskar Yajram himself had trouble locating that proper run-up.
And there you see it again.
Had a no ball called on him from this end from memory. Was it in his first over, and then missed his run-up a number of times, and then other times running in, and then you see him intentionally adjusting the length of his step so as not to overstep. So just maybe some of that is running into the wind, and just I think he just needs to be able to get all that straightened out.
It will be tough for everyone really in these conditions, because even as fielders, balls hit pretty hard. Even catches, when you have those cold hands, sometimes it's really tough to catch the ball. So the battling through the conditions is supposed to get a bit warm as the day goes on. So that second game, I think probably in a better position, those two teams, the UMMC Knight Riders taking on the Kingsmen, both teams that are unbeaten in this competition, coming to you later today. Came down the track. It's something we saw him do a lot of yesterday, David White, trying to use his feet, trying to get close to the pitch of the ball.
Well, you come down the track if you're thinking that the bowler's length is going to be predictable. And Bhaskar Yajram, again, just sort of having a little bit of trouble measuring his run-up, because he slows down right before he approaches the crease on that occasion. And that ball, luckily for him, Bhaskar Yajram, moving in off the seam and darting into David White. So the attempted pull was missed because of that additional seam movement. And now, as a result of that shot that was just played by David White, you see now Usman Rafiq dropping back on the boundary at long on.
So long on and deep mid-wicket. The two out, both third and fine leg in the circle. That is glorious. Absolutely glorious from David White. And just missed his length slightly, Bhaskar Yajram. That is what this man is capable of at this level.
I will tell you, the happiest person in the world right now is Captain Sami Aslam standing at extra cover, because had that ball been a little bit straighter, it would have gone straight to him at knots, and he would have been needing to feel that. In these cold conditions, that ball was hammered so hard. Luckily for him, Sami Aslam, the ball only goes away for 4, but a brutal strike by David White.
Gonna have to re-bowl it, but I think you look at the span of those 3 deliveries, that's probably the ideal length that Yajram wants to find. The delivery before he was hit for 4, bowled into the pitch, rolled his fingers over it, and bowled a dot ball to David White at the body. Even if he does make contact, White, he's hitting into the much bigger side, and he does have protection on that boundary, so don't think he'll want to be, or trying to be, bowling full outside that off stump. It's just too easy for a player with the strengths of David White.
Hits the ball so hard, times it so beautifully. It's a joy to watch.
Bit of extra bounce there, so good comeback from Yajram in this over.
Much better delivery. So the width was not there, and then the length is that awkward length where we've seen it a couple of times already today and then several times yesterday. It leaps off that good length. So if you keep that ball on that line, sort of right on an off-stump line from over the wicket, and then get that length where David White cannot free his arms and drive, then that's more like what you're trying to accomplish here with by Bhaskar Yajram. And that's corner drive deep on the boundary at square leg. Just protection for that. In fact, now with the left-hander on strike, it's deep point. So that suggests to me that he's going to be bowling a short of a length, type of a length, and then the line you would think would be somewhere on off stump.
Good start to the left-handed Milanta. Judging Samp Army's performance yesterday with the bat, only got to 110. Where do you think they need to improve the most?
They just need to build partnerships. They kept losing wickets at very regular intervals, and they have a strong batting lineup. So it's not necessarily that the talent isn't there. The talent is obviously there, but just being able to size the conditions up appropriately and then just build partnerships. Get those ones and twos, and then they have the big hitters who can explode towards the end.
Good over from Basquiat, even after going for the boundary. Just 6 runs conceded, and Atlanta Fire keeping things tight. End of 3 overs, 19 for none. Yeah, you look at a very similar start for the Samp Army side in these 2 matches. Yesterday in the power play was somewhere, I think, where they struggled a bit and probably will look back on it. Didn't get off to the start they needed to sort of propel that innings. Got to 45 but lost 2 wickets, so guess so far so good, but I think they want to increase that scoring rate. More than 80% of the time, Brian, you win the power play, you go on to win the game in T20 cricket.
That's exactly right. So 6.33 is the rate at which they're scoring right now. So that, translates based on the start to around 38 runs inside the power play. I think they'll want more than that, something closer to 50. And now, interestingly, the sun is now out. It will be today a little bit more sunny, even though it's very cold. Temperature-wise, it's colder, but the sun coming down will sort of assist in, flattening out the pitch a little bit, making it better. So as you go through this innings, expect for it to be better for the batters. Usman Rafiq again in for his second over.
The first over just went for 2 runs. Another dot ball. They're doing this really well, building pressure regardless of who's bowling. I think stringing together dot deliveries, that's going to be critical, especially in this power play. You only have the 2 fielders outside the circle. Just too short, and that is way too easy for David White. He's looking good so far. He's picking the deliveries well.
Yeah, certainly too short and a little bit too straight, regardless of whether or not it was too straight in terms of the line. That length, you're always going to be in trouble with that sort of length. And just looking at this, David White just easily pivoting and sweeping that around the corner. Could have picked anywhere. There's a pretty large gap of about 90 degrees between fine leg and square leg that he could have picked, and easily putting that away for 4.
Really is a double-edged sword for Sami Hassan when it comes to Usman Rafiq, because you look at the off-spin option. If he brought him from the opposite end, the southern end, he would face the risk of bowling to White, hitting into the bigger side, but with the wind. And a man of David White's power more than certainly could clear that boundary. So I think it's all about the line that Usman Rafiq can bowl. That is just too straight. Tried it once in the over, tried it again, and same result.
Yeah, so no question. In terms of the length was more appropriate that time, but the line is too straight. I think you'll find this one spearing down the leg side. In fact, my apologies, he swept that off stump. So there's an element of risk in that shot, to be honest. And so Usman Rafiq, I don't think will be very bothered by that choice of shot by David White. Looking at it live, and we're not exactly straight here looking at it live. So based on the choice of shot, I thought that it was going down leg. But that ball was swept off stump. That will keep Usman Rafiq interested. Interesting that they now have moved the fielder backward square leg.
I think why Sami Hassan will be happy is that even when they've conceded boundaries, they've done well to keep the pressure on in the remainder of the over. This has been an expensive one, the most expensive since Corny Drive's first over. But you look at that last over, just went for the 6 runs, even after conceding a boundary early. So does he go back to Basquiat for a second, or does he sort of save him for the back end of the inning? Something we saw yesterday. Just over. Short third was inside the circle, and it's 3 boundaries in the over. A much more fruitful start for the Samp Army side. End of 4 overs. A big over for the men in blue and orange. 13 runs from it.
Boy, just over the top. Moral victory for Usman Rafiq, because I think Lahiru Milanta was trying to cut that more square and obviously wanting to keep it down. Bhaskar Yadram at short third. Had that been somebody like a Corny Dry at 6'5", he might have been able to get a catch there. but it does fly over the top of Bhaskar Yadram and running away for 4. So speaking of whom, and you mentioned whether or not he was going to come back for his second over, well, he's doing exactly that, handing his equipment to umpire Owen Brown, make that umpire Colin Edwards, umpire standing at the highway end, the southern end of the ground. Other umpire standing at the northern end is Rashane Samuels.
Good start from Yadram. You won't mind that. Something we haven't seen from Sami Aslam is the use of Emilio Ponzo with the new ball. You'll watch the Atlanta Fire in the minor league and in other tournaments. They've used the left arm spinner with the new ball. And on today's occasion, he opted to go with the off spin. Still finger spin, but another option. And I guess now in this, he'll have a lot more options at his disposal.
That's true. Part of the thinking about not using Emilio Ponzo might be because of Lahiro Melanta's presence. So you don't necessarily want the left-hander to be turning the ball into the left-handed Lahiro Melanta, particularly inside the power play. That presents a bit of an element of risk for me.
Lahiro Melanta, that is out of the top drawer. Straight as an arrow on 6.
Wow. That angle from around the wicket by Bhaskar Yadram, leaving it right in the slot. Absolutely blasted back over his head. You'll see on the replay here, you have not very many options in terms of error if you're bowling from around the wicket to a left-hander. And you see him advancing down the track just a touch and being able to hammer that away over the top for 6.
Yeah, certainly overpitched. He would have been looking to bowl that length. He's got both mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. So he's trying to bowl into the pitch with both boundary riders square, but he's missed his length on a couple of occasions and he's had to pay the price. Much more like it and seemed to have a bit of extra zing on it. Smith Patel is excited. Umpire no interest. But that's definitely a much more favorable length from Bhaskar Yadram.
That's the length that he wants to bowl. Nikhil, stop me if you've heard me say this before, but I think just from over the wicket presents better score or better options of keeping the batter quiet for me than bowling around the wicket. Left-handers generally like to see the ball coming into them. A worse angle for a left-handed batter is that ball going across them. So something for Bhaskar Yadram to consider, I think. But on that occasion, you're exactly right. That length is one that I think is more conducive to being able to get the edge and certainly to be able to keep Lahiro Melanta quiet.
Oh, that is so subtle, but so effective from Lahiro Melanta. Just open the face and you can see he's thoroughly enjoying batting out there in the middle.
I'll tell you what, as brutal as that 6 was, that 4 may be a better cricketing shot. Look at this, just opening the face right there, just right at the last second. Knew that there was no risk in that shot as long as he got bat on it because third man is inside the circle. So just guiding that away. What a beautifully executed shot for 4.
Yeah, that shot right there, if you take another look at it, Brian, that shot is why the T20 cricket is a batsman's game. Because not a terrible delivery from Bhaskar Yadram by any means, but he just played it so late to get the positioning, and now he's sent back deep third and brought up the deep cover. And Melanta says, whatever you can do, I can do better. 6-4 and another boundary in this over. It's turning out to be a big power play for Samp Army. Exactly the start they needed.
15 from the over so far with 1 ball to come. 47 from the power play. I mentioned that if they got something close to 50 at the end of the power play, they'd be happier. And they're easily on the way to doing that now with still 1 more over to go after this next delivery for the power play. So Lahiro Melanta taking advantage of yet another loose delivery, short and wide outside off. Corny Dry, who's standing at point, was in no position to be able to get to that one. So another boundary. And all of a sudden, Lahiro Melanta has raced ahead to 24 from 15.
Can't afford to give this man width. If you've watched Melanta in the past, he's one of the best players when he has the arms to play the ball. An excellent start. Much improved for Samp Army in the 5 overs. 48 for none.
Well, on a brisk morning here in Prairie View, Texas, Samp Army has brought some fire to Prairie View. I'm Aman Patel joining Brian Walters here in the booth. And Samp Army, after getting not the batting innings they were looking for, batting first in their first match, Lahiru Malanta, he's taking it up a notch. Brian, what have you seen so far from Lahiru?
I think he's cashed in on probably slightly indifferent bowling. Too many times the bowlers have missed both their length and their lines, and Lahiru Malanta able to cash in. Now, interestingly, we spoke about him just a second ago. Emilio Ponzo is coming into the attack. He's bowling to Lahiru Malanta. So the last over of the power play, we're still inside the power play. There's corner drive deep at mid-wicket, and there's a fielder deep at long on. So the left-hander turning the ball into the left-handed Lahiru Malanta, you're going to expect that he's going to be looking to target those areas deep on the onside.
Uses his feet there. Malanta just pushes it down the ground. Malanta and Aponzo know each other well, both ex-Sri Lankan players, and played a lot of first-class cricket with and against each other over there. So very familiar with each other's games, and I think you can see a bit of respect there from Lahiru Malanta, just using his feet, getting to Amila.
Now, of course, with the right-handed David White, big six-hitter, but two things. Number one, the ball would be turning away from him, and then number two, he would be hitting, if he goes big, into the wind coming from the northwest here in Prairie View. So if he elevates the ball, David White, in that area over long on, that's where the wind will be holding the ball up. And interestingly, they've tossed the carrot out there because mid-on is inside the circle. So they're wanting to induce that type of a shot.
And does induce that type of shot. Fielder running back. I don't think he's going to get enough ground there, but there you go, Brian, right on cue. Really good work there on the boundary to keep it from going for 4. They'll pick up a couple of runs there, but just as you mentioned it, threw the carrot out there, and David White, he took the bait.
Exactly the shot they were trying to induce, and just like what you think would happen, the wind holds it up, so it doesn't go for 6, but it does clear that fielder at mid-on running backward, and he's only able to prevent it. Is able to prevent it from going for 4, but he prevents effectively 2 runs for his side. He made a good save down there at the boundary at long on.
Now long off back, and this time Emilio Ponzo pulls the length, and we saw Emilio Ponzo yesterday find the length he was looking for, going a little bit quicker through the air, just forcing the batter to play on the back foot rather than come down the track or play on the front foot, and make him play shots like this, not giving up boundaries. He'll take that quick single, and if you are the identifier, I don't think you'll mind the singles as long as you can prevent those boundaries from coming. And after the big over we just saw off Bhaskar Yadram, Aponzo's job here is just to restrict and hold things down in the final over of the power play.
No question. So 2 balls to go so far here in the power play. I think you can easily make the argument that Samp Army has won. If this is a boxing match, let's say the first few overs, first 2 rounds is what I'm trying to say.
They landed the first few overhands, that's for sure.
Oh, well played, sir. Well played. But yeah, the first few rounds here would have gone the way of the Samp Army after being inserted to bat. Remember that the Atlanta Fire won the toss. But so far, the early exchanges have been won by the Samp Army.
And again, pushed down the ground by Lahiru Malanta, 4-1 to close out the power play. A power play Samp Army will find much more to their liking compared to yesterday. At the end of 6, it's 53 without loss. And Brian, we speak of how Pacers have mostly operated from the southern end going into the wind. And you have to imagine that's only because when the spinners are on, I think Sammy Aslam just doesn't want his spinners to have to deal with the batters hitting with the wind, rather have them hitting against the wind.
I think that's exactly right, and that would be the thinking by Sammy Aslam, who's a thinking captain, and that's sort of one of the easier things that he'd have to decide. If you have a 6-hitter like David White can clear any boundary, regardless of whether it's the short or the long side of the field. But if he's hitting into the wind, then that certainly restricts his ability to clear those boundaries. So that would be the thinking there. Now see Corny Dry, who bowled 1 over up top. First over of the match, went for 11 runs, so a little bit more expensive than he would like, but he's now bowling from the southern end, running into the wind, but you don't expect that he'd be driven back over his head as a big fast bowler. Doesn't ever like that to happen. So outside of the power play now, so more protection in the deep. There's a deep square leg, that's Usman Rafiq back there, and then there's a sweeper on the offside. Oh, my apologies. Left-handers on strike. So there's a deep point. So Usman Rafiq is at deep point, and then the deep square leg. And in addition, there's a long on and long off. Left-hander rather is going to be facing Corny Dry coming from over the wicket. I've said this 100 times. I think as somebody who fashioned himself as a left-handed batter, it's always more difficult to have a right-hander bowling over the wicket because that angle that's created is slanting across you, and it makes it a much more difficult shot to play if you're looking to hit aggressively either on the on or the offside.
And you can see third man's back because of the length Corny Dry is looking to bowl here into the deck. Does once again and just push down there, and it's a shot Lahidum Malanta plays often. Again, as someone who will look to hit the big shot, but just has that touch about him where he's able to just pick gaps and just push the ball around. So when he's not scoring those boundaries, the scoreboard continues to tick.
Which is what you appreciate, and it's a mark of a good batter. You don't necessarily get tied down, and you don't have Corny Dry or any other bowler just bowling consistently to you where you're not scoring big. It's always an option to just get a single, get off strike, and particularly with the left-hand, right-hand combination with David White, the batter on the other end, you certainly want to be able to have Corny Dry as the bowler having to make the adjustment with the left to right combination.
Also forces that field to adjust, and for David White, a deep third that is incredibly wide, a sweeper cover, a long on, and a deep backward square leg as well as a deep fine leg. Again into the deck, and it's pulled one bounce to that fielder out there, and it's for that shot. Again, we've seen time and time again batters look to take on the pull shot, and in the Samp Army bowling innings yesterday, we saw Dame Pete take a couple of catches out there at fine leg. So it's a shot that Corny Dry would remember Shubham Ranjane playing as well. So has that protection out there for that pull shot.
Well, if you have the pace of a Corny Dry, that is always going to be one of the things that you have in your armory. And that ability to knock that short ball in, the fact that it goes all the way to fine leg tells you the pace at which he's bowling.
Again, hits the deck. It's pulled away. Fielder coming around. I'm not sure he's going to get there. And he won't be able to save the boundary either. Give it 4 more runs for Lahidum Malanta, who's putting on a display here at Prairie View.
So that short delivery from over the wicket. Looking to see on the replay whether or not that ball was on the line of leg stump, which is what I suspected when I first saw it live. Okay, so it started on leg stump, and then with the seam movement, it sort of darted toward middle and leg. But still, for me, that short ball needs to be over off stump. And if it's over off stump, then I think you have a better chance of getting that fielder in the deep at mid-wicket into play.
This time touch Fuller, and just that little touch we talked about from Lahidum Malanta just effortlessly runs this one down very fine to third man and make it 4 more for Malanta.
Well, Nikhil Uttamchandani said it earlier that T20 is a batsman's game, and no question. Sometimes with a big fast bowler, ordinarily, you know, with the fielding restrictions the way that they are, and that third man is down on the boundary, just a little bit of an opening of the face by Lahidum Malanta and gets it fine enough that that third man would not have the ability to get over and cut that off. So really expert batting here by Malanta.
This time Fuller, and just tucked away into the leg side, and will sneak away 1 to finish off this 7th over. Another good one for the Samp Army. It's 64 without loss. And Brian, you talked about it earlier. Samp Army yesterday unable to build partnerships. Well, this partnership already building, worth 7 overs, and they're keeping these wickets in the bank. Some big hitting to come You talk about Obis Pinar, Shadley Van Skolkovic, Dane Pete can swing the willow around. Don't forget about Abiram Bolasetti, who made a knack of that for the Morsel Raptors in this past minor league season. So this is a team that, if they can just build these partnerships, they're going to have a huge platform to work with.
Oh, my goodness. So you've set yourself up to the point where now 7 overs in, no wickets have fallen, and the bowling side, the Atlanta Fire, has gone through several overs of their strike bowlers or their premier bowlers. That's the sort of setup where a team can explode towards the end of the innings. And so after this delivery, let's go through some of the potential projected scoring, because I think you'll do obviously much better than they did yesterday when they only put 110 runs on the board.
This one's pushed into the offside, and they're going to think about 2 runs, and they're going to elect not to take on the arm of the fielder at long on. And Brian, you mentioned it, strike bowlers, and Cornet Dry in each of his overs have gone for 11 runs, so it's 22 runs in 2 overs. What are the potential scores that Samp Army is looking at?
Boy, right now scoring at the rate of 9.07, that projects to 181. But bear in mind that they have not yet lost any wickets. So could they potentially go beyond that? So if they score 10 runs and over from here, they get to 193. I think that might be a little excessive in terms of what their capabilities are. But anything in that range, I think anything above 180 is going to be challenging.
This one's tucked into the leg side by David White. Again, we saw the Kingsmen yesterday. They did that, got to 180 against this very Atlanta Fire, put a lot of pressure on a batting order, and the Atlanta Fire were never able to really get themselves going in time. And again, very similar to what the Kingsmen did yesterday. Here are the Samp Army, just this platform, not losing many wickets early on. The Kingsmen, in fact, after 10 overs, had 92 runs on the board, and Samp Army are on pace for that, as we see another single ticked into the leg side.
And so you don't mind milking Emilio Ponzo for singles. If you get 6 runs and over from him, left-arm spinner, who in theory would be turning it across the right-handers. There's only one left-hander in the lineup, at least at the top of the lineup, Emilio Ponzo. But when Corny Dry has gone for 11 and over, when Bhaskar Yadram has been relatively expensive, this is setting up, I think, for a big charge toward the end by the Samp Army.
This time a little bit slower through the air and just going to be a dot ball. But again, if you are the Atlanta Fire, you're just going to try to slow things down and just make things a little bit more challenging for the Samp Army. It's just a little too easy at the moment. And again, like you mentioned, if they get 6 runs and over off of Emilio Ponzo, I think the Samp Army will be more than happy, as there is that single and 1 delivery left that'll be bowled to Luhiru Malanta. And one thing that we've seen, really no poor shot selection so far from the Samp Army, not trying to force anything, and I think it's because they've rotated and then they found at least 1 boundary and over.
Tremendous scoring options so far, scoring very heavily throughout the power play, and then even now with the field being spread, those singles are always an option.
And they'll use it once again to finish out this 8th over, and at the end of 8, it's 69 without loss. Welcome you into this 9th over here. It looks like it's going to be Imran Khan Jr. with the ball in hand for the Atlanta Fire. And Imran Khan Jr., we saw him yesterday with the Samp Army. Wasn't able to find anything too spectacular, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to have a great day with the ball when you only have 110 to defend.
This is true. Imran Khan Jr., left arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Luhiru Malanta. coverage square of the wicket deep. There's a deep backward square leg and the deep point, and then there's also long on and long off in position, in addition to a deep mid wicket.
Looking to play that big drive and just missing out on it. And we saw Imran Khan move it just a touch off of the surface yesterday, and I think he's been able to just extract a little bit there. He disappointed Lahir Malanta.
Imran Khan Jr., when he gets it right, is a decent bowler. He's nippy, not express, but certainly quicker than you might think.
That time slowed it down as it's tucked into the onside for a single.
Yeah, certainly slower through the air that time.
Imran Khan Jr., an ex-Pakistan national team player, has 2 international wickets in his 3 innings bowled for the Pakistan net T20 team. So again, looking to just make a name for himself through this combine, and now going to be bowling to David White. And White goes right back down the ground. Has he got it straight enough? A good work there in the field. Ball still trickling, but it won't get all the way to the boundary. Just be a couple of runs.
That is good work in the deep. That is Zia Shahzad out there, was able to sprint across from long on to come across and cut that off. Imran Khan Jr. Interestingly enough, David White has sort of taken a back seat to Lahir Milantha. David White now up to 28 from 22 with 4 fours.
That one might have just stayed a touch low. I think he did roll the fingers over it, but again, showing that variable bounce that's still in the wicket there, Brian.
Certainly stayed a little bit low. David White playing above that one, looking to play a cross-batted shot, targeting that gap between mid-wicket and backward square leg. There's a pretty big gap out there, but not able to get any bat on it.
This time slows it down, and David White, as he often does, look to charge Imran Khan, but can only fend it to fine leg for 1.
So he may have heard me when I said he was taking a back seat and doesn't want to take a back seat to anyone. Osman Rafiq there doing the cleanup work at short fine leg. That brings Lahir Milantha back on strike. Lahir Milantha now 41 from 29 with 6 fours and a 6. So no wickets have yet fallen, and again, the closer you get to the back end of the innings, the more aggressive you expect these 2 batters to be.
This one just pushed, and just pushed well enough to get past Imran Khan Jr. to get a single to finish off the over. And at the end of 9, it's 75 without loss. Excuse me, make that 74 without loss. With still a delivery to go here. Excuse me, it's just all over the place at the moment. And David White nearly hit it straight back to Imran Khan, who almost took it off Lahir Malantha. But it'll be a dot to close out the over. So now we can officially call it 74 without loss.
Exactly.
So a handy over there for the Atlanta Fire. Finally one that just kind of quieted things down. Just 5 runs from it. And after we saw Milapanza go for 5, Cornet Dry go for 11, they're going to take all these 5-run, 6-run overs that they can where boundaries aren't flowing.
No question. So the last 5 overs have gone for 42 runs. That's not necessarily something that you'd be upset about, but that does represent a sort of a slowing down, a deceleration of the momentum that was being experienced by the Samp Army. So the Atlanta Fire slowly in the last couple of overs have clawed their way back into this match. That over from Imran Khan going for 5 means that the overall run rate is now 8.22. That 8.22 run rate translates to a projected rate of 1, or projected score of 164. Emilio Ponzo back into the attack, bowling his 3rd over.
And again, like he often does, Lahir Malantha moves himself down the ground and picks up a single. And again, it seems like these two are more than happy to respect Emilio Ponzo, not want to throw their wicket away. Again, would have to hit into the wind. And that's why you see the long off and the long on deep for those balls that did swirl yesterday, just hang up in the air.
No question. So watch David White here. Long on is back on the boundary.
This one just tickled to fine leg. Chance of a run out. Lehiro Melanto was off in a hurry. He wanted that single all the way through. Just attacking that fine leg fielder, putting some pressure on. And again, you don't want to throw your wicket away here for the Samp Army. You've done a really good job developing this partnership. A run out there could have really just taken the thorn out of it.
Absolutely. David White, I think, looking to play that much square, looking to play that through mid-wicket. A thick inside edge is wide, trickled to Bhaskar Yadram at short fine leg.
This one hit straight back to Emil Alfonso. Was that a catch opportunity? I'm not sure if it quite carried. He's done well to stop it, though. I'm sure had it gone away from him, could have been a couple of runs, but it'll just be one.
My goodness. I think just looking at it live, I think that did carry it to him. It would have been, as they say, a spectacular, a specky of a return catch. Not able to do that, but able to prevent it from getting by for more than just that one run.
There's a sweep shot. Fine leg felt well too wide to stop that one. We see him played it a couple of times against Usman Rafiq, this time against Emil Alfonso, but it's the same result for David White.
Meat and drinks for David White that provided him the leverage to be able to sweep that away, and Bhaskar Yadram is sort of at 45 degrees inside the circle at fine leg. That went just behind square on the leg side, so no risk whatsoever in that shot for David White. Races away for 4. He's now up to 34 from 26 with 5 fours. The overall score up to 81, and I'll tell you what, this is now starting to feel, especially with 10 wickets in hand, like the point where they really could start pushing toward a big total here. Milo Ponce now with only 6 or 8 deliveries remaining in his spell.
Chick tucks it into the leg side and just going to get one. And again, with 7 deliveries left in his spell, you can't imagine Samp Army is going to have too much risk involved in any of these shots. They're going to look to probably take singles. If it's a bad ball, if it's a ball they feel they can hit, they will. But they've shown great respect to Emil Alfonso, and they found, I think it's because they found ability to score against the likes of Cornet, Dry and company. That time, though, Lehiro Melanto looked to take it over the top of the leg side and nearly opened up that off stump. But that'll end the 10th over with a dot ball, and at the end of 10, it's 82 for no loss.
Interesting passage of play in this first 10 overs. It's day number 2 of the MLC Champions Open. Samp Army up against the Atlanta Fire. And the Samp Army will be very happy with this start that they have. 82 in the first 10, given the way that they batted yesterday where they only made 110 runs. So much improved start for them. They have to ensure they kick on in these remaining 60 deliveries. As Peter Delapena joins me for the first time today. Good day to you, Peter.
It's a great day. There's cricket out in the middle. What could be better than that, Nikhil?
A little more heat, I reckon.
I would agree with you on that. I concur.
Yeah, very cold conditions, which is not something you're used to coming to cricket in Houston, but something that the players as well will have to contend with.
Yeah, this is not your typical cricket conditions, but it's good to have these guys tested a little bit. You can't have everything 80 degrees and sunny and perfect all the time, Nikhil.
Well, we've had 2 days of action now, Peter Delapena. What do you think was your biggest takeaway from yesterday?
Biggest takeaway is that once again, Nitish Kumar shows what a fantastic player the reverse sweep he is. And I have no doubt the scouts were taking a keen eye on his approach. The former Canada captain. Showed he's got many, many different strings to his game that he can draw upon to score effectively. And he took a fantastic catch in the field as well. As we got an injury here, Smit Patel. And the relay from the deep has just taken an awkward bounce. And
yeah, let's hope Smit Patel is okay. It would have struck him pretty hard. We know how important things are in terms of concussion protocol, etc. Seemed to get a bad blow when he was struck. So I really do hope he's okay. Tend to get that variable bounce off the surface sometimes.
Often the most dangerous part of cricket is when you've got somebody running between the wickets, or in this case a keeper without a helmet on, and it's just that element of a false sense of security where you think everything is okay and you don't need a helmet, and it's just those unexpected crazy bounces that can cause harm, or when you're not expecting it. I've seen some of the worst injuries in cricket, Nikhil, that happen to batters. It's not getting hit in the head by a bowler. It's getting hit in the head by a throw for a run out where they're diving for the stumps, and especially if they don't have a helmet on, that's where we've seen some pretty bad injuries. And the physio Ali Ricks is out having a look at Smit Patel now.
But it happened really out of the blue. Nothing was really happening. It was an easy single. Throw came in from deep cover. Just took a awkward bounce right in front of Smit Patel, who struck at the back of his head. So straight away he held the back of his head. See, he has the gloves on, so I think he may be just okay. Of course, they would have gone through concussion protocols, and it'll be something that they want to keep watching, because we know that it can go on for a while, a bit, even after the game, etc.
And that's why I would kind of like to see him come off here. Any blow to the head like that, as you said, there's always the possibility of a delayed injury reaction. He's convinced everybody he's fit to continue, so we'll trust the medical professionals on field if he says he's okay to continue. But yeah, his freak injury there, freak blow to the head.
Well, it was asking you in terms of your takeaways. You had some very good performances yesterday as well. Tajinder Singh got a 50. First 50 of the MLC Champions Open. When Mukchan saw his team home, the UMMC Knight Riders, with 38. So a couple of really good, 43 correction. A couple of really good scores on day one. And a good test between bat and ball as well. Isan Adil stood out with the ball, 2 for 24 in his 4 overs. We'll be looking forward, though, those players to kick on and get some bigger contributions on day 2, day 3, and of course day 4, all coming to you within the next 3 days. There's more action today as well after this game, 2:30 p.m. The UMC Knight Riders taking on the Kingsmen, so 2 unbeaten teams facing off. Looks like Smit Patel is ready to go, so that's great news. Should be ready to get underway. Imran Khan Jr. has caused some problems so far. He's bowled well, just gone for the 9 runs.
Calvin Savage is another one who stood out yesterday. And the way he bowled and fielded off his own bowling, taking the 4 wickets that he did, and just the cleverness that he used at the death, double wicket maiden at the death.
Excellent Yorker. And it's not going to be easy bowling to David White. He's been there now for 30 deliveries, but doing well at the moment to keep him contained.
The remarkable thing for these two is It's in stark contrast to the way they performed yesterday on what was tricky wicket in the afternoon. Ball wasn't really coming onto the bat nearly as well as it is today.
Went length, and David White even into the bigger side. That is just too easy with the wind as well. The man is a known 6-hitter.
Yeah, David White showing that power, which we didn't really see yesterday. He scratched his way to 20 off 25 balls. Night and day. Here today, 5 fours, and now his first 6 moves his score to 43. And 92 for none after 11, so they're in really good position after being restricted to 110 for 9 yesterday against the UMMC Knight Riders. The Samp Army team is looking set to push for 160, 170, maybe even more the way these two are going at the moment, and they've got plenty of firepower in the middle order yet to show up today.
I think Sami Assam will be pretty happy with the job his team have done so far, especially since the power play has been completed in the last 5 overs. Only conceded 40 runs, so yes, it's 8 runs and over, but I think this surface is much better for batting today, so we could have maybe a 170, 180 again like we saw in that match number 1 yesterday. And especially with this start, you look at the power they have to come. Jacobus Pinar, then Pete got a contribution with bat as well. They've got Abiram Bolisetti for the extra batting, so definitely will be looking at minimum 160 from here. I think that would be something that's defendable. Sujas Gowda, another one, padded up to come in next.
We saw a little bit of Sujit Gowda yesterday. Brief stay. He was the one who was spectacularly caught by Calvin Savage off his own bowling. 1-4 and 1-6, 14 off 9 balls. He's had some destructive innings.
That is crisp. Very crisp from David White. Again, another maximum. If you watch this man in the minor league, he hit the most 6s. He's showing exactly what he can do in this MLC Champions Open.
That time it was more wrist work. The first 6 he hit over mid-wicket from the opposite end, that was just brute force. This time, again, using the wind. The wind has consistently been blowing to the west the first 2 days here, and he just got that one up in the air and let the wind do most of the work.
It's the 50, half century coming for David White. And wow, this innings has taken another gear, and this is what this man is capable of doing if he can get in and build a platform. 100 coming up as well for Samp Army. Much better delivery from Zia Shazad, who was very good with the ball yesterday. So far he's been met with brute force in this spell early on.
Yeah, in these conditions, it's not easy to grip the ball with the cold, biting wind here in Prairie View.
Milanta supported him well. He's gone at a healthy strike rate, just a touch under 130, which is okay when you have a man striking at above 150 in David White. But Zia Shazad was good yesterday. Just went for 19 runs in his 3 overs and picked up a wicket. Too short. That is way too short. Mammoth strike from David White. This is not a welcome sight for Atlanta Fire and Sami Assam.
David White, when he first got started in minor league cricket, he really didn't perform the way I think a lot of people expected him to, but this is the David White that was a star in the South African domestic scene. You getting a glimpse as to why he's somebody who was recruited to come here, former South Africa under-19 player, former South Africa A representative as well, 7 first-class centuries. And I think a lot of people, when they first saw him in minor league cricket, were curious as to how that resume was assembled in South Africa, because he quite honestly did not perform that well when he first was getting opportunities in minor league cricket, but he's refining that form that made him such a promising prospect in South Africa at one point in time. And he's doing it in the nick of time here. Nikhil, just a couple days before the Major League Cricket draft, March 19th at NASA Johnson Space Center, which is on the other side of Houston. We're on the northwest side of Houston. Prairie View is about an hour northwest of downtown. NASA Johnson Space Center is about 45 minutes to the southeast of downtown. So we'll be getting used to the Sam Houston tollway here this week, Nikhil.
Bhaskar Yadram back into the attack. Interesting move from Sami Aslam, because Yadram has been expensive, but he's going back to his premier seamer looking for a wicket. 2 overs for 22 runs. This challenge, Peter De La Pena, bowling into the wind. I think people underestimate just how challenging it is. 4 seamers running from this southern end. It's been a challenge to talk to some of the bowlers that have done it yesterday. They mentioned how much of an added degree of difficulty it is. Short again. They've been way too short to him. Matthew Trump makes a good effort out in the deep, but not good enough. And this is a demonstrative piece of batting in the last couple of overs from David White.
Oh, it's been signaled as 4. I think on the replay from the live shot, I thought it cleared the rope. Been given his 4 runs. See here if we can get a look on the replay. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to, but I thought from the angle here it crossed the rope on the fly. And Matthew Trump tried his best to recover, but I got to say he took a really bad first step. He went to his right initially, and the ball was always going to his left, and that first step is what cost him potentially an opportunity to get hands on the ball to at least keep it in play and potentially even have a catching opportunity to that one. And when you've got the score at 112 for none in the 13th over, you need to take every opportunity you can get, Nikhil. So Matthew Trump on as a subfielder. Corey Anderson came off a little while ago to get a little bit of treatment. And Trump, teenager here, originally from South Africa, but him and his twin brother have been based in Texas now for a little over a year. And it was an opportunity missed for him.
Using his feet. Sometimes when it's going your way, it just goes your way. Doesn't matter how they're coming at this stage for David White. More runs. Second boundary of the over.
And it just shows why it's David White's day here. Not a bad ball. Bhaskar Yadram going for the wide Yorker. And that one just a cue shot off the toe of the bat to third man. You were talking about the physical toll that running into the wind for the bowlers has taken. I think again, it's not so much the speed that's taken off the ball trying to bowl through the wind. It's the physical tax that comes on the body when you're trying to run 20, 25 yards through the wind, especially when you have somebody who's as big as Bhaskar Yadram or Corne Dry are. These are not guys who are 5'10", 160. They're big units. So all that energy that takes to run into the wind the way they have, you said it, Nikhil, it's not easy.
It's been a good comeback from Yadram since he's changed his angle and gone over the wicket. But if he misses his length slightly, there's a huge gap through extra cover that David White will be looking to hit too, into the smaller side as well. So Yadram has to close out this last delivery and has to be very precise with that line and length. And goes to full. David White, majestic use of the feet and places it so well in that point region. And it's 3 boundaries from the over, and the runs are flowing for Samp Army. 120 for none after 13.
Again, this wasn't really a bad ball. Almost carbon copy to the previous boundary. Goes for the wide Yorker. Got it very wide, outside the guideline even. Probably would have been called wide if David White hadn't got bad on it. And again, it's just toe jammed out through backward point. And timed well enough off the Q end of the bat. Gets to the boundary.
A lot of work to be done for the Atlanta Fire. You don't want to lose 2 games consecutively in this tournament. You're more than likely out of contention of making that final on Thursday. So it's a basically must-win game for both of these teams. This is interesting. Zia Shazad, first over, went for 15 runs. He's being brought back into the attack. Don't think Malanta will mind too much ball spinning away from him as a left-hander into the much smaller side. Does have 2 deep, 3 deep really on the onside lawn. Man in almost a cow corner position and a deep backward square. Starts very full, and it'll be 50 for Lahir Malanta. Should come back for 2. Didn't get going yesterday, but a much more convincing performance from him. Coming in the similar 30 deliveries as well. So he's, 40 deliveries. So he's supported this partnership well. Probably played or sat in the passenger seat, but sometimes that's necessary.
He's provided a good foil for David White. Very different stylistically, but just about as effective.
Sammy will have some thinking to do. He could go back to corner drive for 2 overs, but he's been expensive. Rafiq has only bowled 2, only conceded 15 runs as well. Imran Khan Jr. probably will bowl his 2 at the back end of the innings. And a lot of batting to come for Samp Army, so they can really look to accelerate. They've both got to half centuries, both been impressive. They can look to accelerate and push for even 200 at this stage, going at just around 9 runs and over.
Yeah, the longer they have at the crease, wickets in hand at the end, there's no reason why they can't push for 200 from here. And with the wind blowing strongly out to the west boundary, if you get depending on which batter is at which end, you can use that to your advantage.
Delicate, very delicate from David White, and it's a very fast outfield. It will run away. This has been some innings from the South African.
Well, we've seen the brute force, and now we're seeing the elegant touch, the finesse game from David White. Again, this is what all these T20 franchise scouts love to see. You've got representatives from the 6 teams here, and they like that versatility. Showing that you can adapt to conditions.
The finger goes up. This is a very full delivery. David White came a long way across as well. And finally, Zia Shazad gets the breakthrough for this Atlanta Fire team.
Well, he was just trying to paddle this because fine leg is up in the ring. He just wanted to tickle it, and if he got it past fine leg, it was going to be 4. But we'll have a look at the replay here and see how far across his stumps he got. And you can see leg stump, and you can see part of middle stump too on that replay. So with those 1.5 stumps showing, you can understand why Rushane Samuels raised the finger here, because that hit him basically in front of middle, and if leg stump is showing there, it's not going to look good if you're a batter. So even though David White is a little bit unhappy with that, I think he just lost his bearings in terms of where he was in front of the stumps. And if he sees a replay of that, I don't think he'll be too unhappy with the decision.
The thing is, though, that camera's slightly to the right, so that's something to bear in mind. But he did come a long way across. And as you said, you saw even a piece of middle stump from that angle, which tells you he's probably going on to hit the stumps. You know, the advent of umpire's call now, Peter Della Pena. I'm pretty sure David White may have referred that if he had the option. Something that we're working on. We'll get there soon, having the DRS system in place.
Cody Chetty, who we did not see yesterday, comes out to the middle now. Another former South Africa junior representative. He's based out in Los Angeles now.
Yeah, has some work to do as well. We'll want to get the innings, his innings going straight away and keep the momentum up. Not a bad over from Zia Shazad. Takes the wicket, just concedes the 8 runs. 128 for 1. You can see the difference. Brian Walters mentioned it earlier. Partnerships yesterday, they just lost wickets at regular intervals. Samp Army only got to 110. Even though it was probably a bit tough of a surface to bat on. Still, I think application, they wouldn't have been happy with the way they went about things. Much better performance from their openers to start.
And this is interesting. We're going to see Usman Rafiq switch ends. He bowled his earlier spell today, and I believe he bowled all of his overs yesterday from the forest end, if you want to call it that. And now he's coming on at the highway end. The Route 290 end. That's the route that goes from here to... Just showed how strong he is to be able to power the ball through the wind to that side.
Down the trap, but there is that long off in place. Fire have to find a way, I think. 9 runs and over. Minimum 180 from here. Samp Army will be thinking. Surprised that they've sent Shetty ahead of someone like a Sujit Gowda, who can accelerate. They have Marty Kane, Jacob Espinar, but of course, getting some extra bounce. That one really rose off of a fullish length.
I think, again, part of it has to do with the fact that these teams aren't going for out-and-out win necessarily. There's an element of rotation to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to be evaluated in front of these scouts.
Just over Corey Anderson's head. And no ball signaled as well, so it's going to be a free hit. And just when you thought the Fire were beginning to regain control of proceedings, free hit delivery and a good way for Cody Shetty to get his innings going.
Yeah, just width there. That's what he was attacking. Length wasn't necessarily full enough for that shot. He was trying to hit it on the up, but when you've got that width and no protection on the boundary, why not go for it? And it pays off. And the no ball as well is going to result in that free hit to come for Cody Chetty.
Goes a wide. Trying to just hide that ball outside that off stump. Force Shetty to hit square, which is a bold call because he only has the one fielder square on the offside deep. Has to get it right, and he's going to look to come around the wicket now. Usman Rafiq. Still a free hit delivery. Just past extra cover, and that will be another boundary. Rafiq will be disappointed. Sami Aslam, I think, by his standards, would have thought he should have stopped it. But the timing of Shetty good on this occasion.
He just pierced the gap. Wasn't an awful lot of space there, but he found it.
Again, similar area, similar result. The cover fielder had no chance. What a knot this is turning out to be. What an innings for Samp Army.
Sami Aslam, the magnets aren't quite working on his jersey right now. The ball is following him, but not following him close enough where he can get a hand to it. Twice. It's gone past him once to the right and once to the left. Surgical precision from Cody Chetty.
Run-out opportunity, gets there in the end. Very quick. Lahir Malanta, even after spending 43 deliveries at the crease, ends the 15th over, 145 for 1.
Well, here we go. Last 5 overs of this third match of the MLC Champions Open. Owen Patel replacing Nikhil Utamachandi in the box, joining Peter Della Penna. And Peter, after seeing the batting display yesterday from Samp Army, they've completely turned it around already at 145 with 5 overs to go. And they could be looking at a score upwards of 200 here.
What I've really liked, Aman, is how well they've utilized the wind. Been very clever where they've been picking off their scoring options. And it also shows the advantage of having left-right combination at the crease, because you're always going to have somebody who's got the wind to their advantage, no matter who's blowing from which end. And the pressure that they're putting on the field is creating more runs one way or another, this time through overthrows. This one hits the stumps and ricochets away.
Zia Shazad comes into the attack, so continuing with the spinner. And again, we saw it there, direct hit well in his crease was Cody Shetty, and able to get him back on to strike. And then Cody Shetty, first signs of him in this Champions Open, and he's come out in a hurry, 17 off 8 already. And again, pushes it through that cover region for 1. And again, it's about these partnerships. You heard Nick Hill and Brian talk about it earlier. Building these partnerships, something that Samp Army struggled to do yesterday. Just lost wickets in a hurry and in bunches. Today, David White, Lahir Malanta having a partnership that lasts about 120 odd. And these two out there in the middle continuing to pour on the runs. And for Sami Aslam, you got to start wondering, when do you go back to Cornet Dry, who was extensive in his 2 overs? When do we see pace being brought back? Does Bhaskar Yadram get another? Or does he just carry on with spin? Does he try to use some other spinners? Still has an over left from Emilio Alponzo if he elects to use it. 2 overs from Cornet Dry still in his back pocket. Bhaskar Yadram has 1 to go. So plenty of bowling options for Sami Aslam. Just where does he want to go with it? Cody Shetty pushes this one straight to the cover fielder. This time no run on offer. Peter, do you think he continues with the spin here, or do you think they're going to try a Cornet Dry, a Bhaskar Yadram, and Imran Khan Jr.?
Oh, if they're going by the standard playbook, you'd fully expect Cornet Dry and Imran Khan Jr. to come back at the death. If you adhere to the traditional script, the traditional death bowling manual. The other thing to consider, too, is when Cornet Dry was bowling earlier, it was overcast and extremely cold.
As Malanta gets this one into the leg side.
Now it's sunny and not quite as cold. It's still cold. It's just a different degree of cold. But even that subtle difference can make a difference in terms of comfort when running in for a fast bowler.
Well, we'll see where he goes as the 16th over came to a close. 151 for 1. And it is going to be pace. It's going to be the lefty. It's going to be Imran Khan Jr., who's been good. 2 overs, 15 runs. One of your least expensive bowlers next to Emilio Alponzo, your least expensive pacer by far. And Imran Khan, he's shown the ability to use cutters and nippy off the wicket. A little bit quicker than you might think. The ex-Pakistan national team player. Again, featured in 3 T20s for his country. Oh, look at this innovation from Lido Malanta. How about that, Peter Della Penna? I know that's a shot you're going to enjoy. Scoop it over for 4.
Well, if I had my cowboy hat on right now, I'd be tipping it to Lahira Malanta. I've got my beanie on instead. It's cold, but this is red hot batting from Malanta. This is what you love to see in T20 cricket. Not quite where he intended. He was trying to get it over fine leg, but they all count. I'm on.
Runs are runs indeed, and again, was the outer half of the bat, but used the pace of Imran Khan, put his own power underneath it. This time advances and pushes it down. They're thinking about 2. I think they're just going to settle for the 1. Yeah, Bhaskar Yadav making great strides in from long off. Excuse me, long on for the left-hander. But now we're going to get to see Cody Shetty. And again, Lahida Malanta was more than willing to use his feet. We saw him use all of his crease there. We'll see if Cody Shetty takes the same approach. With still plenty of big bats in the dugout. Obis Pinar, Sujit Gowda, Abhiram Bolasetti, who can come in at the end. Dane Pete. That time slowed it down and well adjusted in the end. It looked like Cody Shetty was going to take a big heave into the leg side, but picked the slower one and just pushes it into the offside for 1.
I always love seeing Cody Shetty bat because he wears that Dolphins helmet where you've got the Dolphin wearing pads and somehow holding a bat. I had no idea until I met Cody Shetty that a Dolphin had legs that he could put pads on, and that the Dolphin flippers had opposable thumbs to be able to grip a cricket bat.
Well, anyone can be a cricketer, Peter, and I think the Dolphin just wanted to be a cricketer as well. And again, we'll see what names and mascots are being chosen for Major League Cricket as this one's pushed down the ground. And he's gotten it straight enough. How about that? It looked like off the bat it could have been stopped, but in the end bisected the fielder, perfectly placed, as straight as you like. 4 runs for Lahida Malanta.
Oh, this for me is one of the shots of the day just because of how well placed it was. Perfectly bisecting long on and long off. And for those of you wondering what on earth are we talking about, Dolphins is the South African franchise that Cody Shetty played for before migrating to the USA.
This one's pulled it straight up into the air, long on, not going to get to it.
Oh,
1.
Bhaskar Yadav, come on now. The scouts are watching. They want to see a little bit more effort than that.
Oh, Lahida Malanta, he'll survive, and he'll retain strike into the next over. 17 overs gone, 162 for 1.
That was in the air for an awful long time. I think if you saw some other fielder out there, you might have seen a catching opportunity. I think if it was a little bit warmer, you might have seen him charge in a little bit quicker for that one too. Cut him some slack because it is so cold, but makes it a little bit harder on the joints on a day like this. Got to get the Bengay out.
On a day like this, it's been chilly, it's been windy, and Cornet Dry, who started at the southern end instead, now he's going to finish it at the northern end. Bowled really well from this side of the ground yesterday. Only gave up 9 runs in his first 2 overs. That was within the power play. Looked spectacular. Was interested to see why he elected to bowl from the southern end to start today's play, but he'll finish at the northern end. You have to imagine he's going to bowl this 18th and 20th over. Excuse me, the 18th and 20th over, and Lahida Malanta, he's taking advantage of pace. The fielder's in the deep point, deep third man. And Lahida Malanta, again, uses the innovation and adjusted to it well as Cornejai went to that Yorker outside the off stump and was able just to tickle it down a third man for 1.
I think they were ready for that shot, too, because they switched the fielders. So Bhaskar Yadav had been fielding that position of the field. Obviously, it was long off, long on in the previous over, but it's the same geographic area of the field. now with the bowler switching ends at deep third man. They put Corey Anderson out there because they wanted a better fielder out there in case he did get under it enough for it to carry for a chance. And this time it just skids along the turf for one.
This time it's Shetty with the innovation, and it's over the top of Anderson's head, who has just moved inside the circle at fine leg, and he'll find 4 runs. More innovation here for Samp Army.
Again, this is what I've liked all innings, whether it's been David White, Cody Chetty, Lahira Malanta, is just the recognition of the field, the manipulation of the field. He knows Corey Anderson has just come into the ring at fine leg, so all he has to do is just get a teeny bit of elevation, and it's an automatic boundary. And it results in more manipulation of the field now. Corey Anderson is going back to the rope at fine leg after that boundary. You can see that vacant area. That's where Corey Anderson was just moments ago inside the ring.
This time it's full as a full toss, and how about this? Lahida Malanta has his hands on his head because he can't quite believe how many air miles this ball has got. It's well over the 10s at fine leg for 6.
It's got platinum status, medallion status, pick your airline. Aman, what a shot that was. And again, just the cleverness, knowing he's got the wind in that direction. All you have to do is get under it a teeny bit, and the wind does the rest of the work for you. It's one of those deliveries that if you're flying one way, Aman, it's a 7-hour flight, and if you fly the other way with the trade winds going the opposite way, that flight turns into a 5.5-hour flight. That's what we're seeing here with Chetty and Malanta knowing which way the wind is going to help them out.
Expensive over already for Cornet Dry. A little bit better that time. Just going to come off of that thigh pad and ends up being one, maybe a bit of bat involved. No, it will be just off the thigh pad, but it will be runs nonetheless. And again, 12 runs from the first 4 deliveries here as Samp Army are making their way towards that 200 mark. We've seen some good innovation. Cornet Dry missed the Yorker on that last delivery. That's what led to the low full toss. But again, it's been all about the batting display from Samp Army so far.
I said yesterday they looked like a medium-sized militia. Today they've got everybody lockstep, marching in rhythm.
Oh, more innovation. This time it's fine leg inside the circle, and it's Lahida Malanta. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. I think it's a 1 bounce 4. But my goodness, they're just pouring it on now, or Samp Army.
Yeah, this is the true Army we're seeing today for sure. And this is true brilliance from Lahira Malanta. We've seen this a number of times attempting it. This time he gets it exactly where he wanted it to go. Over fine leg, and it just bounced short of the rope. But Malanta, again, this is the type of innings showcasing all the shots in his arsenal. He's just as skilled with the rifle as he is with the pistol and the revolver and the bazooka.
Showing off all the options. The highest score for the Morsel Raptors in last year's minor league. And shots like this, even with fine leg back there, he'll still play it, and he thought he could just get it wide enough. But we'll only find it. He'll retain strike for the next over. A good over this from Samp Army. 18 overs gone, 179 for 1. Malanta batting at a strike rate of 134, and again, I can't recall the last time he's played a shot in front of square now. He's played everything behind square, looking to paddle things over the top and show off, like you said, his wide range of shots, and it's something I'm sure scouts will be looking at, batting in different situations and different periods of the game situations, and he's showing he can bat in different situations. But Imran Khan Jr. is going to try to showcase his ability to bowl in the death. Gave up 2 boundaries in the 17th, and after an expensive one from Cornet Dry, he's going to need a quiet one. Again, Atlanta Fire failed to chase 182 yesterday. It's going to be something similar today. This one hits straight back down the ground. It's going to bisect the fielders again. No, it'll just hold up. This time the aerial around the ball just stopped after it hit the ground enough to allow Long On to get there.
And curiously, they only ran one.
I think Lehito Malanta thought it was already gone for 4. I thought he was sure of it. I think he thought he placed it well enough, but it was not meant to be.
They should have definitely got 2 off that. And if you're Malanta, yeah, you want to keep as much of the strike as possible. Now this is something else. We've got Chetty on the jersey, bowling to Chetty.
Well, there you go, inside edge, and Chetty will get a single, and thought about the double, but I think Lehito Malanta is going to be looking to retain most of the strike from here on out.
Those graphics on screen are not fake news. That is Imran Khan Jr. bowling, even though he's wearing a Cody Chetty jersey. Bowling to Cody Chetty.
All happening here at Prairie View, and Lehito Malanta charging his way towards what would be the first century in the MLC Champions Open. Again, just assessing where the fielders are. They've been so good at knowing where the gaps are. Does it again. Does it one more time, indeed. And that's going to race away for 4 more. You see him get into position early. Imran Khan tried to go Yorker, but all Malanta had to do was get her over the top of third man. He did so with much ease.
And I know Aman Patel is a Britney Spears fan, going for the one more time. Hit me, baby. Lahira Malanta for the boundary.
We might need to ask Lehito Malanta what the pump-up song was before today's innings, because he might need to listen to it more often. This time picks the slower one and just going to find one out to long on.
Good slower ball. Good adjustment from Imran Khan Jr. And it's also the bowlers. You want to see how they adjust as well here. It's been so much focus on Cody Chetty, David White, and Lahira Malanta in this innings, but it's not just about the variations and the different types of tricks that the batters can do. Imran Khan Jr. is showing he's got a decent slower ball at the death.
And this one deceives Cody Chetty completely. Might have stayed a bit low as well. And it's a much valued dot ball. The first dot ball since, ironically, Imran Khan's 17th over.
And again, these are the subtle things that the scouts are going to be looking for. The scorecard might show 186 for 1. If you're bowling at the death here and you can demonstrate you can execute a good slower ball, good wide Yorker, good slower bouncer.
Well, this one's over the top of cover, and fielder's not going to get there. It's going to be 4 more. That one just put in the slot, given the width, given the license, and Cody Chetty not going to miss out to close out that 19th over.
Oh, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know you don't want to become too predictable, but Cody Chetty was having trouble with that slower ball, and instead Imran Khan Jr. goes pace on, and Cody Chetty goes pace over the boundary at extra cover. So he ends his spell none for 37, 4 overs. And 200 is still on.
It's more than attainable here. 10 runs remaining to get there with 6 deliveries to go. Looks like Bhaskar Yadram is going to bowl the final over. He's been expensive as well.
Yeah, none for 35 in his 3 overs. They had some options here. Kone Dry had an over left, none for 38. Emil Aponzo, none for 18. Usman Rafiq, none for 32. It's basically pick your poison at this stage. Zia Shahzad, the only wicket taker, 1 for 29. Everybody has gone for at least 9 and over, barring Emil Aponzo. He got an extended spell yesterday, so you can understand why they're potentially not bowling him out today. Try and give some other guys an opportunity to showcase what they can do. Usman Rafiq in particular didn't get the bowl at all yesterday. So again, there's an element of rotation and trying to give guys an opportunity during these matches where you've got all the scouts on display here, linked with IPL franchises to the MLC franchises here in Prairie View, Texas.
And we'll see what the plan is for Bhaskar Yadram again. You want to go into the break with some momentum if you are the Atlanta Fire. Yes, you're going to be chasing a score upwards of 190, but if you can get in with a quiet over here, interestingly enough, both third man and fine leg inside the circle. Rather surprising with the way Lehito Malanta has been going about his business in the previous couple overs, maybe suggesting He is going to be back of a length. If he were to bowl full with this field, with the way Malanta's playing, I think it'd probably be a poor delivery there, Peter.
I agree with you. You got fine leg third man up in the ring, like you said. All he has to do is shuffle cross and scoop it over either side.
Oh, goes well back of a length. It's a slower bouncer. It's just gonna go over the top of backward point, and Malanta looked very surprised. It looked like he was almost through the shot twice before it ever got to him.
It was a good idea from Yadram, and well executed as well. It just didn't go to hand. It was in the air for an awful long time. Backward point and the cover sweeper were both in play, but just lands in between both of them.
And it'll be Cody Shetty on strike, and again the plan seems to be somewhat similar. Third man is back, and maybe that is for just that uppercut that could come out, but I think you're going to expect to see a lot more back of a length, and going to dare Shetty to play in front of square. That does go full, and it's in that cover region. No fielder there. Too wide there and too easy for Cody Shetty as they pour it on.
Well, this has been really impressive from both of these guys. Very different stylistically. Cody Shetty, a lot more orthodox with his stroke play, but he's been very, very effective. And there's a huge gap between deep third man and that wide cover sweeper. Now they've tried to plug it. They've put an extra boundary rider at deep backward point, and they're going to bring third man into the ring. So a slight change in the field. They've got those two fielders as well as a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket for the 5 boundary riders. So third man, fine leg up in the ring, and they've got kind of a backward square leg up in the ring too. Very interesting field. You rarely see 2 fielders inside the ring behind square on the leg side at this stage.
Well, he goes well outside the off stump, and they're going to get that single away. So those fielders would not have come into play.
When's the last time you saw a short fine leg and a short backward square leg at this stage of any match?
Peter, I don't know if I'm old enough to remember one. You know, I can't recall seeing one. I'm sure you could probably pick out one in your head with your vast experience covering cricket across the world.
I've seen a silly point more often than I've seen a short fine leg and a short backward square leg in the ring in a T20 match. At this stage of the match, anyway. I know that much.
This one's going to be wide. Malanta loses his bat on the way through. Not interested in a run, but you can see how hard he was just trying to swing to get that one over the top of fine leg inside the ring.
I think if he hadn't dropped his bat, they would have taken a bye there, or a second wide, as Cody Shetty was alert to a run. Wasn't fielded cleanly by Smit Patel behind the stumps down the leg side, and you can see Cody Shetty, he's thinking of a run all the way there. He wants it, and instead, because the bat fell out of the hands of Malanta, no run taken.
This one's going to be a beamer, and it's going to be a no ball. Malanta lucky to get out the way. You can see Bhaskar Yadav saying straight away, my bad.
And also, again, Cody Shetty was desperate to get on strike for that. He said, Lahiro, get up off the ground. I want the free hit. Come on, partner.
Well, it will be Malanta facing the free hit. And, again, more extras here. I think Bhaskar Yadav was going to look to go for the Yorker and just completely missed it. And look how close that was to the helmet of Lahiro Malanta. Lucky to get down and away and did knock over his veils with his bat, but it is a no ball.
Kicked, yeah, on a different day that'd be hit wicket, but the no ball over waist height, overhead height, one way or the other, it's a no ball. And again, for anybody who's confused out there watching, that is 100% Cody Shetty batting. He's got the helmet on, the Dolphins helmet, even though he's wearing Cameron Steele's jersey. These guys are doing their best to try and confuse everybody at home. We had Cody Shetty batting against Imran Khan Jr. wearing a Cody Shetty jersey.
Well, the free hit's a slower bouncer. It's taken into the leg side. Will it be the fielder? It won't, and it'll just be one. So the slower bouncer only gets a single again. And Lahiro Malanta, again, kind of frustrated. He wasn't able to find a boundary off of it.
And now Cody Chetty will finally come back on strike. 2 balls to go. And Samp Army one short of marching past that 200 mark.
Packed offside field here. Slower ball is picked up into the offside. Will this be a catch? It will be. Subdued celebration, as you can imagine, from the Atlanta Fire. Lahiro Malanta is going to give Cody Chetty a pat on the back. But a much-needed dot ball here for the Atlanta Fire, and maybe just teasing Samp Army, keeping them under 190, keeping them under 200.
I believe that was Emil Aponso out there taking that catch. Sharp work, and again, when you're hitting to that side of the ground, you're hitting into the wind. So that time, the ball hung up in the air, held up in the wind, gave Emil Aponso an opportunity to charge in and take a really athletic sliding catch. Good technique. And it will mean Sujit Gowda is going to face the last ball with that Dallas Mustangs helmet. You know, you can count on the guys based on their helmets. Don't pay attention to the jersey because they're wearing anything they feel like walking out to the middle. That's definitely Sujit Gowda with a Dallas Mustangs helmet on. I know that much.
Well, final delivery. It's hit down the ground, and it's just going to be one to close out the inning. So the 200 comes up from Samp Army. They get there, and it's been an absolutely magnificent one for Samp Army. Lahiro Malanta, David White, they poured it on from the beginning, and they never let up on the Atlanta Fire.
Well, we had Dolphins on one helmet. We had Mustangs on another helmet. Samp Army, though, these guys reminded me of Hannibal marching with the elephants across Europe, stomping their way through this bowling lineup of the Atlanta Fire to get to 200. Just an imperious batting display, spearheaded by David White. He was the aggressor through much of the innings. And when he finally got out, that's when Lahiro Malanta took over. But David White was really the standout in my mind. 9 4s and 3 6s in his 72 off 41. And Malanta, 79 out of 59 with 10 4s and a 6. And you can see it was not easy for the Atlanta Fire bowling unit. Just the 2 wicket takers, Yadrim in the last over and Zia Shazad getting David White LBW. But otherwise, everybody, barring Emil Aponso, took a heavy dose of punishment from the Samp Army batting unit. And based on what we saw yesterday, this is going to be a mighty, mighty difficult task for anybody to chase a 200 total on this wicket.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, but the Atlanta Fire, they definitely have the firepower to do so, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a short while to give you the second innings. Hello and welcome back to this MLC Champions Open match number 3 against the Atlanta Fire and Samp Army. We're headed into the second innings where the Atlanta Fire, they're going to need 201 to find themselves over the line and avoid being taken out of contention for the playoff matches that'll happen. Again, both these teams losing yesterday makes this match a must-win if they want to get to the final stage of this MLC Champions Open. And Sami Aslam and Mukhtar Ahmed are going to start things off, and it's going to be Dane Pete, the ex-South African. A couple of tests under his belt. He's going to start with ball in hand, and be Mukhtar Ahmed to face the first delivery. Same opening pair for the Atlanta Fire that they had yesterday, and they'll start off with a single out to point. Salman Patel here joined by Peter Della Penna. Peter, we saw in the Samp Army innings, it was a partnership early on, not losing wickets, that allowed Samp Army that huge platform. What's the key here for the Atlanta Fire when chasing a mammoth total?
Just to get a good start more than anything. And we've seen throughout these couple days, once you get in, you can profit big time, but some guys have just had a hard time getting in the first place. And
well, there you go, getting in. This one swept straight away from Sami Aslam. No one out in the deep on that side of the ground. It's going to be a quick 4 in the first boundary for the Atlanta Fire.
Two straight from Dane Pete. And when you get it on the legs or outside leg stump, that opens up that sweep shot option, even if the ball is turning away from you. And it sparked a change in the field. They put David White out at deep backward square leg, no after that sweep shot, and brought long off into the ring.
Well, the reverse sweep tried to come out there from Sami Aslam early, so he's going to use all the shots and take advantage of a wide third man inside the ring. And you mentioned the two fielders in the deep, a deep mid-wicket, more of a cow corner, and a deep backward square. As this one's just pushed into the offside. He's found the gap in the infield. Should be at least a couple of runs. It'll be a little relay from Abhiram Bolasetti into Lihir Malanta to keep it to 2.
Yeah. He's out there with Ali Khan on that offside. Bolasetti at backward point and Ali Khan at short third. And now they've put another short third man in place. So they've got almost 3 fielders behind square on the offside.
This one much closer to stumps, well too close to cut.
And you can see why they've got those fielders there, that packed ring. And Sami Aslam, he's being quite stubborn, Aman. He's determined to try and pierce that gap no matter how many fielders they've got there.
Well, it's just the length Peak is bowling at the moment. This time much fuller. Not going to find any of the stumps, but consecutive dot balls to end that first over. At the end of 1, it's 7 without loss. And interestingly enough, Peter, it's quite the opposite way the Atlanta Fire started their bowling innings, where they had pace from the southern end and they used spinners from the northern end. Weather conditions touch different, wind no longer pushing as heavily, sun out, not as many clouds in the sky, and they've elected to go spin from the southern end, and it looks like they are going to go pace from the northern end.
And it's going to be Ali Khan, who bowled the first over of the chase from the same end yesterday. And instead it's going to be the second over, but he's bowling from the same end. Ali Khan, who leaked a few boundaries in his 2 overs yesterday. None for 18 is what he finished with when Samp Army were unable to defend a very, very low total. In that match against UMC Knight Riders, they only made 110 in the first innings, so the bowlers didn't really have much to work with. Much different scenario here, and Ali Khan Nearly strikes first ball. Then inside edge goes to the fine leg rope. So he's still leaking some boundaries like he did yesterday, but sniffing closer to getting a wicket that time.
Yeah, won't mind that, Ali Khan. That one just came through Mukhtar Ahmed, who was just trying to defend it away. Just nips back in on him. And thin inside edge, just evades fine leg inside the ring. But a 4 to start, so it's runs nonetheless for the Atlanta Fire. They'll take him any way they get him. Getting 201 runs to avoid really being eliminated in this Champions Open. This time it's short and it's pulled and it's going to be all the way. There was a fielder there, a deep backward square, but it would have been a 10-foot tall one as that one was sent over the rope.
This is the issue. If you're getting too straight bowling from that end, all the batters have to do is just shuffle just the teeniest bit inside the line and just flick it, and it's going to get into the wind. That's just too straight. He's got to be bowling on a 5th, 6th stump line, really, at a minimum, to make sure that the batters are hitting into the wind and limit the damage.
2 boundaries to start off for Ali Khan.
That's much better. Nothing wrong with that.
That one you saw some movement off of the wicket, and again from Mukhtar Ahmed. No need to really play at that one. Already got the runs for the over. You think about it like that. So damage done in those first 2 deliveries. And again, but that, as you said, Peter, is where you want to be if you are Ali Khan. That 4th, 5th stump line and let the ball move away from there. This one sent over the top of the offside. No fielders out there. Going to take a couple of bounces and trek over the rope. A 3rd boundary. 4 more for Mukhtar Ahmed.
And Ali Khan showing he's still got a bit of rust to shake off. Again, this is his first high-profile opportunity, basically, on home soil. You could argue since suffering that broken arm last year. He did play some matches in the ILT 20 for Abu Dhabi Knight Riders.
And again, just got too full there. Did Ali Khan, as you mentioned, just shaking off that rust. Someone who does like to go for the Yorker, and sometimes when things aren't going right, he just tries to force the issue. Needs to find that hard length and does it that time. You can see it jump up and stopped at first slip, but that's the length there. Just jumps up there on Mukhtar Ahmed.
Yeah, that's what USA fans are used to seeing, the intimidation from Ali Khan. Getting that extra bounce. It'd be interesting to see where he goes in the draft, because so many times when he's been snapped up in overseas leagues, he's one of the last players picked because he's an overseas player coming from an associate country and he goes for a low dollar value. Here, he's going to be a premium pick, being a domestic option, the classification. And that'll affect his value in this league, and it'll affect where he goes. Instead of being one of the last players picked as an overseas option, he's going to be one of the first players picked, more than likely, in terms of the draft coming up on Sunday, March 19th.
Going to be exciting to see those draft boards and see how the whole process works. Again, a hard length, and look at that shot. Maybe the best shot we've seen all day long. Picked the length early and helps it over the leg side. That's the 2nd 6 and the 4th boundary of the over. An expensive one. It's 27 without loss.
Mukhtar Ahmed, he's saying, if Ali Khan's expected to go high in the draft, where do you want me to go? Picking him off for 20 runs in this over, including a massive 6 to end the frame. And he's making a statement for himself. And again, that's one of the things he uses a measuring stick. If Ali Khan is the gold standard of USA domestic bowlers, well, Mukhtar Ahmed is saying, have a look at me. He's making a case for himself in terms of where he wants to get selected in the draft as well.
As you mentioned, it's about how do you perform against the best competition. That's why this Champions Open exists. It presents itself as a combine to see where all these players stand amongst the rest for these scouts. And if you can take on the best players, you're going to move up draft boards. And speaking of best players and valuable players, Funny Samadri's into the attack early today. Going to bowl on the side, the power play. Leading wicket taker in the 2022 minor league season. Also the MVP of that 2022 minor league season for the champion Seattle Thunderbolts. And he'll be asked to take a wicket early on here.
Again, we saw this yesterday where he started off his spell with the keeper back and he bowled pace on most of the time. But when the keeper comes up to the stumps, that's when he starts to unfurl all of his cutters and slower balls.
Again, showing off the range, as you mentioned, and I think it makes sense in the power play. With not many fielders out in the deep. They do have a fielder out in the leg side, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep third. They're just saying keep the pace on. Don't give him a license to hit once the field spreads out. I think that's when you'll see him and the keeper come up and him start to use all the variations. Well, that one was a variation, and just, again, sometimes that slinging action just gets a little bit tough to control. Ends up being an extra.
Yeah, I think it's interesting about him compared to, say, Cornet Dry or Bhaskar Yadrin. Nikhil was talking about how tough it is running into the wind and the physical toll. Well, Fani Samadri's got a much, much shorter run-up, so he's not.
This one's pushed into the leg side for no run.
As Marty Kane makes an appearance. And, yeah, Fani Samadri's not getting that physical wear and tear in terms of having to exert himself as much compared to Cornet Dry or Bhaskar Yadrin, where with a much longer run-up and obviously a much bigger physical frame that they've got to carry around.
This one, Fuller, clipped into the leg side away from Marty Kane, who puts out a diving effort.
Marty Kane, I'm convinced, he must have been the kid at kindergarten who was always in the sandbox with mud all over his face and just enjoyed throwing his body around, getting as dirty as possible. You'll never see Marty Kane walk off the field with less than 10 grass stains on his jersey. He loves to show how hard he's working. He's rubbing the elbows now. He's a hard worker.
He's an effort player for sure, and you always want to have a couple of guys like that on your side who's just going to give you everything they have anytime they step out there, and also very handy with the bat and ball, and it's been good for the San Diego Surf Riders in minor league cricket. This one's lifted over the top, and it's going to be another 4. Mukhtar Ahmed, he's just pouring it on early, already moves well into the 20s.
And I tell you what's been so impressive about this, Aman, is this has really been orthodox stroke play. He's not done anything fancy. High elbow finish, straight out of the MCC manual. It's 25 off 8, strike rate over 300. Basically just playing orthodox shots. He's not had to stretch himself beyond what the bowlers have offered him to do anything overly creative or dynamic. He's just given what they're offering.
This time slowed it down, but ends up being a wide as well. Just trying to do something a little bit different there. Funny,
and you do see that. He's doing everything orthodox. Now the onus is on the bowlers to try and do something unorthodox to disrupt his rhythm. And you can see who's in control here, who's dictating the terms of play. It's Mukhtar Ahmed.
This one a low full toss, just pushed into the onside. Quick single taken. They get it in the end. Could throw there. But again, Mukhtar Ahmed, he's just shown the intent, and he's finding ways to make sure the scoreboard just keeps moving. And that'll do it for the third over. 35 without loss. So three overs, 3 different bowling options, and we'll see a 4th new bowling option used by Obis Pinar. In this 4th over, it is going to be Shadley Van Skalkovic, who bowled a little bit later than we expected. Now going to be given the new ball in today's match, and see if he can clog up the runs and Again, the pitch seems to be baking under the sun. We've talked about it yesterday that this pitch, we feel as it continues to sit here for these 4 days, is going to be one that the batters are going to enjoy. Well, it seems like they're starting to find a liking to it, especially Mukhtar Ahmed, who's getting things going, and it's going to be Shadi Van Skalkvik who's going to be asked to rein things in. Shadi goes full, and it's just worked and clipped into the leg side. There is that deep backward square there in Marty Kane, so it'll just be held to 1. To put Sami Aslam on strike, who is taking a back seat early on, just 7 off 9, and why not take a back seat when you have a guy like Mukhtar Ahmed striking the way he is on the other end?
Yeah, we saw Sami Aslam get that sweep shutout for the boundary in the first over. Seems like a long time ago now, the way Mukhtar Ahmed has been operating. As we can see, Dane Pete moving a little bit finer at deep third man. It's one of the 2 boundary riders out. There's a deep mid-wicket in place as well for Shadley.
And it's run down to that third man, and just going to be kept to 1. And again, some quiet overs would be nice here. A wicket would be huge, as the Atlanta Fire are ahead of the pace so far, set by Samp Army in their first innings.
You could see some of the people behind the boundary. Those are some of the scouts, some of the team owners. See Vijay Benawal, who's associated with the Seattle franchise, both in minor league cricket, and I believe he might have an affiliation with Major League Cricket as well.
Again, cut out to third man for 1. So Shadley Van Skalkvik, he's doing the job that Obis Pinar has been asked, or has asked him to do, which is cut the boundaries down and make them work a little bit harder, find the length, and he's found that length early on. Oh, look at that shot. Sami Aslam getting in on the act, just straying maybe a little bit further down the leg side than he would have liked, and just picked it up off his hip over the top. 6 more.
We've seen some power from Mukhtar Ahmed. Now we're seeing some finesse from Sami Aslam. Equally effective. A lot of wrist in that shot. And even though the wind is blowing in from that direction, he got it very flat to get it fighting through the wind to clear the rope.
This time again on the legs. Quick single taken and quick single gotten. Big throw came in from, I believe, Abiram Bolasedi inside the ring.
Now, where's Abiram Bolasedi going to school?
He's also
is he a Tar Heel?
A Tar Heel.
Is he drowning his tears like yourself over the preseason #1 team not making the tournament?
Officially yesterday confirmed that we'd be the first preseason #1 to not make the tournament. But, Peter, we're here to talk about the MLC Champions Open, as this one is taken to a fine leg there to finish out that 4th over. It'll be a single by Mukhtar Ahmed, so he'll retain strike. 4 overs gone, 46 with that loss.
What is the state of cricket at Chapel Hill?
You know, funny enough, Karen Sheldon Stadium, which is the field hockey stadium, as you see Nikhil Tamachandi and the
Zayanya Dale was. That's the secret name. Everybody knows her as Z.
And you can see her doing the dance on the way up as our cameraman follow her through, and there you go. Now you can see us in there as well. So everyone in frame right now and having a good time here in Prairie View. And the sun's out now, so everyone's outside of the tents. They're enjoying.
If you're outside the tent, the sun's wonderful. But we're inside. I've still got my beanie on here. It's cold. I got the sunglasses on because the sun's out, but it's chilly. It's chilly inside this tent, Aman.
Well, I still got the puffer on as well, so you can make that 2 of us. And Brian Walters to our left has his jacket on, so it's definitely chilly in the tent. And a change of ends here for Ali Khan.
Field hockey field. I want to hear more about this.
Oh, the field hockey field.
Field hockey field turned cricket field is what it sounds like we're going.
Cricket field. We have, a couple of international students who get out there, it seems almost every Friday, and they'll be out there for a couple of hours. And so I've joined in a couple of times with tennis ball and some plastic stumps and getting things going. So cricket, again, growing in America, and it's what led to this event happening. It's just the growth of cricket here and around the country. Full and straight from Ali Khan to start things off.
Have you been able to coerce Armando Baycott onto the cricket field?
Well, not yet, but we're working on it. We'll see what we can do. See who we can get on.
They've got some extra time on their hands now that they're not going to the NCAA tournament. There's no better time than now.
Well, that's a low blow. That's a low blow there. And Ali Khan's gonna look for a blow himself, trying to crash onto the stumps of Sami Aslam, trying to get one of these wickets to fall, break this partnership already worth 47. The number, ironically, on Ali Khan's back. Look at that carry, still plenty of bounce in the wicket, and Ali Khan's going to enjoy that. You can see him take a little bit of extra time at the tail end of his finish.
Yeah, 47 on the scoreboard, 47 on the back of his jersey. He used to wear number 23 when he first came into the USA national team. He started off wearing jersey number 23. There's been a number of USA players who have undergone a jersey switch during their careers, and he's one of them. Changed it to 47 partially as a tribute to Dwayne Bravo, DJ Bravo, who is basically the guy who opened the door for Ali Khan to get all these opportunities in franchise cricket. And Bravo, of course, wears 47 around the world.
This one sent over the top, and that's going to hit a tent somewhere. Goodness gracious, what a shot. He'll clear it, actually. How about that? Just in the slot, and Sami Aslam says, thank you very much. I'm taking you over the top.
Well, change of ends has not brought change in fortune this morning for Ali Khan, heading into the early afternoon now, just short of 1 o'clock here local time in Texas, and that one in the slot and gets pumped. Sami Aslam undeterred, and the 50 comes up with that shot inside of 5 overs. Great start here for the Atlanta Fire.
And this time he's chopped it on. That's what he's looking for. That extra bit of pace. Wait, the bail has not fallen, though. You can see the celebration from Ali Khan, but the bail has not come off. The bail is still on. You can see the zing light up. And how about that for a first?
They're not just glued on. That's Gorilla Glue. That's the super glue. More than super glue. What's going on here, Aman?
He's completely chopped it on, and with Ali Khan's pace, you'd imagine the bail to fall off, and you can see it light up there. Ali Khan's pointing at it, but the bail's never dislodged. So Sami Aslam, he's still out there. He's still playing around. And Ali Khan can't quite believe it. Neither can the rest of Samp Army. This would be a great look at it here.
Did Sami Aslam go out in between innings and get the Gorilla Super Glue out?
Well, we'll find out after this next delivery. That's hit straight to the fielder there at mid-off. So consecutive dot balls, but would have loved the wicket to follow that 6. And this is how you know we're ready for big-time cricket, because we've got the zing bails. Again, just take another look at this. Again, Ali Khan not slow at all. Fires it in. Good length, coming in, tails in, straight off the bat, hits the base of the stumps, and the bail just never decides to come off.
I don't know if it did, to be honest, Aman. I'm looking at that replay, and I don't see the ball hit the stumps, to be perfectly honest. Very bizarre. I tell you what it looked like more than anything. I'm curious to see another look. He might have just nudged the stumps with his feet.
That would be a better explanation than I've seen it. As we close out the 5th over. Just one more look at this.
Watch his foot. He goes quite deep. And I wonder, does his foot make contact? No, his foot is well away. The ball doesn't go near the stumps.
Well, always an intrigue here, cricket in America. 5 overs gone, 53 without loss.
Maybe they need to change the batteries in those stumps. Malfunction there. I'm not sure what was going on. Very bizarre sequence. What do you make of that, Nikhil, seeing the replays?
What is there to make? Peter Delapena, we have to live by the bails. If they don't drop, then the batter survives. Those are the rules. Van Skalvik. Leading edge, but just over the head of Shadley Van Skalvik. First over went for 10 runs. Uncharacteristically was expensive. Looks like it's going to be an enterprising run chase, the way that they've started things off.
Yeah, there's been a lot of uncharacteristic stuff we've seen in this early part of the chase. It's very uncharacteristic to see Ali Khan hit for as many runs as he's gone for. You can see how good this pitch is, though, as that one just sat up. And Mukhtar Ahmed, he's not slowing down one bit. Just pumps that over mid-wicket. And we're going to get a delay here. There's an awful lot of prairie land they got to rummage through to find that ball, Nikhil.
Well, if you've watched Mukhtar Ahmed when he played for Pakistan, you know that anything square, he's very strong. And I think that's just too easy. On length, giving me enough time to see exactly what the ball is doing. Van Skalvik is not the quickest. Mukhtar Ahmed, this is some start.
And now you're getting a sense of what they got to search through. They got to dig through. That's where they're doing some groundwork, trying to lay the foundation for what will be another cricket ground here. At some point in time down the road, this Prairie View complex, there's already 7 or 8 fields that are already constructed here all around the Prairie View Cricket Complex facility. Here we're getting a replay one more time at that bizarre sequence. Ball never really goes near the stumps. Bales and the stumps lit up. And then suggestion from somebody is that there may have been a vibration that triggered the stumps to light up. I've never seen that before. There's a lot of things I've seen the zing bales and zing stumps do. Nikhil, I've never seen that though.
Yeah, it was bizarre. And he's still there, batting go. Mukhtar Ahmed, it's another 6, another maximum, 2 and 2. This is a charge that the Samp Army will need to stop quickly.
And again, he's not slogging. This is just orthodox stroke play. They're bowling in the slot. They're just bowling in hittable areas. And he's just winding up playing through the line. It's not really a slog. It's just a drivable length. And he's seizing on it.
Turning out to be a massive over. Already 12 runs from it. Still half of the over remaining. Thinking for Van Skalvik to do. 42 from 16. Possibly one of the most destructive innings we've seen in these 2 days of this MLC Champions Open. $136 still to get. So work to be done, but a much better start. Remember, both these teams were defeated on day number 1. So both have come in with something to prove. Goes again in the offside this time. There is a deep cover though, and put down. A big chance going to begging. Abhiram Bolisetti down at deep cover. You don't want to put an opportunity to take Mukhtar Ahmed down.
And it's just the pressure on the field because Abhiram Bolisetti out of North Carolina, he has a reputation as somebody in the USA Under-19 setup who's actually a very sure-handed fielder. And that was a straightforward chance for him. That is not the type of chance you would expect him to put down. And I think more than anything, he just had an awful lot of time to think about that one.
Good slower delivery, but it doesn't matter. Sami Aslam, one of the best cover drivers of the ball that you'll see. Gets the boundary.
And it's going to be a no ball as well. So things going from bad to worse for Shadley Van Skalvik. Already conceded 15 off the bat in this over, and it's going to be a no ball and a free hit to Sami Aslam. As the call came out, it wasn't actually Rushane Samuels. I think it was from the umpire at square leg. It may have been a fielding restriction violation. As the arm definitely did not go out immediately from the standing umpire, so I think it may have been third fielder that was outside the ring, which you can't have at this stage. We're still in the power play overs, so mental lapse there. Just showing once again how rattled Samp Army is here in the early going of this chase.
Another slower delivery, and that might be the way to go on this pitch, which can be on the slower side at times. Direct hit, but Ahmed is well home. Decent comeback in the last 3 deliveries or so, but the damage has been done already. The no ball boundary. 19 runs from the over. 72 for none after the power play.
Just going back to that chance that Abiram Bolaseti put down, these youngsters out of the USA junior setup, they're not going to get as many opportunities to bat or bowl compared to the established stars. So one of the ways you can make a name for yourself is in the field. That's why he is here, because he is considered an excellent fielder as one of the recent USA Under-19 players. And when those opportunities arise, you got to capitalize on them to get noticed for the right reasons by some of these scouts that are here. And unfortunately for him, just wasn't able to convert that chance.
So Samadri. And this is interesting really, because yesterday he bowled the 7th over, which he's bowling now, but he did not bowl one in the power play. I was surprised to see them give him the new ball. It's not something he usually does, but man, this man has a natural habit of picking up wickets. In the last 12 months or so, he's been special to watch. First for the Seattle Thunderbolts, and then in this MLC Champions Open.
And again now, like we saw yesterday with him though, at first over the keeper was back the entire time, and then once he began his second over onwards, the keeper's up to the stumps, and that's when he gets all these variations just like that. When he's got the keeper up to the stumps in these middle over spells, that's when he goes to the slower balls, the cutters, deep into his bag of tricks to keep batters off balance, and that's what's produced the overwhelming majority of his wickets.
I just wonder if they may look to just be cautious against him, given the fact that they're well ahead of the rate. Very straight. Will it split the gap? It does. And much more like it from Sami Aslam. He's watched from the other end and now getting in on the app.
Yeah, just overpitched this. Went with the slower ball, but it just landed too full. And Sami Aslam was not fooled at all. Beats Obis PNR to the boundary easily.
Now the sweep. But there is protection outside the power play. That's actually a tactic you tend to see from batters against Samadri. Because of that low center of gravity and arm trajectory, the ball stays low. So batters tend to like to sweep. He doesn't, not the quickest bowler either. So it's a very valid option against him.
And especially with fine leg up in the ring as well. Can understand why.
It's definitely getting a lot warmer, Peter De La Pena, so it will be more favorable for bowling. But this pitch is pretty placid, so you can see the ball coming onto the bat nicely. Batters hitting through the line of the ball. Good running. Come back for 2.
You can see Obis PNR taking off his hooded sweatshirt just now on the boundary. Long off, and Cody Chetty is out there as well. He's taking off a layer. There's only a few players out there who still have long sleeves and hooded top on, so yeah, you can see the sun is shining out. It's coming through on the pictures now. We haven't really seen much of the sun this first couple hours of play here. Finally, as we get past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is shining brightly. And it's certainly shining brightly on the Atlanta Fire. 81 for none after 7 overs in this chase, pursuing a target of 201. They've made an excellent start.
Interesting decision by the captain, Jacobs Pignard. Haven't seen Dane Pete. First over went for just 7 runs. Didn't bring him back into the attack. But the captain himself is going to come into the attack. Didn't bowl yesterday, but a very capable all-rounder. Didn't need to bat today, so he's opted to display his ability with the ball in hand. Allow the 5 outside the circle as well, with the ball spinning in to the left-handed Sami Aslam. So he has 3 fielders deep on the onside as expected, as well as long off and deep cover as the 5 out. Should look for 2, but they'll keep it to 1. He has a very deceptive arm ball as well, Jacobus Pinar, because of that height. Hard to pick, but also very quick through the air. And he's gotten several wickets using that method, so something to keep your eye on as he goes through the spell. Already 5 bowlers used inside the first 8 overs for the Samp Army.
You just seen the pressure being put on by this pair here. PNR doesn't want to give him anything to hit. Don't just strain too far outside the stumps.
Again, that quick pace, but he's getting the line wrong. Second wide consecutively. A real treat to have players like Mukhtar Ahmed at this MLC Champions Open. Very full. But you look at Mukhtar Ahmed, many will remember when he played for Pakistan, he's got a very good average as well in T20 international cricket. 6 matches, averages over 30 with a strike rate of 140. 2 50s to go with that as well. So definitely has that international experience he can go to.
Problem for him, one of the reasons why he's here, is you just have to look at the depth that Pakistan has right now to choose from. At the top, you've got Muhammad Rizwan, Babar Azam. You've got somebody like Sam Ayub starting to emerge now as well. The depth of talent in Pakistan is just so rich. And it's led to some of these guys to pursue a different avenue, showcase their skills. Somebody like Saad Ali, Ehsan Adil, Sami Aslam, Mukhtar Ahmed, Zia Shazad.
They've done well though outside the power play to keep that boundary hitting by Mukhtar Ahmed to a minimum. His last now 7 deliveries, he's only scored 5 runs. So that's the way I think they get back into this game if you're the Samp Army side. That asking rate is still at around 9 runs and over. Should just be 1. This is a good over, even with the 3 wides. A good over from Jacobus Pinar, the captain. Well ahead of where the Fire were at this stage. After 8 overs, they were just 69. Sorry, the Samp Army side, but of course, having wickets in hand allowed them to propel themselves to get to 200.
That's really sharp running. That is super alert running between Sami Aslam and Mukhtar Ahmed. That did not really trickle all that wide from Lahir Malanta. And yet, as soon as it caromed off of his pads, Sami Aslam bolted for that run. Very sharp running.
Yeah, still a lot of batting to come as well for this Fire side. He saw Saif Badar get a 50 yesterday. He was special to watch, the former Pakistan under-19 player, so he's still to come. They have power in Corey Anderson and Yadram, so don't take your eyes off of this run chase. Could be very exciting. End of 8 overs, 89 for none. You find Peter Delapena watching yesterday the Fire. They didn't make use of that depth that they have. I mean, Usman or Rafiq didn't face any deliveries. Basi Yadram only faced 7, and they're two of the arguably the biggest hitters in this MLC Champions Open.
And again, talked about it before. Part of the structure of this is to rotate guys in and out, give different guys an opportunity to showcase what they can do. And we obviously saw that from Saif Badar yesterday. And now these two taking center stage at the moment. Obviously, we saw David White earlier, along with Lahir Malanta. Different guys who you'd expect to bat in the top order are open for their minor league franchises because you've got such a great depth of talent here.
Pace off. But it's high and just long enough. And Fani Samadri, he goes to that attacking delivery at times, but Mukhtar Ahmed has just been that good. And it's a half century for him as well.
Nothing has seemed to phase him so far. Fani Samhadri, the leading wicket taker last year in minor league cricket, all of his slower balls and variations are not fooling Mukhtar Ahmed one bit.
I think the issue for Fani Samadri is those slower deliveries tend to grip in the surface at times, but because of this placid surface, it's just giving the batter a lot of time to see the ball. And Pinar's gambled here, going for his third over, someone that they tend to keep for the back end of the innings, but it tells you they want a wicket desperately. Much quicker delivery that time.
And again, what you're also seeing here is just how good this wicket is compared to yesterday. It's a far, far cry from how things unfolded in both matches yesterday, where the chasing team had great difficulty. This pitch is looking very, very true today. And I bet some of the guys who got opportunities up the order yesterday are wishing the batting order had been flipped around and they got those opportunities today. Everybody who's been batting in the top order has been profiting yesterday in a way that they clearly did not do yesterday.
Goes again. Sami Aslam this time though. This is carnage at the Prairie View Cricket Complex.
And again, this isn't slogging though. This is just orthodox shots. They're being fed half volleys. This is just too full and outside leg stump. That's a gimme delivery. And I really haven't seen either of these guys slog. The Century partnership comes up with that 6 inside of 9 overs. And these are not wild heaves across the line. They've been getting a lot of half volleys. When the bowlers have dropped short, they've gone for the pull shot. Seen a couple sweep shots come out, but Lahir Malanta scored the bulk of his boundaries using the reverse sweep, the scoop, the shuffle across the stumps, the reverse scoop over third man. He was playing all sorts of unorthodox shots. By contrast, these two have basically been playing everything out of the textbook. Straight bat, orthodox drives, flicks off the pads. That's what's been really impressive. They haven't had to do anything unusual to score the bulk of the runs, but they've been mighty, mighty effective. And the chase continues to be on for that ball down the west hillside, and Marty Kane finally has retrieved it. So all that work from Owen Brown to bring a replacement ball, it's for naught. Marty Kane has got the ball that Sami Aslam has hit for 6. Get that retrieved and finally get back underway as Fani Samadri finally has the ball back in hand.
Well, you saw that replay. Both maximums have come from very full deliveries, and that's what Fani Samadri will be. Always looks for wickets, and sometimes that's the price you pay. A man with not as much pace as a corner drive that we saw earlier, and when he's that full and misses his length, it's easy pickings for the batter. This time to the offside, work to be done for deep point. Does well, just keeps it to 1. So this game developing nicely at the moment. Still some 97 runs to win. 103, 104 correction for none. If you're now joining us, day 2 of the MLC Champions Open. We had wins for the UMMC Knight Riders and Kingsmen, both who will be in action at 2:30 p.m. local Pacific time. Need a wicket, no. Jacobus Pinar has to find it from somewhere. Hasn't gone back to Dane Pete, the off spin option as yet. First over just went for 7 runs. So similar performance from Tajinder Singh yesterday on arguably a tougher track to bat on. Mukhtar Ahmed though has been destructive today, and Sami Assam has supported him well. Almost identical to that pairing of David White and Lahir Malanta, similar dynamic. The captain back into the attack. But the extras, he's really struggling with the extras, Obas Pinar. Several deliveries down the leg side. You don't want to give the Atlanta Fire any bonus deliveries when they are off to this type of start, going at 11.5 runs per over. Full toss. You cannot afford to bowl that.
Oh, definitely not on the legs. Definitely not with the wind blowing out to the leg side. If you're going to make a mistake, it's got to be wide outside off stump. You can give away the short and wide ball hitting into the wind, but anything on the body, that's going to sail and sail and sail deep over the leg side rope when you hit into the west boundary, and that's just what Mukhtar Ahmed did. To be fair, Pinar did bowl that probably on a 6-7 stump line, but Mukhtar Ahmed is very clever, shuffling far across the stumps to access that leg side field, and because he didn't pitch the ball, just made it 10 times easier to get it up in the air and use the wind to get it over the boundary. And Marty Kane had some extra exercise to do over the last 10 minutes or so, going up and down that hill beyond the west boundary to retrieve the ball. A couple of occasions now as Owen Brown starts to make his way out with a replacement again, the third umpire. Ali Khan is over there too, trying to help out Marty Kane. As you can see Bert Cockley there on screen with the hat on, sitting down. Corey Anderson is behind him. That's the physio tent. And Corey Anderson, we were hoping to get a chance to see him bat today. It might not happen at this rate, Nikhil. 112 for no loss. These two, looks like it's going to take something quite special to dislodge either one of them from the crease at the moment. Some of the players coming in for this afternoon's matchup. You can see the scout tent that was just scanned across, and now that's our commentary position. We're on the left-hand side. Giveaway, and there's the scout tent. Yeah, so you see Sriyam Samayajula works as an analyst for a number of T20 franchise sides. He's in a dark cap, and then in the white hooded sweatshirt, that's Albie Markle. You can't really see his face, but I can guarantee you that's Albie Markle, who's here, the former South Africa player who is involved in a bunch of T20 franchise setups. He's involved with the Super Kings global franchise setup. He was involved with the Joburg Super Kings with the SA20, and he's here now with the Super Kings affiliation here in the U.S.
Still 89 to get from 65 deliveries, so even though they're well ahead of the asking rate, still need to keep that intensity, that momentum going. This ball is taking a while to find. Not sure why the umpires don't choose to try to get another ball, because some valuable minutes being eked out here.
I'll tell you what else is happening here. MLC is spared no expense to get the finest in catering for everybody here today. Eat more chicken. Who doesn't love Chick-fil-A? I can see Aman Patel is smiling from ear to ear.
So the ball is, well, new ball, sorry, has been used, and Jacobus Pinar has some work to do. 8 from that one delivery because of the extra.
I can hear Aman Patel. He's named another chain, a chicken chain, where the biscuits are the specialty, the famous biscuits. If you know, you know. In his part of the world in North Carolina, there's only one place to go, really.
Again, can't beat that fielder. And Mukhtar Ahmed, outside the power play, they've found a way and they've gotten it right. But I think they're just still giving up a few too many loose deliveries, which have allowed him still to find the boundary consistently. Much quicker, and that's the arm ball we speak about. That tends to be very deceptive from Obas Pinar.
I was going to say, for a moment, I thought we had 3 dot balls in a row, but he just got an inside edge on that. No signal from O'Shane Samuels. So instead of being a bye, it's given as a run. This is a good comeback here from Pinar.
Should look for 2. He's hit that well, Sami Aslam.
And again, that's better bowling. To the left-hander, you want to be tight on the body. You want to have them hitting into the leg side from the end that Pinar was bowling at. And for the right-hander, you want to get it wide outside off stump. You want to have them hitting into the wind. Where he's made the mistakes has been on the body to the right-hander and well outside off stump to the left-hander. Again, much better. That's how he needs to be operating from that end.
End of the 10th over, halfway stage. Well underway, 114 for none.
So welcome to the last 10 overs here in this third match of the MLC Champions Open as Dane Pete gets into bowl. Starts off on stumps and a quick single. Taken between the two, and Aman Patel joined by Brian Walters. And Brian, it's just been, as Nikhil and Dhamachandani said, absolute carnage from the Atlanta Fire so far.
Absolute carnage indeed. Mukhtar Ahmed, in particular, is hitting the ball so sweetly against pace and spin, punishing anything that's just a little bit loose. Just really good going so far.
And you can see Obas Pinar, he's gone to the experience of himself. Obviously, Dane Pete, who's played in multiple test matches for South Africa, his first test match, took 4 wickets in that one against Zimbabwe to try to dismiss the Pakistani national. But it doesn't matter if you're Funny Samadhi or Dane Pete. He's going to send you over the top of long on, does so once again, and he's moving on in fantastic style.
Mukhtar Ahmed, absolutely unbelievable ball striking. He's now 67 from just 33 balls faced, 3 4s and 7 6s. Absolutely setting Prairie View alight. And 200 runs, which seem pretty steep, now appears to be just a simple chase. Absolutely brutal ball striking here as they take a single to that fielder, Marty Kane, coming across from extra cover.
And you knew it was Marty Kane right away because he flicked it behind his back. And, again, always an effort guy. And even at this stage where it seems like Atlanta is going to cruise to one, Marty Kane, 1,000% effort. This one, leading edge, is going to fall in no man's land. And when it's going your way, it's going your way, and it's definitely going the way of the Atlanta Fire. That one, a genuine edge, and just went over the top of mid-wicket inside the ring.
You heard the despairing yell, almost a shout of agony by Dane Pete. That one definitely taking the edge. landing just in no man's land. Already 9 runs from this over.
Lofted and wide. Extras have been a problem for Samp Army today. First with Obis Pinar and Dane Pete starting to follow.
Certainly. 12 extras so far, so just under 10% of the runs in extras.
This one hits straight back down the ground. Chase not going to make it there, and it's going to be another 4 runs. It was wider. He went to the wide line, Dane Pete, and it still didn't matter. Mukhtar Ahmed found a way to find a gap for 4 more to close the over.
My goodness, 128 without loss, just another 7 to 3 runs. They need to only score from here at the rate of 8 and over, 8.1 and over, as you see on the replay. Just down on one knee almost and dragging it straight, having it go straight up that fielder who's in the deep at mid-off, make that long off. And so this feels like a very pedestrian effort from here. Is all that's needed to overhaul this total. Scoring into the 11th over at over 11 runs and over, 11 and a half runs and over. What an absolutely brutal onslaught so far. We called his name earlier. This appears to be Marty Kane coming into bowl from the forest end, the northern end of the ground.
Marty Kane, someone who plays minor league cricket for the San Diego Surfriders, captains that side, has also made his USA debut in Lauderhill, Florida in 2021 against Ireland. Took a sensational catch that went viral on the USA cricket pages, and everyone retweeting it with the hashtag #CaneTrain. And let's see if he can pick up a couple of wickets on this journey. It's cut out to the fielder at deep point. Marty Kane with an interesting action, Brian.
Very interesting. Left arm orthodox, but he releases it. It's deceptive in that if you're expecting it to come out at the time that an ordinary bowler would, the ball rushes on you because there's that last minute hitch in his action, and that ball, that left arm whips across. It's not very necessarily orthodox in terms of how he delivers it. And so he can be tricky to the batter if he's not accustomed to seeing Marty Kane bowl.
I've called it a stalling car at times when he did bowl that in Florida. Asked to describe it, that was the first thing that came to mind. And look at their effort shown in full dive out there. Marty Kane's always going to give 100%. And Samp Army need well more than that if they want to find a way to close this thing out. They thought they found the answer with the bat in hand. They put up a total and thought their bowling would be able to defend it. Right now, it just seems easy.
No question, as that's wide outside off, too wide for the liking of umpire Shane Samuels. But Marty Kane this season, 7 wickets, 124 runs in his season so far. And with the bat, 84, make that 118 runs.
Well, how about this? Innovative, calling for LBW's Marty Kane. There was a chance of a run out. It was all happening there. It seems like Shane Samuels felt as if there was bat involved on that play, but you can see Samuel pulling the pages from the book earlier. Some innovative strokes. Yeah.
Ooh.
It looked clearly to me all bat involved there. I'm not sure that there was any pad involved there, Brian.
Ooh, I'd like to see that again if Roddy can arrange it after the over, because that was an interesting call. Bowling from around the wicket to the lefty.
Oh, well, this one's going to be an inside edge. Fine leg is in place, and it's just going to keep it to 1. And again, it's not going to be about closing up the boundaries now. If you are Samp Army, it's going to be about taking wickets. You got to take them in bunches.
Oh, you need a ton of wickets from here. I don't know necessarily that you have, even with taking wickets, the required rate is relatively low, 8.16. And even if you knock over a couple here, you're still looking at a pretty pedestrian, I think, chase. It would take a tremendous collapse from the stage on for the Atlanta Fire to not overhaul this total.
And again, led by Mukhtar Ahmed, Sami Aslam quietly, 45 off 35. And on a normal day, that's going to be a rapid strike rate. Just now we have Mukhtar Ahmed at the other end, and his 37 deliveries at 74,
oh my goodness,
lighting up this Prairie View Cricket Complex. 12 overs gone, 134 without loss.
Amazing.
And remember, we talked about coming into the day, both of these sides had lost, and so basically a loss here would take you out of contention for that final. and it seems like Samp Army is going to be done with this tournament before it ever really started.
Looking ahead to the final day's worth of play on Thursday, the forecast calls for a fair amount of rain, so I don't know how much of those games scheduled will take place. So it becomes even more important to emphasize the fact that these players are playing in front of scouts and in front of selectors potentially for the draft this coming weekend at the Johnson Space Center in Clear Lake, about an hour and a half southeast of where we are right now. So it emphasizes the fact that this is an opportunity as Shadley Van Skalkovic comes back into the attack from the southern end for these players to make a mark for themselves.
This one pulled into the leg side, going to find a fielder, and good effort there. A couple relays, going to get just a single off of it. Change of ends for Shadley Van Skalkovic, who's been operating primarily from the northern end, elected to go from the southern end. And you mentioned it, you know, if you are Samp Army, basically the 1 and 2 team here just gets an extra game. Yes, you want to win the tournament, but you get that extra game to showcase your skills and have another opportunity to show scouts what you can do. You just lose that if you're not one of those top 2 teams. Obviously, there's a 3-4 matchup, so you will have that opportunity there. As this one's going to find the inner half of the bat, but just won't find the stumps. And you could see Shadley Van Skalkovic just hanging at the end of that follow-through, just wishing that ball to find the stumps.
Boy, Mukhtar Ahmed really winding up to aim for the fences on that one. Played 6 matches for Pakistan. Heard Nikhil Uttam Chandani talking about it before. An average of 32 with a high of 83. List day matches, almost 2,000 runs at an average of 41. So he can bat and has batted at the highest levels. No question that what you're seeing in front of us right now is not an accident by any means.
A change of end for Shadley Van Skalkovic as Sami Aslam, the left-hander, gets on strike, trying to see if the angle will create that wicket. It's hit up in the air, but it's hit well enough. Don't think there's any chance for Marty Kane out there, and he realized it halfway through. Another 6 and a 50 comes up for the captain.
Wow, 50 runs. Sami Aslam now 53 from 38. Faced the same number of deliveries as you see here from around the wicket on that replay, angling toward off stump. But seeing it so well is Sami Aslam and lofting it well over mid-wicket for another 6.
This time, just pushes it through the offside, uses his feet to come down the track. And, you know, if the Atlanta Fire are able to come out here and chase 200 with this ease, can you only imagine what we're going to see in this next match today? So make sure you tune in for the second game. It's going to be a mouth-watering affair between the UMMC Knight Riders and the Kingsmen. I can only suspect it's going to be a high-scoring affair, Brian.
Goodness. Remember, the sun has been beating down now for a couple of hours. Say more about that after this ball.
Well, sun's been beating down. This one's up in the air. Dane Pete's going to have an opportunity. And it's going to be one bounce inside the rope for 4. It looked like he thought he was much closer to the boundary, and umpire signaled 6 originally. You can see him saying, my fault. He's changed and amended his signal to 4. But take a look at this on the replay, Brian.
Lofted down the air, then Pete making a few yards to his right, but not able to get there. And I think what you said is accurate. He might have thought he was a little closer to the rope than he ended up being, and could potentially have gone back and taken that about head height.
This time goes short, pulled away. Fielders coming around. There's going to be one bounce out there. And again, when it's going your way, it's going your way. That one on a normal day could have been taken, but just the way it's been going, the Atlanta Fire have all the momentum here in the 13th as the 13th comes to a close. It's 148 without loss.
Oh, my goodness. 148 without loss. Still scoring at a rate of 11.38 and over, man. And that required rate now down to 7.57. They're doing it so absolutely effortlessly. I started saying the sun has been beating down probably since about 10 o'clock or so. So that has the tendency of sort of baking the surface and makes it easier for batting. And, of course, the batters have been there long enough now. In the Caribbean, we say they're seeing it as big as a breadfruit. You know what a breadfruit is, by the way.
I'm not sure what a breadfruit is.
I'll show you a picture after the
All right, there we go.
But think soccer ball, about that size.
There we go.
And so if you're seeing the ball that clearly and the ball is coming onto the bat, you're treating pace and spin with scant respect and racing on towards this total. you're absolutely in a good place right now if you're the Atlanta Fire.
Well, I'm sure you've seen that video of the beach ball getting onto the field in Australia and Steve Smith kind of paddling it away, and the commentator saying that's how he's seeing the ball right now. Well, that's how the two in the middle are seeing it. It's a beach ball, but there you go. Marty Kane steps up and he strikes as Mukhtar Ahmed just looked to throw the kitchen sink at the ball, opened everything up, and the wicket falls, and the bails are this time dislodged.
This time. So Marty Kane takes the wicket. Mukhtar Ahmed, I mentioned earlier how heavily or how the amount of effort that he was putting into each one of these shots, just completely going across the line here. I think looking to play that a little bit squarer, and then that ball stays a little low. If you've noticed on that replay, if you will see that again another time, it stays a little low, and it probably just sneaks under the attempted sort of sweep shot being attempted by Mukhtar Ahmed. But take nothing away from him. That shot represents the end of his innings, but he put 72 runs on the board from 41 balls, 9 fours, and 3 big sixes. Here you see on the replay again, going across the line, and that angle with Marty Kane going sort of from around the wicket. And once again, that ball keeping just a touch low there and knocking the off stump about 2/3 of the way up. So that is the end of the innings for Mukhtar Ahmed, but I think he's done much of the heavy lifting so far.
Absolutely, 80 off of 41, as we'll see another big bat into the middle. Bhaskar Yadram, known as a big hitter, still to this day has the biggest six ever hit at Church Street Park. Landed on the tennis courts. If you've ever seen Church Street
Yes.
Park, you know that's about a good 100 or so meters away. And again, we know what he can do with the bat, and it's not a tall task for him, as the required run rate's under 8 now, and the way Sami Aslam is hitting the ball. But if you're Samp Army, you're thinking, okay, we got that 1 wicket. Can we get 2? Can we get 3? And can Marty Kane provide a spark plug for the Samp Army side?
One of the oldest rules in cricket, well, not rule, but one of the oldest sayings, 1 brings 2. But, you know, even if you get 2 wickets here, you're looking at a lot of time as that ball stays just a little bit low. And I'm struggling to maintain vision as there's a moving sight screen in front of me.
Well, Marty Kane, again, is just going to try and cause problems with his interesting action, with the way he's able to deliver the ball and attack the stumps. This one pushed into the offside for 1.
So, Aman, it's always easy to go back and second guess. But you wonder whether or not, had Marty Kane been brought in earlier, and if the captain, Oba Spinar, who's a similar bowler to Marty Kane, left arm orthodox, if they had bowled more up front, or maybe after the Pacers had gone for as many runs as they had, Dane Pete, of course, opening the bowling, but then Ali Khan and Fani Samadri being relatively expensive, how different this would have looked.
This one, a top edge, it's going to run away towards fine leg. Not going to get all the way there for 4, but they'll pick up a couple of runs there for Sami Aslam. But you bring up a good point there, Brian. I think the Fani Samadri in the 3rd over was an interesting decision. Again, I think they were just trying to get an over of him in there, try to sneak one in there, know he's a wicket taker. But he takes most of his wickets outside the power play, with the cutters, with the variations. Once the batters are trying to swing and really accelerate, if it felt that over was out of place, I think had Shadley Van Skalkovic bowled that over. Look at this shot as he's picked it up and taken away my point. That one's gone all the way for 6. Sami Aslam is just picking it up at the moment. And just it's exhibition right now, Brian.
You're absolutely right. So good exhibition of batsmanship, skipping down the wicket and then clipping that one over that rope at deep mid wicket. But I agree with you about Fani Samadri. He's taken a ton of wickets, 33 wickets by my memory from this last minor league season. But he's done that outside of the power play. So you'd expect him to bowl maybe over 7, 9, 11, and 13 or something like that, as this has worked into the leg side. But I don't see him as a sort of a bowler who can come in and bowl during the power play. Put him in a different situation there.
Well, that'll do it for the 14th over. It's 158 for loss of 1. Well, Brian, again, we've been talking about Mukhtar Ahmed all day, but Sami Aslam, again, quietly building a great innings for himself. He had a good one yesterday, showed off a lot of the shots, MVP of the 2021 minor league season, and he's showing it off, showing exactly why, as we see Ali Khan being brought back into the attack.
Ali Khan being brought back into the attack, and look, Ali Khan been more expensive than he'd like. 2 overs for 27, so going at 13.5 and over, he's a better bowler than those figures would suggest. But treated very rudely by both Mukhtar Ahmed and Sami Aslam. This might be the final roll of the dice. Go back to your premier strike bowler and see if you can knock over 1 or 2, particularly since there is now a new batter at the crease. He's not the one on strike, Bhaskar Yadram. Sami Aslam will be facing 63 from 42 so far, 3 fours and 5 big sixes, striking it at a rate of 150. But just another 43 runs needed for a victory here, Aman.
Yeah, and again, like you said, I think this is your last desperation pull here. If you're Obis Pinar, you're going to go back to the strike bowling of Ali Khan. You'll see if you go back to Marty Kane, or if you do look to another option. Starting around the wicket, and look at the touch. We've talked about it so much with Lahidu Malanta. This time, just plays it so late. Sami Aslam opened the face, kept it away from backward point inside the circle, and elegant for 4 runs.
Oh, what a shot. Okay, you may think this is overstating it. For me, this is the shot of the day. Look at the timing on this. Just placing it. Very little flourish. Just opening the face, angling it in such a way that it gets too fine for that fielder backward point. And third man all the way back in the orthodox position. That ball was always going to race away for 4. What a tremendous stroke that was.
Absolutely spectacular. Just using the pace of Ali Khan, and again, with Sami Aslam is going to take advantage. We've seen it time and time again. And again, with on offer, again, run down to third man. This time, third man will be given the opportunity to get there. And just going to be 1 to put Bhaskar Yadram back on strike.
Boy, before this over started, the last 5 had gone for 54. And of the last 5 overs, only 1 has not gone for double figures in terms of runs. So just scoring has been so absolutely easy for the Atlanta Fire. And even with Bhaskar Yadram only having been at the crease for 2 deliveries, so he's relatively new to the crease, but that scoring rate has not slowed down at all.
It's that ability of partnerships early on, and now there's really no pressure on Bhaskar Yadram. Doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary, can just knock the ball around. This one short and just pulled away. Again, Ali Khan going to pull out all the stops here. Have to imagine he's going to try a couple of Yorkers at some point in this over. Maybe some variable balls there with a slower 1 or 2.
Well, if you're a strike bowler called back in ostensibly to take wickets, then you have to attempt to bowl wicket-taking balls. I don't mind that short ball up around the face of Bhaskar Yadram, the new batter. Now, those are the types of deliveries that in Ali Khan's first spell were put away dismissively for 4s and 6s. So having a chat right now with the captain, Obis Pinar, looking to, I think, formulate some sort of plan. I don't think you're looking to have him bowl containing type deliveries. So I think he's going to be attacking Sami Aslam here. And in fact, you see now deep third coming into the circle, and there's a deep square leg in place. So that suggests to me that he's going to be bowling something on the body.
Went for the Yorker and just misses it a bit. Dane Pete giving chase, and he's not going to get there.
Wow.
Hit effortlessly down the ground, as straight as you like, for 4 more.
My goodness, this is such expert batsmanship now. Sami Aslam up to 68 from 44. See on that replay from around the wicket. Angled in again toward off stump and stroking it right down the ground. You see umpire Colin Edwards taking evasive action. And that deficit now only 33 runs. Amazing that a chase of 200 runs is going to take place ostensibly with balls, overs really still to be bowled.
Something you don't normally see. You expect when you get a score of 200, even on a batting deck, you're like, okay, you know what, we're going to have a good chase in store. As you see, deep point taken out. So where does he go now? Again, it likes to go full, gives a little bit of width, and just pushed out into the deep on the offside. And again, no real pressure here, so you're going to have to force a wicket here. If you are the Samp Army, you're going to have to force something really special.
Just 1 ball to come here in the 15th with 11 runs already scored from this over. So you're exactly right. No pressure whatsoever. And, you know, the required rate now is 6.19. So really a runner ball is all they'll need from here to win this easily. Still with 9 wickets in hand. And Bhaskar Yadram, who is a big hitter, doesn't need to hit big here.
Oh, this one just chipped over the top of mid-on, mid-off, who's just brought inside the circle. And all Dane Pete can do is run back and fetch it as Peter Della Penna hands it back to him. Look at this. Classy shot from Bhaskar Yadram.
Oh, my goodness. Just lofting it. I said he's a big hitter. This was not big hitting. This is just lofting it, timing it really, just wide of Dane Pete inside the circle at mid-off. And once it got over his head, it was always going to run away for 4. So that is 173 for 1 is the score. Only another 28 runs to go. Boy, Aman, this is looking like they could potentially have chased around 230 if they'd needed to.
Nick, it's 15.
$173 for 1 is the score after 15. So the last 5 overs, but in those last 5 overs, only 28 runs needed for victory. And Brian Walters here with you, joined by Nikhil Uttamchandani for probably the last several overs. I don't think this is going to go all the way. And speaking of going all the way, this is swept by Sami Aslam from Dane Pete over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6. And only another 22 runs needed for victory, Nikhil.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision by Jacobus Pinar to go back to Dane Pete, who bowled the first over. But then never saw the ball again. He's taken Marty Kane out of the attack, who I thought did pretty well. But he's bowled 2 overs, Dane Pete. But the key thing here, Brian, is how do they get Sami Aslam out? That's the only chance they're going to have. A very small chance of winning this game.
It is a minute chance because that required rate now is under 5. And this is pulled away into the deep again. Just going to be at least a couple more. Boy, it is all looking so easy. And I think the wind was taken out of the sails with that onslaught by Sami Aslam and Mukhtar Ahmed. Sami Aslam still there, 73 from 46 with 5 4s and 5 6s. Mukhtar Ahmed did so much damage, 80 from 41, 5 4s and 7 6s.
I think what he's done, Sami Aslam, is a real example of how you should be going about things. In that partnership with Mukhtar Ahmed, ensure that he remained at the other end. I think minimize the risk he took. But as soon as Mukhtar Ahmed was dismissed, Sami Aslam just took over in terms of the stem of runs, being very aggressive and allowing the new batter in Bhaskar Yadram to just get in. So this has been probably the best approach in terms of a complete innings that we've seen from a team in this MLC Champions Open. Big swing and a miss.
Winding up looking for the big one there. Boy, it is so hard to believe that this is a team that lost relatively meekly yesterday. They look like a completely different outfit here. Dane Pete into his 3rd over, just 1 ball remaining, conceded 30 runs. All of the bowlers, with the exception of Oba spinner and Marty Kane, the 2 left-arm orthodox spinners, have gone for double figures in terms of an economy rate.
And it's why I think it's even more surprising that Pinar hasn't gone back to Marty Kane. I mean, even though in T20 cricket tend to get a bit used to bowlers, but still, I think he's been probably the best bowler for this Samp Army side. End of 16 overs, just 18 runs away, 183 for 1. Brian, if you've had a very good look at the 4 teams, if you had to pick sort of a favorite in terms of who you think could go on to win it, who do you think is the strongest of the 4?
I would have a hard time, and this might be recency bias. I was here for the Houston Premier League tournament a couple of weeks ago, and I happened to see the UMMC Knight Riders up close, and so they stand out to me as a team that are very talented, top to bottom. I would think, if you asked me, if you put a gun to my head and said you have to give me a guess, that would be my guess. But, you know, of course, I'd like to hear your words or your thoughts about which is the best team?
I think Kingsmen are definitely a team to watch out for, but I'm excited for that second game for the reason of seeing this surface, and it definitely is a bigger test for bowlers. I think it's very on the placid side. Second day we're using it. Yesterday was a very tricky day for the batters. Today, though, especially in the afternoon, is going to be hard work for the seamers especially. So it's going to be a really good test for the Eastern Adils, who's on the Kingsmen, or even the Rusty Theron, Calvin Savage, all who we saw yesterday, who looked very good. Excited to see that proposition a bit later on. Remember, 2:30 p.m., the two unbeaten teams facing off right here on MLC Network and wherever you're joining us around the world.
Well, when the Seamers bowled yesterday, different kind of day in sorts of overall conditions were very cloudy and dark, and I think more suited to fast bowling. Now with the much more brilliant conditions, not a cloud in the sky, temperature probably slightly cooler than it was yesterday, but more so friendly batting conditions.
See again, that very low trajectory from Fani Samaju playing a part. Ball keeping extremely low, doesn't have the pace. Can sometimes be one of his biggest advantages. Fantastic as well that you have a Sami Aslam from Pakistan who would have played Test cricket. Wide signals, but you also have a wide audience in Pakistan as well, with the games being shown on T-Sports in Asia. So great that he has his fans from his original home being able to watch him.
Well, this just emphasizes what a nice platform this is for all these players. Oh,
and that is a treat for all the fans watching in. Another maximum for Sami Aslam, his 7th on the day. This man has been unstoppable since he's come out to bat.
oh my goodness, with that stroke, Sami Aslam now approaches or at least gets to 88. Can he score 100? It will be difficult because only 10 more runs are needed for victory. It would take some maneuvering to get there and making sure that he gets close without having gone over in terms of the number of runs that he has. But whatever number he ends up with, he has absolutely stamped his authority on this match so far.
Again, another wide, so struggling with the line. But this has been a sensational knock from Sami Aslam, a man that has been up top the run-scoring charts in the minor league and now backing it up, showing that against better bowling on tougher surfaces, he can get the runs. So Madri's changed his angle of attack. He's come around the wicket.
Coming around the wicket at this stage, you know, I think you're pretty much, hate to say it, rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Just another 8 runs to go. 193 for 1. My goodness. 2 scoring strokes away from victory, chasing 201, and we're only in the 17th over. Amazing, amazing batting display by the Atlanta Fire.
Hasn't quite got it. There is a deep cover. Who puts it down? And another chance gone a begging is David White. We saw Dane Pete drop one earlier, and that won't help the Samp Army. I don't think it would have mattered too much anyway. You can see the disappointment.
Yeah, it's one of those where practically it doesn't make a big difference. Maybe as a professional, you want to be able to take those catches, and it was a pretty simple catch in the end, but not judging it very well, David White, and ended up not coming in far enough to take that.
I think there's a lot of factors with that catch, though. You look at the skies, that light blue ball tends to get lost in it, and then the wind factor as well, which can have the ball swirling. We saw several catches being dropped yesterday because of that high wind. End of the 17th over, 196 for 1. And if this is anything to go by, Brian, very excited to see, I think, 2 best batting lineups in the tournament coming up next. Kingsmen, think of the power that they have. We saw Shubham Ranjani, we saw Tajinder Singh yesterday really stand out with the UMMC side. Jaskaran Malhotra, the captain, Unmuk Chan, and the list goes on and on.
Mouth-watering stuff.
Could be another 400-run affair.
You know what? You're absolutely right, because as we said, conditions right now are much better for batting than they were either first thing this morning or throughout the much of the day yesterday afternoon. So, boy, we're only another one stroke away from this match being done and dusted. And as you mentioned earlier, Nikhil, 2:30 this afternoon, we're on tap for another scintillating match.
So Abiram Bolisetti is going to get his first over of the day. One of the under 23 players in this tournament. He's one to keep your eye on. Had a very impressive minor league season. Remember, the teams will need to have under 23 players, the teams picking in the major league. So they'll keep their eye on this young man. Oh, that has been slapped though. Won't get to the boundary. A bit heavy the outfield at that straight boundary, but definitely has the makings of a very talented cricketer. Abiram Bolisetti can bowl and hits the ball a far away as well.
No question, he's a talented player from the North Carolina area. And coming in, you know, being asked to just essentially go through the motions. Only 4 runs remaining for victory. But every single opportunity that you get to impress these scouts is one that you have to take with both hands. So he will not be thinking much in terms of what the overall score is. He'll be just thinking about, as they say in NFL football, what you're putting on tape, what you're putting in front of the people who matter, who can see what talent you have. We'll be bowling now to Sami Aslam. Sami Aslam on.
And his captain, Jacob Espinar, knows him very well. Both play for that Morrisville franchise.
Sami Aslam, 89 from 53, 5 4s and 7 6s.
Goes short, but definitely a wide. I think he's worked on his pace. He's definitely increased some of that pace from what we saw him in the minor league season. And he's shown us that he can hit the ball a long way. It's tough for him to get an opportunity in a tournament like this, where you have so many senior players. But I'm excited that he's even been given this one over to bowl, if he does get to the end of the over.
Absolutely. He's a young man, so you'd expect that from one year to the next he'd increase both in strength and in pace. There's evidence of that pace again. Short of a length and having Sami Aslam, who's on 89, not out, hopping up onto his toes to defend that one. Sami Aslam gets into the 90s, and that might be the end of his opportunity to get 100. The outside chance that that might have existed, I think, went away with that single. But he will end up in the 90s regardless of what score he ends up with. Just 2 more runs now needed for victory.
I think Basquiat will be looking to finish this with a boundary, at least, if not a maximum. He's a power hitter. Yadram had limited opportunities in this tournament. That is a gorgeous shot through cover and a fitting way to end the game for the Atlanta Fire. It's been a dominant performance, making 200 look minuscule at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, and they take this one by 9 wickets.
What an absolutely brilliant stroke that is. Over extra cover, Bhaskar Yadram. That ball actually not far away from landing for 6, but just clean striking from top to bottom. Sami Aslam, Mukhtar Ahmed, and then Bhaskar Yadram with the finishing touches. Easy victory by 9 wickets. Atlanta Fire taking it easily. Here you see on the scoreboard, Sami Aslam 90 from 54. Mukhtar Ahmed bowled by Marty Kane, the only wicket to fall, 80 from 41. And Bhaskar Yadram at the end, 16 from 11. Truly sensational effort here by the Atlanta Fire.
It was a tough day at the office for the bowlers simply because of the nature of this surface. Definitely on the placid side was hard work for Ali Khan. Went out 14 runs per over, much like Shadi Van Skalvik and Bolisetti towards the end. Marty Kane was decent with his 2, picked up the wicket of Mukhtar Ahmed. So, in the end, the Atlanta Fire picking up their first win of the tournament, winning by 9 wickets. Don't go too far. 2:30 p.m. We will have coverage of the UMMC Knight Riders up against the Samp Army side. You don't want to miss that. The battle between the 2 unbeaten teams in this MLC Champions Open. And we welcome you to match number 4 of this MLC Champions Open. The Kingsmen up against the UMMC Knight Riders. What is glorious conditions for cricket. Kingsmen winning the toss, opting to bat first. Pretty placid track. Should be a high-scoring encounter. Rusty Theron with new ball in hand. Shayan Jangir and Chetan Bish in the middle. Good afternoon to you, Brian Walters.
Good afternoon, Nikhil. Rusty Theron, the former South African international, looking to bowl one of the more exciting youngsters in the U.S. setup, Shayan Jahangir.
This is interesting. No Tajinder Singh opening the batting for the Kingsmen after his 50 yesterday. So trying to give some others an opportunity, given what we've seen from him.
Well, he lit Prairie View alight yesterday. Took a liking to the bowling being offered to him, particularly from Brody Couch. And if I remember correctly, 23 runs coming from one Brody Couch over, most of that from his bat. So I think he's shown the selectors everything that they need to see, or the scouts. And I think I like the idea of being able to have as many players as possible be presented in front of these scouts well ahead of the selection process this coming weekend.
Pretty regulation field, deep mid-wicket, and deep third, 2 on the boundary for Rusty Theron. Can really increase that pace as he gets into a rhythm, but he is running into the wind, which can be a bit of a challenge, but he's such an experienced player, Rusty Theron, as you said, would have played for South Africa, but also played at the international level for the United States not too long ago. And he really does bring that experience and expertise when he does play in these tournaments. 18 one internationals, 18 T20 internationals, averaging 19. Skillful, to say the least. And in terms of the pace, Brian, he can definitely ramp it up.
He's slightly deceptive in that way. Doesn't sprint in, doesn't sort of come in and hit the deck hard, but he's deceptively quick. And I've seen him on certain particularly helpful pitches be able to generate a fearsome amount of lift. He's a tall man, around 6'3" or so, and able to generate a certain amount of lift when he bends his back and puts the effort ball into play.
In the air, there is a man there, but it doesn't carry. And so far, they've done well, the UMMC Knight Riders. Remember, both these teams won yesterday on day 1 of this MLC Champions Open. So by the end of this game, we will have just one team being undefeated in this tournament after 2 matches.
You mentioned that he's bowling from the end where ordinarily he'd be running into the wind. The wind has slowed down a lot from this morning, so those elements will not be as difficult this time around.
Nicked, but past the keeper. Made a good effort, dive into his left, Jaskar Malhotra, but couldn't hold on. First boundary coming off the bat for the Kingsmen.
Genuine outside edge, just a good delivery from Rusty Theron, having him lean forward, Chetan Bish. That angle from over the wicket, slanting it across the left-hander, and he reaches forward and only succeeding in finding the outside edge. Had there been a first slip there, that man might have been in play. But no slip, and third man was entirely too wide, so that runs away for the first boundary of the day.
Work to be done for both these teams. It's going to be hard work for the bowlers, especially the seam bowlers on this track. We had 400 runs being scored in less than 40 overs in game number 1, if you missed it, where the Atlanta Fire easily chased down 200 within 18 overs. So if that's anything to go by, should be a pretty dominant batting display. It's the second day we're using pitch number 2, Brian.
I think it speaks to the quality of the work that has gone into these pitches. Really good to see that the pitch is held up, and having a look at it before this match started, just really no degradation whatsoever in the pitch.
Again, inducing that drive.
Going past the outside edge again. I've always spoken about that left arm, that right arm angle over the wicket to the left-hander. That slanted angle, which is one that, particularly if it's a full enough ball, draws the left-hander forward, but that ball always has the chance of either missing or kissing the outside edge. So Rusty Theron making full use of that exact angle here. Good bowling so far from him.
Again, operating on that fourth stump line, and he's had good success. Just the one boundary in the over conceded. End of 1, 8 for none. It really is a beautiful day now, Brian. This is the Houston weather I'm a lot more used to. The sun is out, even though they do have that stiff breeze still blowing pretty much from a northern direction across the ground.
Well, we have a saying here in Texas, not just in Houston, but in Texas. If you don't like the weather, stick around for a few minutes because it will change. And it's very likely to be, at this time of the year, it's as likely to be 90 degrees as it is 40. And it really is just whatever you wake up that morning and whatever the weather gods want the temperature to be. But I like the conditions that are here right now. The batting side will love it. The sun has been beating down on the pitch for the last several hours. And conditions, I think, are such that the batters will really enjoy batting on the surface. Obviously, 400 runs scored in the morning's match gives you some indication of what you can do with the bat if you apply yourself.
Now, this is interesting. Yesterday, we saw Justin Dill bowl from the southern end, running into the wind. He bowled 4 overs consecutively running into the wind. Did very well as well. Only went for the 22 runs in his spell. Sorry, 24 runs in his spell and picked up a wicket in his 4 overs. Now, though, he's switched ends. So he has the wind at his back. Misfield, so it does allow them to get through for the single. I think that's a great option for the scouts to see in terms of how these players react in different situations. Yesterday, he showed that he's capable of running into the wind. How does he have it, and how does he react with the wind sort of pushing him towards the crease?
I think that's exactly right. He's the type of bowler who can come in and hit the deck hard. Bowls a very heavy ball, and you expect him to be back of a length and generally very accurate right around off stump. Being asked to do a little bit different here with the left-right combination, now bowling to the left-handed Chetan Bish. Shan Jahangir, his partner on the other end, 3 from 3. Chetan Bish 5 from 4 with that fortuitous edge through the third man, or at least wide of the keeper for 4.
Getting some extra bounce there.
That's what I expect from Justin Dill. That good hard length, and that ball took off after pitching. Captain and keeper Jaskaran Malhotra taking that ball about chest height, which is what you love to see on these pitches.
Yeah, good carry. Of course, tomorrow a day off for the tournament, and then we resume on Wednesday and Thursday. And of course, all leading up to that draft on Sunday evening. The Major League Cricket's first ever draft. Not something you want to miss, because all these players will have an option to be picked. Good innovation. He was just getting a bit bogged down, Chetan Bish. Just opened up that onside. No fielders behind square on the boundary, so first boundary for him.
Very interesting. Very early in the piece. Typically don't see a scoop shot in the third or the second over of a match. And walking across and picking that ball up from probably a 4th or 5th stump line. He walked all the way across and opened his body up and scooping that over that fielder's short fine leg. It runs away for 4. His second 4, the first, let's call it the first intentional 4 that he's had. First one came off the edge. This one scoops down the fine leg for boundary.
No field adjustment. Is a packed offside field. He's got that slip in place, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, all in the circle. Thought I heard a noise there for a second. Thought he got in it. He's lived dangerously, Chetan Bish. Couple of deliveries in the last over against Rusty Theron. Went past the outside edge. Now Justin Dill.
What a great delivery again from around the wicket, angled in. See here, it pitches and leaves him. What a great ball. And in fact, it swung after passing the bat. So the humidity in Houston always going to be able to have that extra swing if you have the ability to swing it. Justin Dill finding that ball, doing things that he likes.
He's using the angle well. You see how wide of the crease he's bowling, Justin Dill. Almost touching that popping crease. And because of that, it angles the ball in and allows it to just straighten off the seam. This is a good display of bowling from both ends. First Rusty Theron, now Dill.
And the ability to have that ball leave the batter is such an important part of being able to bowl around the wicket. I've always said over the wicket is better, but the one excuse or the one exception to that for me would be if you can have that ball leaving the batter from around the wicket.
Swing and a miss. He is so skillful, Dill. One that you want to watch as this MLC Champions Open continues. End of 2 overs, 13 for none. Brian Walters, you know I like to put you on the spot.
Of course.
Which player has been sort of the favorite to watch in these 4 teams? About 60 players to choose from. Who's really stood out the most to you?
Yes, you put me on the spot. I'm going more off of what he did yesterday than what he did today. But I love how Corny Dry bowled yesterday morning. He is the stereotypical fast bowler, hits the deck hard. When he bends his back and gives you the effort ball, that ball is whistling by the face of the batters, and that's like what you like to see. As Rusty Theron continues, great delivery that goes past the outside edge. But, you know, didn't have as good a time with it this morning, was relatively expensive, went for double figures in terms of his economy rate. But once he gets it right, I think he's going to be one of the bowlers who consistently is able to trouble the batters. Even in T20, which is typically a batter's game, I think Corny Dry is somebody who I'm very, very happy to see. I'm very happy to say that he's one of the ones that I look for as one of the more impressive ones to so far show his wares.
Timed it well. And Unmuk Chan will be disappointed, but it shows you how well he's hit it. Shayan Jangir. Chan got a hand on it, but couldn't stop it. Into the boundary for 4.
Unmuk Chan feeling there at mid-on, just looking at the way that the ball skipped across the carpet just before it got to Unmuk Chan. It was a bit of an awkward bounce, and so it bounced additionally and hit Unmuk Chan maybe on above the wrist. And you see him holding that right hand. That ball probably struck him in an uncomfortable position. Certainly not able to keep that from going over for 4.
Yeah, Rusty Theron, with this extra pace he's been able to generate, has done an extremely good job in the power play. You look at his performance yesterday, only conceded 11 runs in his 2 overs bowled inside the first 6, and today, just 12 runs conceded from his first 9 deliveries. But he has to close out well. Just always very straight and attacking on the stumps. Doesn't give you a lot of loose deliveries early on to play with.
Completely agree. And what additionally made that ball so effective to Shayan Jahangir was that it moved in a bit off the seam, pitching around middle and off, and then danced inward and struck Shayan Jahangir on the thigh pad. So that's good bowling by Rusty Theron.
This time goes past the outside edge. The previous delivery was very straight, angling in. This one just nips away. This is a stellar bowling performance from UMMC Knight Riders so far. But remember, the Kingsmen only got to 20 runs in their first 2 overs yesterday, then were able to really go on the attack. So I don't think they'll mind just acclimatizing to conditions and seeing exactly how the surface plays before they begin to attack. You can hear the thud off the pad. It tells you how quickly he's bowling. Definitely one of the faster bowlers we've seen in this tournament. And also remember, Brian, the surface is placid, so he's had to really bend his bat and put in that extra effort.
Absolutely. And speaking about how the surface is playing, somebody like Shayan Jahangir, who plays his cricket right here in the Houston area, would have been very, very comfortable with the way, in terms of familiarity, as far as the surface is concerned. So I expect that he'll be the one who will be on the attack more quickly, even though up against 2 very skillful bowlers. You see if there's any sort of mistake in line or length that Shayan Jahangir is able to capitalize on it. Now let's see what Chetan Bish can do.
Well, that's becoming a common trend. Beating outside the off stump for Chetan Bish. So far, a slow start for him. Just 9 from 10 deliveries. End of 3 overs. The UMFC Knight Riders will be happy with that. 18 for none.
For none inside the power play, and Nikhil, you'll certainly accept that if you're UMMC. A run a ball inside the power play. These two skillful opening bowlers, Calvin Savage and Rusty Theron, make that Justin Dill, my apologies, and Rusty Theron, really good start. 3 overs up, just going at a run a ball. Justin Dill now back into the attack for his second over.
Through cover, slapped. Boundary for Jahangir.
Well, a little too short and a little too wide. So I mentioned that there's not much room for error, and if you make a mistake, Shine Jahangir is the kind of player who will allow you, who will cause you to pay for your mistake. And this ball was too short and too wide. Clearly still inside the power play, so no protection out there, sweeping on the offside. So Justin Dill needs that ball to be much closer to the batter, much straighter, and certainly a touch fuller than that last one.
Oh! That has gone very far. Cheyenne Jahangir is a no-nonsense man. And with the wind as well, helping it go that extra distance.
Oh, my goodness. He was ready for that ball to be straighter to him, obviously. And then he advances down, but he also walks over to the offside to access the leg side. And absolutely blasting that one. That's a huge 6, probably the biggest 6 that we've seen so far today. Cheyenne Jahangir feeling comfortable so far. And unfortunately, we have another slight delay because when that ball goes in that that open area, which eventually will be another cricket field, I think, but as of right now, it just represents open prairie, if you will. Cheyenne Jahangir doing exactly what you expect him to do as a person who plays his cricket right here and is comfortable with the conditions. Big 6, and he now moves up to 17 from 10 with 2 4s and that 1 6.
Yeah, and yesterday didn't get going. Was dismissed very early on. Only made 3. Good change of pace that time from Dill. Just be a single. So far, who do you think will be the happier of the two teams? The UMMC Knight Riders have kept the run rate down to a minimum, but the Kingsmen have wickets in hand. We saw the importance of wickets in hand earlier today.
Well, 2 delivers ago, I certainly would have said the UMMC Knight Riders, but with those 2 strokes from the bat of Cheyenne Jahangir, I might be in the position to revise my response. That scoring rate now up to 8.29, whereas just 2 delivers make that 3 delivers ago it was 6. So Cheyenne Jahangir, obviously a big-time player and somebody who can put runs on the board in a hurry. Haven't seen as much of Chetan Bish, but he looks composed enough. He is 9 from 10 with 2 boundaries. Let's see what he can do now.
Well fielded in the end by Noman Anwar at that slip position. Interesting to see that they still have a slip. And they've now used the same toe seamers for these first 4 overs. So far, paying dividends, going at less than 8 and over.
I don't mind the slip because Justin Dill has moved the ball across or away from the left-hander. So if you're going to take wickets in the power play, I don't mind an attacking fielder still being there.
Aerial and taken. Excellent catch at extra cover. I think Sarbajit ladder. And he holds on. Justin Dill has deserved that. He's toiled hard. Picked up his first wicket of the day.
Well, the umpire Owen Brown walking over because Chetan Bish has not moved. And I believe this is going to be a conference between umpires Owen Brown and Jermaine Lindo. Very, very low. Let's see if we can catch that on the replay. And Chetan Bish not moving because he thinks that that ball might have hit the ground. Kind of hard to tell from that replay, but there was an immediate celebration by the fielder who indicated immediately that he caught that. But a bit of a conversation here. Let's see what happens as a result of that conversation with the umpire. And Owen Brown signals that that was not a catch. Very interesting. So it certainly was low. It certainly was taken from our vantage point. It's a little far away to see whether or not it carried. But after the umpires spoke to each other, see umpire Owen Brown signaling that he did not think that that carried cleanly. So upish in the extra cover area, and there you see the fielder going down and taking it. Really impossible to tell from here, but umpire Owen Brown did not see enough that would have convinced him that that catch was taken cleanly. And so instead of a wicket, it just ends up being a dot ball.
Just another look at it on the replay. It was dying as it got to him. You know, remember, the umpires don't have the luxury of seeing this replay. I think that's a good decision in the end, though. Hard to see because the fielder is blocking, but may have just fell short. Regardless, an opportunity in life for Chetan Bish, and almost had a run out, but instead it's going to be overthrows. Wow. 5 overthrows given. 4 overthrows, correction. So 5 runs from that delivery, and all of a sudden what was looking like a good over, it's not a great one from Justin Dill.
Wow. Insult to injury there. Not only did they not get the wicket that they thought they should have had, the UMMC Knight Riders, but then that ball played into the offside and a quick pickup and a throw, missing a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and no one backing up behind that, and that ball running away for a boundary. So, as they say, it's all happening. All of a sudden, that rate up to 8.87. In fact, that is the end of the over.
The biggest of them all, really. 16 runs coming from it. Oh, we are going to see Calvin Savage, the man that took 4 wickets yesterday, be introduced into the attack. No real surprise there.
Calvin Savage, for me, similar bowler to Justin Dill. In fact, I don't know that I'd say that each one is very different from the other. Calvin Savage maybe just a touch quicker through the air, but they both bowl that heavy ball, and they both are going to be asking Shine Jahangir to play that ball from short of a length.
Yeah, definitely I think is one of the all-rounders to watch out for. He hasn't done much with the bat, but I watched him in that minor league for the Chicago franchise, and he played several match-winning innings with the bat in hand. Is a powerful striker of the ball. Calvin Savage starts Yorker, and a run-out chance as well. Great awareness. That is excellent. Just being cognizant of the fact that there was an opportunity at the bowler's end, and I think had he hit the stumps, Jahangir would have been gone.
Wow. So no indication so far from umpire Jermaine Lindo, which tells me obviously that that was an inside edge onto the boot. Had that not been an inside edge, that would have been a really interesting decision. Yorker length. I mentioned that Calvin Savage usually asks you to play from a short of a length delivery, but that was right up there in the block hole, striking Shine Jahangir on the boot, but apparently it would have deflected off of the inside edge first, which is why there was no signal for leg by, indicating that that might have come off the bat.
If you're now joining us for the first time, we welcome you. This broadcast where the Kingsmen, of course, won the toss, opted to bat first. A good start for them. Hold the pose. Chetan Bish. Excellent. Through extra cover, inside out. He's been looking for that shot for a while. They're scoring this wrong. They have Cheyenne batting. That's not Cheyenne, is that a non-striker?
Shine Jahangir at the non-striker's end, and Chetan Bish with a beautiful lofted extra cover drive, too wide of that fielder at mid-off, running away for 4.
And this time, square and the same result. So boundary. And he's now coming into his own, Shaitan Bish.
If I had to guess, I would guess that he was trying to play that through the covers, but it looks like it came off the outside edge, but still doing enough to keep it down. And it runs off of that, running off the square and running away down to backward point for yet another boundary. So Shaitan Bish now up to 22 from 15 with 4 fours.
So far, a contrasting start to where he was yesterday, Calvin Savage. First over was brilliant, picked up a wicket. Today, though, having to work a bit harder on this surface. It's been expensive as well. But I tell you, Brian, I give a lot of credit to bowlers bowling from this southern end, running into the wind. It's not easy by any means, so.
My goodness.
And they're inside the power play. Another thing to deal with, the fielding restrictions. Goes full again. Shayan Jahangir always looking for a single, but a couple of times in this innings he could have easily been run out had the fielders hit the stumps.
Oh, you mentioned that you're still inside the power play. Still inside the power play, and that run rate 9.43. So as of right now, you're still projected to have a relatively high-scoring game. Obviously, a lot can happen between now and the end of the innings. But at that same rate, their current rate would get them to 189.
Is it an opportunity? No. Sails over the rope. All the way for 6. They're not phased by the 4 wickets he took yesterday. New day, new opportunity. Shaitan Bish, wow.
Oh, my goodness. Look at the front foot here, going outside the line of off stump and fetching that from a 5th stump line and lofting it deep over that fielder on the boundary at deep mid-wicket for his first 6. A tremendous strike by Shaitan Bish. Just 1 ball remaining in Calvin Savage's first over. It's already gone for 16.
This time going past the outside edge. But to take that delivery from wide outside that off stump and actually hit it through square leg takes immense skill. End of 5 overs, 50 for none.
Well, we'll have a change of bowler as we had a change in commentary. Aman Patel joining Brian Walters in the booth, and we're going to see one of the members of the champion Seattle Thunderbolt side in the 2022 minor league season, Akhilesh Badagam, coming in with the ball in hand. A very tall bowler. You would think that means he's going to be a pacer, but no, he's going to come in and bowl some finger spin and picks up handy wickets in his own right. And I actually have a great story to tell after we get into a couple of deliveries here, but he'll be looking to pick up the wicket of Shayan Jahangir or Shaitan Bish, who have just started to tee off here, Brian.
Is it possible that we'll see close to 800 runs in one day, Aman?
It seems rather likely the way these guys are batting, but straight away, look at them asking the right questions.
Well, I don't know that Shayan Jahangir needs to be sweeping that ball, the first delivery from the tall off spinner. You would think that an off spinner bowling to Shayan Jahangir, that would allow him to open up that area over a deep mid-wicket.
This time is pushed through mid-wicket, and Badagam possesses a lot of good variations, can get the ball to turn both ways, and very confident young man. Actually, during the minor league draft last year, was watching the stream, and we had a conversation over Instagram, and I said, you play for the Atlanta Fire now in Seattle. I said, sucks, I can't, won't be able to call any of your games this season. He said, don't worry, I'll see you in Mooresville for the final.
Boom, there it is.
There you go. He catches me after the final and said, I told you I'd be here.
I love it.
So, very confident young man, very good with the ball in his hand. But this time, pulls it just a touch short, has protection out at deep mid-wicket. Also might have some of the best sunglasses in the game there, Brian.
Well, I agree that if you saw him warming up ahead of time, if you were in the opposition, you saw this young man who you didn't know ahead of time, if you see him stretching in the outfield, you'd have thought he'd have the new ball in his hands bowling from 30 yards away.
As we just see it tucked into leg side. Didn't get an opportunity to play yesterday, and so that's why you're going to see him with the ball in his hand and, you know, an opportunity to showcase an ability here. Spinners are, in today's game, more and more relied upon to finish out power plays just to see if they can execute and get that one wicket, bowling without all that protection. And it's a skill, and it's a way for Bartigum to show these scouts just exactly how skilled he is. Quick single, gone and taken.
It's certainly a skill, and he's doing exactly what his captain needs him to do here. Just one ball remaining in this, his first over, but has only conceded 4 runs so far and has managed to drag that run rate down to 9.26, which is still high, but it was up over 10 just a few deliveries ago.
And going to finish it with the dot ball. A good over, just 4 runs to come from it. After 6, it's 54 with that loss.
Kailesh Bogodum with his first over, good economical over. Now going back to Calvin Savage, who was treated more rudely than you would think. 1 over goes for 16, so it doesn't look like the same bowler from yesterday. But of course, conditions today, I think, a lot more conducive for the batting side, as 400 runs in the first match and 54 runs in the first 5 overs would suggest here.
Yeah, Sun on this wicket, baking it down.
Make that the first 6, my apologies.
You talked about it, Calvin Savage yesterday. 4 wickets, had a double wicket maiden to close things out in the first innings, and again was really the story of that bowling innings. But so far, his over has been the story. It's allowed Chetan Bish to really get going, and he'll be back on strike to face this over. And was looking to pick up where he left off with that expansive drive. We've seen him play it 2 or 3 times and see him miss out a couple of times, just evading the outside edge.
Yeah, that ball from Savage slanting in toward off stump and then straightening after it pitches. And he's bowling a good length. That length is the one that draws the batter forward. And when that ball leaves him, that's always going to threaten the outside edge. I think you see that man at backward point who would be interested in that. And the man deep down at third man who will also be interested in that type of shot.
This time just starts wider and keeps it away out of the arc of Chetan Bish. And again, Calvin Savage just shaking the head there. I'm not sure that's exactly what he was looking for. And you can see Jahangir asking for a wide. It's a conversation you're always going to have with the umpire.
Of course. So yeah, that one was probably a little bit wider than Calvin Savage wanted, but still 2 dot balls in a row. And Chetan Bish strikes me as the type of batter who wants to feel bat on ball. So he might be getting a little antsy here.
That one's definitely a wide. And again, you can see him just trying to keep it out of the arc, keep Chetan Bish reaching, and it almost looks like he's trying to roll the fingers over it as well. And just missing the line here is Calvin Savage.
Calvin Savage, a really good bowler. And, I've always said around the wicket is not as good an option as over the wicket. But if you can have it pitch and then leave the left-handed, that's a better option.
This one, inner half of the bat, but it's well safe out to the man at deep mid-wicket. They're thinking about 2 confusion. And maybe a better throw could have been something, but nearly Shayan Jahangir was left stranded at the keeper's end.
Shayan Jahangir wanting to, always pushing for that second run. Very aggressive runner. And that good clean pickup and a throw. Boy, almost absolutely heartbreaking there for Shayan Jahangir, but able to get back in because the throw, even though it was released very quickly, it wasn't a very strong throw, and that sort of kicked up in the air before it got to keeper and captain Jaskaran Malhotra.
And a good Yorker this from Calvin Savage. Well fended, though, by Shayan Jahangir. And again, this is why Calvin Savage is going to be such a sought-after prospect in this draft that will happen Sunday, March 19th, and because he has all these different deliveries he can throw out there.
That is a great Yorker. So Yorker is, of course, one of the more difficult deliveries to nail, because if it is too full, then it becomes a full toss that's easily hittable. If it's too short, then it's a half volley, which is absolutely hittable. And of course, hitting with the wind from that direction, you don't execute that Yorker to perfection, then you can certainly go for runs. But Calvin Savage, on 2 different occasions to Shine Jangir, has done just that.
And again, keeping it outside of the reach of Chetan Bish, who just wants that big, expansive, lofted cover drive and just hasn't found it. And you got to wonder, Brian, when does he start to put that shot back away?
Well, on one occasion, you saw him walk across toward the off stump to access the leg side. I'm wondering if he doesn't have that, as you see there in the replay, just swinging and missing. But he's playing that from his original guard on leg stump. I don't know that I don't want to see him stepping across to the offside to try to access that ball from outside off stump.
Bring up a good point, especially because every delivery Savage has bowled to Bish has been well outside that off stump. This time does move. It's a low full toss that he's just able to push away and will be held to 1. But again, I like that adjustment, as you mentioned, that movement across the stumps.
That's exactly right. So just a single to close things out here in the 7th. After 7 overs, the score is 58 without loss.
So you have to expect Akhilesh Bogadam to continue, and he will do just that. He looked very good, just giving up 4 runs in his first over. And again, we saw Jaskar Malhotra not have to really rely on anyone too heavily yesterday. He had plenty of options all throughout the day just because of how well all of his options bowled. And you have to imagine he's going to continue to rotate people around and keep different options moving. And so it helps when your bowlers are all hitting the right areas.
Well, bowlers so far, Calvin Savage 2 overs for 20, but his first over went for 16. So this last over is a much better one for him. And then the other bowlers, Rusty Theron 2 overs for 12, so he's done well. Justin Dill 2 for 21, a little expensive, and then Akhilesh Bogadam's 1 over has gone for 4. So generally, you've gotten what you've needed from the support bowlers and certainly from Rusty Theron himself. But with no wickets having been taken yet, you can expect these two to be a little bit more adventurous.
Look to be adventurous. Big shout and the raise of the finger. And there it is, wicket number 1. It looked pretty good, looked pretty straight. That angle from the right-hander back into the left. And that's going to be the end of Chetan Bish.
Chetan Bish, unfortunately for him, choosing to play a sweep shot to a ball that was pretty dead straight. I don't know that he wouldn't want to have been playing that in the V back down the wicket. Here's here Akhilesh Bogadam from around the wicket, relatively wide of the crease. But yes, that is dead straight. For me, that's hitting off stump. About a third of the way up maybe. And umpire Owen Brown taking a good look, but then deciding to raise the finger, the slow finger of death, a la the late, great Rudy Kurtzen. And the first wicket goes down, the score is 58 for 1.
And then when you talk about Akhilesh Bogadam, guy who can turn it, but he keeps it flat through the air, and it's because of his height. It's just always coming down, doesn't really give you as much time, and sometimes can just fool you with how quick it is going to come down. We'll see a new man coming into the middle. It's going to be Shehan Jayasuriya coming in. So another left-hand bat to keep that lefty-righty combo going. And, of course, Shehan playing in Sri Lanka picks up so many runs there. And then in minor league cricket, part of the Silicon Valley Strikers. Runs on top of runs on top of runs. And these two would know each other well, both playing in that Pacific Conference, playing in that conference final at Church Street Park. Starts right on the money, does Bogadam.
Shenjai Surya plays very well square of the wicket. Both conventional sweeps and reverse sweeps sometimes. I don't expect him to do that first up, but he's generally also a very good player of spin.
Just run down to third man. Chance of a run out of the bowler's end. I think that throw was just a little bit wayward. Had that been closer to the stumps, easier collection, could have been trouble for Chehan Jayasuriya.
Oh, a direct hit there. Absolutely would have had him a dead duck, I think. Quick pickup and a throw. Here comes a throw now. If that carries through without having to be collected, and particularly if it doesn't bounce on the turf, that is, he's out by 2 yards.
This time in a Jahangir, just runs it down to that short third, and this time no adventurous run is taken. So Buggerlam doing exactly what his captain's asking him. You're not seeing him try too many things. It's just flat on that length, not giving the batters anything to drive down the ground. Little gamesmanship there. Something we see more and more here, Brian.
And Chehan Jahangir loves the challenge. I want to see what he does with this next delivery.
Goes with the sweep shot, lofted, fielder coming around, and he's put it down. The plan nearly worked. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary for 4, but nearly the second wicket. And we've seen time and time again catches being dropped here, and that one put down.
That was lofted, really a nothing shot because not much power on it, and the fielder running around from deep backward square was in position, got there easily. That was Nitish Kumar, and one of the better fielders that you'll find anywhere. You would not have expected him to drop that, but he does put it down.
Puts it down, and just a single to end this. Even with the drop catch, 3 runs in it out the wicket of Chetan Bish, and the score reads 61 for 1 at the end of 8. So spin from both ends now. As we're going to see the introduction of a spinner and one who showed off yesterday as well, and showed off from the opposite end yesterday, as it's Sarabjit Ladda coming in with ball in hand. Had a good spell yesterday. It's going to be relied upon. Jaskar Malhotra and him, both members of the DC Hawks in minor league cricket. So they know each other well and understand what each other's games are.
Sarabjit Ladda bowled very well yesterday. Again, conditions yesterday are very different from what they are right now. This time he's bowling, interestingly, spinner bowling from the southern end. You know, the wind has changed directions 4 or 5 times today, but I think even right now it's still sort of, now it's blowing back from the south. And so he may have the wind behind his back. Of course, that could change in the mid-over.
Big appeal straight away, and again, Ladda always asks the right questions. He's always someone who's in the game, and again, he's just going to poke around the batter, always making them think.
Interesting that you see now Unmuk Chand drops back onto the boundary for the left-hander. He's down here in front of us at long on. There's also a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg.
And it's hit straight, and it's taken off leg stump. The second time we've seen that happen in this MLC Champions Open. And again, that leg stump proving to be a good fielder for the bowling side, because that was destined to come to the boundary for 4 runs.
That leg stump being a 12th man on the field for the UMMC Knight Riders, because that was stroked very hard. There you see umpire Jermaine Lindo taking evasive action. And luckily for him and for the UMMC Knight Riders, 3 runs have been saved there, because that certainly would have gone for 4. Look where the bail ends up, all the way down to the 30-yard circle. My goodness.
And it's just it shows you the power of Chehan Jayasuriya. Again, conventional or unconventional, all the shots in the book, and you can put plenty of power behind it. But Chehan Jayasuriya, the man on strike, he's one with much power as well. Put up so many runs that the USA team had called him up after his incredible minor league stint. And this one's hit in the air. Does it have enough on it? Umukchand coming around, but he's not going to be able to do anything with it. Speaking of power, he showed it off right there. Jahangir, 6 runs.
Speaking of power, he did not hit that anywhere near as well as he could have. Actually, he sort of, that came off the higher part of the bat. That was not off the meat. He sort of had to reach for it. And off the bat, I actually thought that that was going to be caught. But it does carry all the way for 6. Shahan Jahangir packs a punch. I'll say more about that after this ball.
Looks like Jahangir will have more to say, but this time it's straight up into the air. Umungchan coming underneath it and unable to take it. He ran quite a long ways in, all the way to the 30-yard circle, and it pops in and out. The second drop chance, the second life given to Shahan Jahangir.
Shahan Jahangir now probably getting a little bit carried away that time because that ball wasn't quite there for that shot, and he did not advance down the wicket. He didn't use his feet, so was not anywhere near the pitch. Umungchan making a sprint of about 30 yards, but not able to get to it.
And this one just evades Shahan Jayasuriya, and you can see moving it the other direction.
I'm sorry, what I started saying a second ago. Shahan Jahangir is somebody who takes his weight training very seriously. If you ever shake his hands are like a vice grip and power-packed, very muscular, and somebody who is able to be a lot stronger than you would think.
And this one pushed down the ground for 1 to end the over. Another eventful one. Another dropped catch. Back-to-back overs with a drop catch. 9 overs gone, 70 for the loss of 1. Bogadum gonna be given his 3rd over here, and why not? Produced a wicket, should have had a second one in the over. And he'll be starting off to Jayasuriya, and nearly inside edge onto the pads, and nearly trickles back onto the stumps. And like you said, Bogadum asking all the right questions.
Oh, you see Shahan Jayasuriya trying in vain to prevent the ball from rolling towards the stumps. Luckily for him, it did not disturb the furniture.
This one just tucked into the leg side. Jayasuriya thinking about 2, but they're just going to settle for the 1 to put Jahangir back on strike. And we'll see if Jahangir tries to slow things down, kind of regroup in that sense. We've seen 3 consecutive shots of his where he's looked to go down the ground and big, and 2 of them were drop catches. So we'll see if he elects to just try to regroup and resettle here.
He's very aggressive and somebody who tries to take the attack to the opposition.
Tries to once again, it's lofted. Going to fall short of any fielder, just going to be 1, and that time a little bit more conventional. So it'll be Jayasuriya back on strike. Field spread open. And again, there was a vacant short mid-wicket region just tucked in there, and Bogadum will go fetch it to keep it just to 1. But these are handy overs for the UMMC Knight Riders and Jaskaran Malhotra. Just quiet overs, a couple wickets in there, but again, just able to slow the run rate down. Remember, at one point, this run rate was above 10. It's now under 8, so this has been a great comeback and fight back from the Knight Riders.
No question. And just with 2 balls remaining here in the 10th, Akhilesh Bogadum looking to close that out strong.
Again, just a little tickle into the leg side. I think if you are the Kingsmen, they've identified Bogadum as one of the bowlers they don't want to necessarily take on. And another tickle into the leg side to finish out the 10th over. Halfway through this first innings, it's 75 for the loss of 1.
10 overs down. The Kingsmen have got 9 wickets in hand, but they want to enhance that scoring rate. And that is one way to do it. Shayan Jayasuriya, probably the best player of spin in this competition. Centre number 3 today, Brian. And Sarbajit Lada is not an easy man to hit for 4. He's bowled really well in the last couple of days.
He has bowled really well, but I said it earlier, and you just emphasized that the best player of spin that you probably see anywhere in this tournament, and he's very strong square of the wicket, both sweeping the ball and playing through the offside. Loves those little late cuts and dabs too, so certainly a long way to go, but Shayan Jayasuriya is looking very dangerous.
Much better delivery from Lada. What you love about him, though, is that he flights the ball. It's very full, like we saw in that last over. Even if he goes for runs, doesn't back down. Knows as a leg spinner, you tend to be expensive at times, but batters will come at you, so you're always in the game in terms of picking up wickets.
Jayasuriya actually batting on an off-stump guard, looking to access that leg side. You see that view right down the wicket. Look right before he takes his mark or takes his guard. There, that toe of that back foot is right on off-stump. So he's batting on his off-stump guard, looking to access the leg side. Ooh. Tries to run that one down behind point. Looking to do that little late cut that I mentioned. Loves playing that little late dab. Missing out on that occasion, though, and passing perilously close to the outside edge.
That one just seems to have come back. He has it well disguised googly. I want to see that on the replay in terms of whether it did come back. Well, it would have been the genuine leg spinner. May have just spun back at the last minute because he's a left-hander, so would bowl predominantly googlies to go away from him.
Wow.
You see what he's doing here, Brian, is the majority of deliveries bowled by Sarbajit Lada are outside that off stump. He doesn't want to risk allowing Jayasuriya to hit into the leg side, which is a very small side, and with the win at his advantage. End of 11 overs, just the boundary from the over, 79 for 1.
That's a great comeback by Sarbajit Lada, giving up a boundary on that first ball, but then after that, all 5 deliveries are well outside the line of off stump. So even though Shayan Jayasuriya moving over and taking that off-stump guard, looking to access that leg side, he does well enough, Sarbajit Lada, to keep that ball outside of off. And 5 dot balls to bowl to a man who is, we have said, the best player of spin that you'll see probably in this game. So great going. Good over by Sarbajit Lada.
Well, Badogam has bowled well, and it's why he's been given the ball again. But Jahangir is connected with that, and the win to help. No chance of catching it out the middle of the bat. It's been a struggle for Jahangir, but he does have the ability to go through the gears. Huge hit. We've seen a lot of sixes in that area. It's sort of a different innings for Shayan Jahangir. Uncharacteristic, really. Someone that likes to start pretty aggressively in the power play, but today opting to sort of dig in initially. Now looking to make up for that start. First real sign of any aggression against Akhilesh Badogam we've seen today. A good way to start the over as well. Put him under some pressure. It's his 4th over on the trot. Jahangir has faced him in all 4 of the overs, so you would have had a good look at him. Just say welcome to Peter Delapenna. We'll want to get that scoring rate closer to 10 runs and over if they want anywhere close to 200 from here. Peter Delapenna.
And we saw even that wasn't enough in the first match. So, yeah, they've got to step on the accelerator here. In particular, Jayasuriya.
Likes to go across the line, though, Jahangir. Pretty much regardless of the length, he will look to target that small boundary. It's a high risk, high reward scenario. But if he connects with it, we've seen the distance it can travel. Plays the reverse, but plays it onto his stumps. And Achilles Bodogam, even after going for the maximum, he's bowled very well today. Second wicket for him, and an important one for the UMMC Knight Riders.
Yeah, Achilles Bodogam, he's someone he's had a sneaky amount of success. He's kind of flown under the radar a little bit. There's a reason why he's here, just because he's very accurate, puts pressure on, and Jahangir felt like he needed to be a little bit more innovative and miscues the reverse sweep. Looked like it came off his elbow. He was through the shot a touch early and it kind of rolled off his arm onto the stumps. So it was slightly unlucky in that sense. I don't think the ball was going to hit the stumps if it didn't take the carom off of his arm. But it brings the end to his innings. It felt like there was just, at times, the latter stages there, pressure being put on at the other end because Jayasuriya has had a little bit of a struggle trying to get going here. Just kind of stalled some of the momentum that Shayan Jahangir had leading to the wicket.
Now Shubham Ranjani comes to the middle. Very excited to see him, especially with some more time. 30 from 17 yesterday. Onslaught towards the back end of the innings. We'll see his real versatility coming in a lot earlier, but still this team needing a similar type innings to get them to a comfortable, respectable position. These two both from India, but both playing for the Seattle Thunderbolts, so they know each other very well. Would have faced Bodogam several times in the nets. Ranjana can't get off the mark though in his first two deliveries. Very good spell from Achilles Bodogam. Didn't bowl yesterday, didn't play yesterday in his first game. 2 for 18 in his 4 overs. 85 for 2.
Hey, somebody's got somewhat peculiar backstory. He's born in Tennessee, and he qualifies as a U.S. citizen as a result, but he spent most of his life growing up in Hyderabad, played in the Hyderabad system prior to coming over back to the USA again a couple years ago. And he's one of the guys who's had a very quietly successful run in minor league cricket, part of the champion squad, the Thunderbolts out of Seattle.
Has hit that in the gap, Jayasuriya, and it actually splits the two fielders. Had a deep mid wicket, had a long on which was very wide, and still Shayan Jayasuriya finds a way to pierce the gap.
Oh, this is more like it from Jayasuriya. He's had a little bit of trouble getting unstuck, just shuffling across the stumps, creating a different line, different angle. Really not showing any part of the stumps to Sarbjeet Lada. He's basically taking guard almost outside off stump.
This time goes straight. All the tricks in the book for Shayan Jayasuriya. He started slowly, now trying to catch up in this innings. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, it's just that shift in guard. He's not given anything to look at for the bowler, daring him to bowl straight on the stumps, and instead of dragging it outside off stump, he's getting that width to attack, just powers it down the ground.
Good adjustment from Lada, forces him to go a lot quicker, but because he knows that Sarbjeet Lada always flights the ball and is very full, he just has to use his feet, get very close, and he's able to find the boundary twice. Can Ranjani learn from that and do similar? Not often in T20 cricket you see 6 overs of spin consecutively. But Jaskar Malhotra's gone to both Lada and Bodogam in this middle period, trying to contain the Kingsmen. Ranjani finally off the mark.
And Ranjani had an outstanding knock yesterday. As we see, Jack Jaroon Kumar, formerly the USA national team and coach, now affiliated with the Mumbai Indians. And they've got a tie-up here with one of the minor league franchises, major league franchises. You see his dog, the Beagle, there.
Similar area as he hit the first one in the over. And Sanjay Surya, he's taking over things at the moment. This is what we're used to from this man, the Sri Lankan. Excellent player of spin.
Well, it's only a couple moments ago that his strike rate was hovering around 60, and now it's comfortably over 100.
Think he's got him. I think he's got him. Mahotra thought he was initially celebrating, but Jayasuriya looks okay. Thought that bat leg may have just raised for a split second, but in the end he survives. A good over though for him and for the Kingsmen, able to get 18 runs from the over, 99 for 2. Yeah, this will be a ground Sanjay Surya knows very well. He scored one of his hundreds in the minor league season right here on this field number 6 for the Silicon Valley Strikers. Actually scored consecutive hundreds in Houston, so there's something about the air here in Houston, Texas that he loves.
There's the Beagle. There's Jack's dog. It's been a fixture here the last couple days.
I think she's waiting for a maximum. Looks pretty excited about the cricket.
Well, she's been barking up a storm. Anytime there's been a ball that's crossed the boundary, yeah, any 4s and 6s, the Beagle's getting excited. As Ali Sheikh is on now with his left arm spin. Made his USA senior team squad debut back in the T20Is that USA hosted against Ireland in December 2021. He's based out of Plano, Texas, born in Doha, Qatar. Not too many international players who can claim to have been born in Qatar. But Ali Sheikh is one of those. He moved with his family to Texas, I want to say around the age of 12 or 13 is when he came here. And he's basically learned all of his cricket, developed all of his cricket through the Texas Academy system.
Was also the USA Under-19 captain, correct, Peter?
He was the captain that wasn't, if you want to call it that. It was supposed to lead a squad that never got a chance to participate in the ICC World Cup qualifying process. It was quite unfortunate that because of the COVID restrictions, they didn't get a chance to compete against Canada and the other Americas teams.
He's definitely one to watch, though. For those new to Ali Sheikh, we saw Abhiram Bolisetti earlier today. This man is another one that is very capable in all 3 facets of the game. Took the most catches in the minor league season, 19 catches this year. So, well, last year, really, but he's very talented in terms of width in the field and with the ball in hand. Can hit a few maximums as well.
He's very athletic. He's an excellent fielder, as you pointed out, but he's also a very cagey thinker. Part of the reason why he was named captain, there were a couple left-arm spinners in the team at that point in time. Sanjay Krishnamurthy was one, Ali Sheikh was another, and they had a lot of spin options. They're probably much better turners of the ball than Ali Sheikh. He kind of darts it in flat, but he's a very, very cagey thinker. He varies his pace, varies his flight a bit to keep people off balance.
Just goes through extra cover, but he does get a hand on it. It just slows it up.
Whereas Sanjay Krishnamurthy really dominated players with his left-arm spin through flight and turn and accuracy, Ali Sheikh was getting 5-wicket hauls much more through just variations in his pace. He's always thinking about how he wants to keep the batter off balance, not be predictable. And that's what's made him an asset with the ball in terms of his left-arm spin. And then, as you said, he's got the power to clear the ropes with the bat. He's outstanding in the field. He's got all 3 boxes ticked off in terms of what he brings to the table on a cricket field.
105 for 2. Peter, why is it that the United States is able to produce so many left-arm spinners? Seen them everywhere.
Something in the water, Nikhil. Not sure what else, how to explain it. Well, yeah, there's no shortage of those around U.S. cricket. You've got, obviously, within the national team setup itself, Nisarg Patel, Nastush Kenjige,
Kareem Agor,
who's gone on to greener pastures back in the Leeward Islands. USA sure could use him. You've got, again, Sanjay Krishnamurthy. You've got Marty Kane. You've got Vatsal Vagela. Ali Sheikh. It's just a factory line of them being produced.
Well, this is not something I was expecting. This is Kumar's coming to the attack. Clearly, Jaskar Malhotra's found something on this surface with spin. Because since the 8th over, we've had consecutive spin into the attack from both ends. I think they may be dealing with some injury concerns to some of their seamers, so that's why they may have to, just may force the hand of Malhotra, but that's what we're talking about from Ali Sheikh. The fielding, excellent. One-handed effort.
And that's unfortunate. That's just effort. Through effort, he's conceded an overthrow. There's more fielders who probably wouldn't have even gotten to that ball, and it would have just been 4. It would never have cut that off. Ali Sheikh gets there and cuts it off with an outstanding diving effort. And then his hustle, unfortunately, leads to an overthrow hitting the stumps. You can't fault the effort there from Ali Sheikh. And of the American-developed players, I would say, on display, who've been here over the first couple of days, he's arguably the one that stood out the most. There's been others who've had some opportunities, whether in the 11 or as sub-fielders, who have faltered a little bit. Not sure if there's nerves going on or it's just being overwhelmed by the step up in class, but Ali Sheikh is really stood out.
That is excellent. In the gap from Sanjay Surya, and they really need to get a move on because they still have 8 wickets in hand. They're only going at 7.5 runs per over. But a welcome boundary for this Kingsmen side.
Yeah, just too much width. Just in that slot on 5th stump. And Jaya Surya profits off that.
Even though he's had to go to spin Jaskar Malhotra, I don't think he'll mind this too much. Still going at less than 8 runs and over, even though he's gone to a few part-time options. Still seeing Calvin Savage on the field, so I think he can go back to his seam. Ranjani, big side or small side, it doesn't matter. Similar to the striking we saw on day number 1 of this MLC Champions Open. 120 for 2.
Tell you, this guy just keeps getting more and more impressive. His stock continues to rise. Out of relative obscurity, Shubham Ranjani is not just a blip on the radar. He's getting more and more signals off of his bat, that beacon that's going out. The 4s and 6s that clear the boundary, each one that happens, Shubham Ranjani, he gets closer and closer to the center of the radar signal for these franchises who are looking to draft players coming up on Sunday in the MLC draft at NASA Johnson Space Center.
Well, he's quickly made a name for himself, Peter, and another man has quickly made a name for himself, Ali Sheikh. You mentioned all the under-19 success and the quick ascension through minor league, and that's why he's been given a couple overs here. Again, didn't bowl yesterday and just trying to make the most. We saw the outstanding effort in the field just an over ago. For the Kingsmen, hasn't been quite the high-flying innings I think a lot of us thought could happen based off what we saw from the first match, but still an opportunity to get into that 160 range from here. As Ranjane and Jayasuriya continue to get singles around the ground.
And I got to say, U.S. Cricket is fortunate to have Ali Sheikh in the setup because I've seen him in warm-ups with Bert Cockley when Bert brings out the American football, and Ali Sheikh throws a very tight spiral. He's very athletic. He could play a number of different sports if he wants, but he's got his heart set on cricket.
And Peter, there's one of your favorite shots, the reverse sweep brought out there by Shayan Jayasuriya, unable to connect, but
I like the reverse sweep for 4. I don't like the reverse sweep for a dot ball. You got to make contact, Shayan.
This time more conventional. We'll get 1 as he runs it down to short third and just using the pace. And this has been a real good fight back from UMMC. Again, it was a high flying start. Got to 50 in 5 overs, and from there, the next 70 runs coming in 10 overs. So starting to restrict Kingsman. A big sweep was brought out there by Shubham Ranjane, unable to connect, and again we'll get 1. It's been really good work here from Ali Sheikh and company.
Again, you watch him, he's not somebody who's going to turn the ball an awful lot, but just this variation in pace, and he bowls at what I would call a T20 pace, the standard now that's darting it in quick. He doesn't give batters an opportunity to use their feet. They have to play from the crease, and he makes life difficult for them, especially when he's as accurate as he is. And if you get a spinner who's just conceding singles and dot balls, you'll take that 7 days a week.
And that'll do it for the 16th over. It's 125 for 2. And Peter, you brought it up. It's that T20 pace. There's a different element to T20 bowling. It's more about just not giving the batters anything rather than searching for wickets, more playing on the defensive. And it's what these teams in this draft are going to be looking for, players who can play at a T20 speed. It's a T20 tournament. And that's why I think you've seen a lot more of these batters play these unconventional shots and these bowlers being put in these tough situations.
Calvin Savage is going to come back into the attack, and one of the things that was being signaled in terms of why there's been so much spin is that we believe Rusty Tehran is off the field getting some treatment, and it's unclear if he's actually going to be able to return to complete his quota of overs. So that's why that's one of the reasons why they've gone to more spin until now. Calvin Savage took 4 wickets yesterday. He's still searching for his first one today.
Had an expensive first spell there, Peter. Went for 20 runs in his first 2 overs, and it was Chetan Bish who really was taking it to him. Chetan Bish scoring 32 from his first 26, and again it was Calvin Savage who he seemed to grow a liking to. This one's pulled, and it's pulled straight into the 10s. The scouts better look out. It's straight there, and it's Shayan Jayasuriya saying, I haven't gone anywhere. 6 runs.
It was an opportunity for Albie Morkel and Ryan Tendescott to show off if their fielding skills are still sharp or a little bit rusty. Shayan Jayasuriya was targeting them, and they all had to start scurrying in that second 10 from left to right.
Again, impressive, just picks it up off of that length and just did a really nice job there. Let's see how he backs it up here. Goes fuller, goes straighter though, and is going to go all the way for 4, showing the wide range of shots he has. It's Shayan Jayasuriya at his finest, climbs into the 40s.
Well, you could see what Calvin Savage was trying to do there. He was going for Yorker, and he just misfired on the length. Winds up being a full toss. And at knee height, it's just spanked. Back down the ground through mid-on, and Unmukt Chand, no chance to cut that off.
Now the comeback Calvin Savage is hoping for. And the misery continues. Good work to get a hand in that in the infield. Saved a couple of runs.
Nitish Kumar trying to do some work to make up for that drop chance that he had earlier. Had a deep square leg. Took a fantastic catch yesterday. And the chance at deep square leg was a lot more straightforward than the one he put down yesterday. He's showing how active he is in the field now in the ring for the left-hander anyway. Jayasri's now back out at deep square leg for the right-hander.
And Shubham Ranjane, he's come to the party. A couple of boundaries. Starting to light up this ground. Go short, pulled to Nitish Kumar, as you mentioned, Peter. Just for one run there. But you see a little extra emphasis there from Calvin Savage as he hit it into the deck. So one delivery left. It's been an expensive over. 12 runs coming from it. The spinners had kind of bogged things down, especially the likes of Bogadam and Ali Sheikh, but this over just relieves a lot of that pressure. Looking to play that late cut, but misses out on it. So that'll be the end of the 17th over. It's 137 for 2. Not sure if Rusty Theran's going to come back, so it's going to force Jaskar Malhotra's hand to continue to bowl spin here in the last 3 overs. Always an interesting call. You hear a lot of people who just won't do it. It just depends on the type of spinner. But Ludda, in his previous over, was taken away for 14 runs, usually a wicket-taking bowler. But he just hasn't found that kind of success today. Was good early here yesterday, but today has been a new day and been a rude awakening. And he'll be starting to Shubham Ranjane. Change of ends, though. Bowling from the northern end. That's where he had a lot of success yesterday, Peter.
Yeah, he did. He had that spell. Only conceded 12 runs in that 4-over spell yesterday.
More expensive today, 28 runs already from the first 3 overs, and Chan Jayasuriya looking for his half century. This time goes into out, not going to carry to the fielder over there at deep cover. So just get one, but you'll take ones from here on out if you're UMMC. Try to bog things down, keep the Kingsmen away from 160. And this is setting up, Peter, to be a very enticing chase, a very enticing second innings. Maybe that close match that we're all so desperate for. Use of the feet, and he's gone. Shubham Ranjane deceived in the air, slowed it down, pulled the length back. Did Ludda, and Jaskar Malhotra, the easiest of stumpings to claim that 3rd wicket.
And I've got to give an assist here to Ali Sheikh, Calvin Savage, bowling in partnerships. It was the pressure that had been building in the overs leading up to this, and allowed Lada to just flight it, entice him to come down the track looking for the big hit, and Ranjane got nowhere near it. He wanted to smash this out of the ground and then realized a couple strides in he was going to get nowhere near to the pitch of the ball, tried to check it into a defensive poke, and sayonara. Sarjeet Lada gets his first wicket today. Clever bowling, but again, it was really a team effort there. It was the pressure that had been built up prior to that that allowed him to strike.
You talked about it. It's pressure. It's not only batting in partnerships, but bowling in partnerships. Something that the Samp Army struggled with earlier today. Just not able to get constant pressure at both ends, and we saw it here. Pressure from both ends. Ali Sheikh was able to build up pressure. Aglish Bogadam was able to build up pressure, and they've rewarded individuals with wickets, and it'll bring out Saad Ali. So it came early on for the Kingsmen yesterday. Had a good innings in his own right, so he'll be out in the middle now to try to close and propel the tail end of this Kingsmen innings. It's flied in, and it's just hit straight down to that long off fielder. And again, now we'll have two lefties, rather, in the middle. Not that lefty-righty combination. And Shehan Jayasuriya hasn't shown out all the unconventional strokes yet, Peter. He's shown the one switch hit, which he wasn't able to connect on, but you have to imagine sooner or later, all the shots are going to come out.
Well, they've only got 14 balls left, so doesn't really have an opportunity to be playing for a half century here. He's got to keep attacking. Can't be milking singles around at this stage.
Goes for the big sweep, unable to connect. Feels like he missed out, and you hit it on the head, Peter. At this stage of the game, you can't just be milking singles. If you have a spinner in the last 4, especially the last 3, you want to take advantage of them. Look at the turn on that googly, Peter. Unbelievable. That's what undid that big slog sweep. This time use of the feet and stumped. 2 in the over for Ludda. Justin Malhotra, full stretch to get that stumping away as Shehan Jayasuriya looked to come down the track. And that is the end of his innings. Misses out on a half century, but Ludda showing why he's such a valuable asset.
Man, this is the kind of over that'll get the scouts riding furiously in their yellow legal pads as you can see just 3 runs and take 2 wickets to the death. And that's the kind of over that any T20 franchise would be salivating over if they had that in their lineup.
And again, Peter, it's that googly. Look how much this turns away from Shehan Jayasuriya. It looked like he might be able to cover it up with the bat, but it was just the amount of turn he gets off this wicket that hasn't really shown a lot of turn in it. He's able to extract everything out of it. It's been a great over for him. 18 overs gone. It's 140 for the loss of 4. And that'll bring out Calvin Savage here in the 19th from the southern end. And again, was taken advantage of in all of his previous overs. As Milind Kumar, the new man in the middle, he'll be at the non-striker's end. Good to see him out there after the blow he took to that right hand of his yesterday. But Savage will start to Saad Ali. And the big thing here, Peter, is both of these batters new to the middle. Ali's only faced 1 delivery, and Milind Kumar has yet to face one. Both very high class, highly talented. But now you expect them to get going early against the likes of Calvin Savage. Just misses the run-up to start things off here. And again, no time to really settle in. Got 12 deliveries to go and packed offside field, deep point, deep cover, long off, long on. And takes this one over the top of cow corner. Has he got all of it? It will be 1 bounce. Tunmukjan who walks the tightrope. It doesn't step over the boundary. Keeps it to just 2. But the ploy from Calvin Savage seems to be the same. Keep it away from the left-hander. Keep it wide, and they're going to drag all across the stumps. This time straighter, high elbow. I think he's just picked out the fielder, though. And there he has. It's Ali Sheikh out there in the deep. Not going to make that mistake. And Saad Ali has to go. Put in a tough situation. Had to come in and hit straight away, but could only hit it to the hands of the trustworthy Ali Sheikh.
Well, I mentioned before his skill is throwing a tight spiral with Burt Cockley in warm-ups. He looks like a punt returner, calling for a fair catch on that one. It's just skied to Ali Sheikh, get long off, and so casual.
Makes it look effortless there. You can see just comes off the outer half of the bat, takes a look down, but Ali Sheikh was always under it, was in the air for a while, but never a mistake, and cool as a cucumber out there. The 5th wicket falls, and it'll bring out Ahmad Azam. And again, tough situation. Neither of these two bats have seen a single delivery, and they're going to be asked to hit straight away. This is the one nice thing about having wickets in hand. If you lose some here, you can always survive, but those wickets are dot balls, and if you are the Kingsmen, you want to get to that 160 mark, put some pressure on a very deep UMMC batting lineup that features Unmuk Chand and Jaskaran Malhotra. The big bat of Calvin Savage in the middle as well. Plenty of bats to go around. This one just going to be hit too short third. Keeps it from going to the boundary. Nitish Kumar, your biggest takeaway from yesterday was his ability to play those reverse sweeps, Peter, and I'm sure those will be on display if he gets an opportunity to be out there in the middle. So plenty of batting to come for UMC, so ever so vital to put up as many runs as you can in this last over and a half.
Not just plenty of batting, but plenty of different styles. They've got a lot of different options that'll keep you off balance. There's not just a one-track method that they've got. Plenty of very dynamic stroke players.
Dynamic strokes. This one's hit straight back. Ali Sheikh nearly. Not sure if it carried, but it did really well to keep that from going to the boundary. Saves 3 runs.
That's the kind of drive that we saw earlier today that a few other players didn't really put in the effort to even get to the ball. Ali Sheikh, you can see how much he's desperate to impress here in front of the scouts and selectors, going all out. And I thought from our angle it may have just barely carried. I think it just got to the fingertips at shoelace height, and it's at that awkward angle that may have jammed his fingers, kind of sandwiching the ball between the fingers and the ground, and he's kind of clutching at his left hand now after the fact. I hope he's okay.
Good Yorker there from Calvin Savage. Ended up being a run there out to Ali Sheikh, who can't seem to be able to take out of the game.
And it's just these little 1%er type things. The hustle that he has. He's got beans in his pants or something. I don't know. He's got all this energy. Where is it coming from? Different level of energy that you don't have necessarily from some of the other more experienced players on display. Maybe feel like their spot is assured in the draft. He's not taking anything for granted.
And Calvin Savage is showing off why he picked up 4 wickets yesterday, showing that he's not just a one and done. He can do it consistently, finishes with the dot ball, and at the end of 19, it's 145 for 5. So interesting decision here, Peter, for Jaskaran Malhotra. Doesn't really have another pacing option to go to. Looks like he might turn to Ali Sheikh with ball in hand, but it's going to be a spinner. Do you like the Ali Sheikh decision there?
Well, he is somebody who we did see at under 19 level would bowl late overs. When he took a 5-wicket haul in the national championship in 2021, the men's national championship, the majority of those wickets were actually taken at the death. He bowled a lot of late overs in that sequence. That was his best performance in that tournament. And it's something he's used to, so it's not the worst option. And again, this is partially as a result of the fact that, mentioned before, Rusty Tron has left the field, so he's not able to complete his quota. So they're turning to Ali Sheikh at the death. And the speed that he bowls at, again, it's not a traditional spinner speed.
But this shot is a traditional one, straight back over the top, and it's going to be 6. Hamad Azam saying, it doesn't matter if you're a traditional spinner or not, I'm going to throw my hands at you.
The first boundary conceded by Ali Sheikh, and that was one of the rare times as well we saw him flighted a little bit. Every single delivery in his first 2 overs, he was darting it in quick and flat, and for some reason on this occasion, at the death, when you would typically expect a bowler to try and spear it in quick and full and not give batters an opportunity to have time to free their arms, for some reason he just decided to give this one a little bit more air, and Hamad Azam only too eager to capitalize on it.
This time shorter. It's hit over the top of fine leg, and it's going to be a 1-bounce 4. Wasn't quite hit as well as Hamad Azam would have been, but it was placed well enough. 4 runs.
And now Jaskaran Malhotra is coming down the wicket to have a chat with him. And again, you almost get the sense he's looking to buy wickets here, which is not really necessary you'd be happy to concede 6 singles here, and I'm not really sure why he's kind of changed his method to try and give it some flight on these first 2 deliveries of this over. All he really needs to do is just spear it in his usual style. Just dart it in quick and flat. Don't give it an opportunity to play expansive shots and force them to do something they're not comfortable with. And I think that may have been part of the discussion just now between Jaskar Malhotra and Ali Sheikh.
They're going to swing at Ali Sheikh here, and I think you're absolutely right. Get it in there quick. Don't give these guys room and time to think. Is quicker. This one looks pretty straight. Big appeal, and the fingers raised, and there's the wicket. After conceding 2 boundaries, he picks up a wicket and a much-needed dot ball for UMMC.
Why wasn't he doing that at the start of the over? That's the question, Aman, because, again, that's been his bread and butter delivery. That's what's given him the most success today. So finally, the third ball of this over, he spears it in much quicker, beats the sweep. Just the timing was thrown off. He beat him for pace, beat the shot, and Ahmad Azam is going back to the tents, and Ali Sheikh, a deserved wicket to his name after not getting that kind of success in his first 2 overs.
And again, it's another situation we talked about. We talked about it yesterday. New South Wales scout talked about on the MLC social page that they're looking for players in situations. What do they do in this situation or that situation? This is a situation you don't get often as a spinner, but it does happen where you do have to bowl in the death. And this is an opportunity for Ali Sheikh to show that he has that ability to do so. He's shown he can bowl in those middle overs, and now he's going to have a task on his hand with Harmeet Singh coming out with bat in hand, one of the biggest hitters in all of minor league cricket. Bats at a strike rate around 180 in minor league, and you know he's going to tee off. Gets the under half of the bat and will just concede a single. But like you said, Peter, this is what Ali Sheikh should have been doing the whole over.
Yeah, the first 2 deliveries were flighted and got annihilated. And now his next 2 deliveries, he's darted in very flat, very quick. He's got a wicket off one and then an inside edge that nearly dragged onto the stumps for the second. It went for a single, so whatever was in that chat that Jaskar Malhotra had with him seems to have worked.
I'll be bowling to the Philadelphian captain, Milind Kumar, and he's bowled him straight through, looking to rock onto the back foot, but much quicker through the air, quicker onto him, and knocks over one of the poles, and that is the end, and a second wicket there for Ali Sheikh.
This is a good adjustment. Again, for a younger player, one of the things that stands out about Ali Sheikh, he's a thinking player, and he makes quick adjustments. When something has happened and it's not worked, he's not going to stubbornly stick to it. He knows how to make adjustments in-game. He's one of the best players at making in-game adjustments that you see at the junior level around the USA. And just in the space of this 1 over, he's made rapid adjustments from conceding back-to-back boundaries to now 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls. And what was looking at one stage like a disastrous over is now looking like a pretty successful one, not just for Ali Sheikh, but for the UMMC Knight Riders.
Now final delivery into Liam Plunkett. And it's a full toss. It's hit into the leg side. Should be taken and is. Consecutive wickets to finish the over. 3 and 4 balls. And he also picks up the wicket of someone he must have grown up watching on TV, Liam Plunkett. The 8th wicket falls, and that's a dot ball to finish out the 20th over.
The Iron Sheikh ruling with the iron fists in the 20th over here. 3 wickets in the space of 4 balls. Way to wrap up the innings for the youngster out of Texas, Ali Sheikh, the pride of Plano. 3 wickets to the death. Milind Kumar, Hamad Azam, and Liam Plunkett. And what could have been a 165-170 total at one stage for Kingsman. Now looks like a very underwhelming 156 for 8.
Yeah, and again, it's what they were able to do with the ball. Justin Dill was expensive, and so was Calvin Savage, but it was Akhilesh Bogadam, 4 overs, 18 runs and 2 wickets. Sarbjeet Ludda, 4 overs, 30 runs and 2 wickets. And Ali Sheikh, 3 overs, 22 runs and 3 wickets. It was those 3 spinners that reeled things back. The 1 over from Nitish Kumar was expensive, but other than that, it was spin that was getting the job done for UMMC, and now they'll be sent in to chase 157 in their 20 overs. Don't go anywhere. It should be a very enticing chase. Again, this is a wicket that's going to be good for both sides. Very intrigued to see what we do in the second innings. Don't go anywhere because we're going to get to see the likes of Jaskar Malhotra, Unmuk Chand, and the rest of that batting lineup. 157, that's the mark to beat. Welcome back to match number 4 here in the MLC Champions Open between the Kingsmen and the UMMC Knight Riders. The UMMC Knight Riders will need 157 in their second innings to win this match, and they're going to be led by the same opening pair, Noman Anwar and Unmuk Chand, and a new opening bowler here for the Kingsmen. It's going to be the ex-England international Liam Plunkett. Amon Patel joined by Peter Della Penna to start play. Peter, 157 would be, it's not a huge total to chase down, but it also feels like it's not going to be a walk in the park here on this wicket that's seen now the 4th match played on it.
Yeah, scoring's gotten a little bit more difficult. But there's still plenty of runs on offer. Saw how successful Shahan Jahangir was in particular early in his knock.
This one is aerial. It's going to be 4 runs. A thickish outside edge flares over what would be second slip and away from a wideish third man out in the deep. And a forward open up the account for Noman Anwar.
He just got a little bit of width. And that third man on the rope is very, very wide. Would have taken a special effort for him to cut that off.
Yeah, Noman Anwar, someone who came in and immediately showed his value as part of the Michigan Cricket Stars with a century quickly and played well yesterday. Good knock for him. Facing a little bit of a different challenge here with Liam Plunkett. But Liam Plunkett didn't have the greatest of days yesterday. Was one of the more expensive bowlers in his lineup. Wasn't quite as good as maybe you would have expected on a difficult wicket at times with difficult conditions. Right now, not a cloud in the sky. Sun is beating down. Just a little bit of wind. Feels like perfect cricketing weather. And who would imagine that would have been the case this morning? As this one's just cut straight onto the wicket, but they'll be able to get a single and put Unmuk Chand on strike. And now here's a matchup here. Unmuk Chand, who has really made a name for himself in minor league and has the most runs in minor league cricket. Going to be up against Liam Plunkett, the man who's won a World Cup. You have an under-19 World Cup winner and a men's ODI World Cup winner facing off here in Prairie View, Texas, of all places, Peter.
Believe it.
That's what Major League Cricket's all about, and again, that's the beauty of American cricket, spreading quickly across the states. And this one rushing quickly past the outside edge of Unmuk Chand. Again, just a little bit of nip off the wicket. It's going to be a good battle, this. Good test. Take a look at this, Peter.
And just a little bit of movement away. You were talking about World Cup winner versus under-19 World Cup winner. There's an under-19 World Cup winning teammate as well that Liam Plunkett is having some chats to at mid-off. Harmeet Singh, who was a teammate of Unmuk Chand in that 2012 title-winning squad. He's wearing number 7 at mid-off in the Kingsman squad. And Liam Plunkett is opening the bowling for here.
Harmeet Singh, the captain of the side today, and I'm sure he'll have plenty of words for his bowlers of how to attack Unmuk. He's also seen a lot of Unmuk Chand, both in the Pacific Conference of minor league. Harmeet with Seattle, Unmuk with Silicon Valley.
And even though they were under-19 World Cup teammates, you could say there was a little bit more than friendly rivalry at MILC Finals weekend last year when Seattle Thunderbolts beat Silicon Valley Strikers in the semifinal, and the wickets that they got, the way that Harmeet Singh celebrated some of those wickets, in particular that of Unmuk Chand, left an indelible image in the minds of anybody who was present there. You can't say it didn't mean anything to him.
Can't say that indeed, as the first over comes to a close for 7. And again, it just shows the passion that these players still have, and it's what makes minor league and what's going to make Major League Cricket so great. It's just the desire to win, the want to win, and They want to win these battles and play high-quality cricket. As from the northern end, we're going to have the left-arm seamer operating in Zia-ul Haq. And this is a flash through the covers. It's gone over the top of covers. And there's going to be a couple of bounces over the rope for 4 runs. Definitely off the outer half of the bat. But Noman Anwar, he'll take boundaries anywhere they come.
Yeah, we saw Noman Anwar get a good start yesterday. And now he's getting another opportunity here to showcase what he can do. He's got that green star badge on his helmet. Distinct feature of the Pakistan players.
This one, though, more off the middle. And what a shot that is. More just a short arm jab that was. Didn't really put a huge extension into it, but got it off the middle and times it well enough for 6.
Just the sound that came off the bat. Like you said, it was just a little flick of the wrist. Just a little jab, like you said. You get enough rip snap into it, though, and it can definitely leave somebody stunned and wondering what just happened. And that's definitely what Zia-ul Haq is wondering as he goes back to his mark. That just rocketed off the bat over a deep square leg.
Pulls the length back this time, ul Haq, after going fuller and getting hit for 2 boundaries. This time pulls the length back, and it'll be Unmukhchand on strike. And something that he's had to adjust to here is the fact that when he's bowled full, he's been taking advantage of, especially when he's strayed in his line, whether it's been too wide or on the body. It's been far too easy. It's where he's taken most of his wickets in minor league cricket, but the margins of error just get so much tighter here in this Champions Open and in Major League Cricket. It's been a point of struggle for ul Haq. Full, wide, and same result. This time even better, though, off the middle of the bat. He'll find 4 more.
Yeah, this is really impressive from Unmukhchand and Noman Anwar. And Chand this time gets plenty width. And the problem is Zia-ul Haq is bowling both sides of the wicket. It's hard to set a field for this. And you're bowling on the legs, and then you're going way outside off stump. Got to find some consistency.
And that's a length. That's a much better length. There was width on offer, but it was just that he pulled that back and didn't allow Unmukhchand to just get onto the front foot and drive it like he normally likes to. A little bit of movement away as well. Again, is able to move the ball. He's just struggled with the lines and the lengths to be bowling, especially with the field. No fielders in the deep in front of square. Just has that deep third and a deep backward square leg. And again, there's their length, that time on the body line, but we'll finish the over with 2 dot balls, and that'll do it for the second over. 22 without loss. Peter, a quick start here for UMMC. 22 runs through 2 overs. The Kingsmen only had 13 through their first 2. And Noman Anwar, he's had 2 edgy boundaries, but he's got that 6 away. So we know if he can get going and sit in the middle, he's more than capable of scoring big. And Unmukhchand, the resume speaks for itself in minor league cricket. All those hundreds, 100 couple miles down the road at Musa Stadium in a playoff game. A lot of experience between the two as Liam Plunkett comes in to bowl the second over. Starts much straighter and starts with a dot ball.
Plunkett has had a distinguished career in England and now bases himself in eastern Pennsylvania. He's in suburban Philadelphia. Obviously based with the Philadelphians franchise in minor league cricket. And that's where his wife is from. She's from that area outside of Philadelphia.
Look at that. Plenty of carry for Liam Plunkett. Plenty of pace, plenty of balance in the wicket. And you can see Noman Anwar look up into the heavens thinking, how did I not get any piece of bat on it? Dangerous delivery. If there was just the slightest touch of bat, would have flown over for a certain boundary, you feel. But well directed by Liam Plunkett. And due to that, he's prompted to bring in third man. So interesting change. He's sent back. Long gone, Peter. Is this the double bluff? Does he bowl that a second time, or is he going to go fuller?
Well, now he's still trying to figure out what he wants to do. That long on is now shifted more to a deep mid-wicket or cow corner. Mid on is up in the ring.
This time on to the body of Anwar and just get a single, and so a much better fight back in this over from Liam Plunkett.
Yeah, Liam Plunkett, I think some people, there might be misconceptions about why some of these guys are here. You read all sorts of stuff online about all these guys are mercenaries or they're chasing money. The reality is some of these guys are here for family reasons. A lot of these guys are here for family reasons. Liam Plunkett, one of those. Said his wife is from the Philadelphia area.
Oh, look at that shot there for Chand. Liam Plunkett had just moved short, mid-wicket to a short region, and Chand takes a couple of steps down the wicket and sends it over the top. Huge six that.
Well, that's definitely a lifestyle change from Chand. He's getting comfy, freeing the arms, heaving this over mid-wicket. As it's landing over the rope, he's getting out his easy chair, putting his feet up on the recliner, enjoying that one, sail for six.
Showing an ability to bat in T20 leagues here, as this one much closer onto the body and just skirts past that outside edge as Unmuk looked to run that one down to third man. But like you mentioned, it's a change of lifestyle because Unmuk John's usually someone who's going to bat at or around 100 strike rate and push the ball. He's started to become more of an explosive bat, start to use the shots earlier. And again, it's because of the fact that it is a T20 league, and these are what these scouts are looking for. Not only can you bat up top of the order, but can you be lower and come in and hit the ball? And he's doing so right now. That one, just inner half of the bat. And that'll end the third over. Just the one boundary coming from it, plus a single. And that'll make it 29 without loss after 3.
Shayan Jayasuriya is another one. He married an American from New York. And so when he first came, he was initially in New York, got married in Staten Island, I believe. And some of his wedding photos went on social media. I think he had some wedding photos with the Brooklyn Bridge in the background. They went very popular among the Sri Lankan cricket community. And Corey Anderson, why is he based in Dallas, Texas? People are wondering. Well, his wife is from the Dallas area. So there's all sorts of reasons why a lot of these guys have come here. I think the portrayal sometimes, they're unfairly maligned. Again, being accused of being mercenaries, it's just not the case. There's all sorts of reasons players move around, and family reasons definitely one of them. But the fact that there is now a competition like MLC here for them to continue their profession, it's a wonderful thing for American cricket and for these players as well.
It's Ihsan Adil to start things off. A chance of a run out. Direct hit. Finger stays down, though. Noman Anwar gets back in the end, but a hot start. Ihsan Adil, a star yesterday with the ball in hand, picking up a couple of wickets, but primarily bowled from the southern end. A change of ends for him, but take a look at this run out opportunity.
Harmeet Singh charged in, and he didn't even get back upright. He just flicked it kind of with his body almost parallel to the ground. Never really comes back up to an upright position. Just unleash it very, very quickly. And even still, with that quick release, they were able to pinch the single in the end.
This one taken straight back over the top, and the second time we've seen Mukchand use his feet and advance to the pacer. This time, as straight as an arrow, hits the side screen straight back, and second time he's made a bowler look up. 6 more to Mukchand.
Well, you talked about it. When he first came here, you say he's the leading scorer in MILC now. The first month or so, he wasn't playing like this. Remember that much. He had a really serious struggle adjusting not just to the style of play different players were presenting to him, but the style of wickets, very, very different, adapting to what he was used to in India. But the way he's playing now, you can tell that adjustment period is long since passed, Aman.
He's getting comfortable in a new environment, and again, he's just getting comfortable here in this Champions Open, and again, showing why he's going to be one of the first, maybe the first pick in the draft coming this Saturday at the Johnson Space Center in Southwest Houston. So it's going to be an exciting Sunday. Mukchand already to 17 off 9, and again, it's just really accelerated. Ihsan Adil, how does he answer? Oh, look at the innovation there. Made the decision early, and that's gone all the way for 6. Got a huge piece of this one. Is a shot he's added to the arsenal, and is a shot he's played incredibly well here.
Well, the umpire signals touchdown, baby. It's good for 6. What a shot. And Mukchand, again, he's showing the kind of shots that he didn't have in his arsenal when he first came here. He was very much a textbook player, very orthodox, but he's adapting in all sorts of ways to demonstrate what he's capable of coming up for MLC.
Looking for a more conventional shot there, but unable to do so. A little bit of extra bounce available for Ihsan Adil, but the damage has been done in the over. 13 runs already coming from it, but it doesn't look like Mukchand has any plans on slowing down, and if he really gets going, it could be a quick chase here. A wicket is going to be desperately required, and you would have to imagine spin could be brought into the attack as early as the next over. Maybe a Harmeet Singh, just depending on how many more shots we see out of Mukchand. This time just runs at a point, nowhere to go, just a dot ball. So back-to-back dot balls to close out this 4th over. Another eventful one. It's 42 without loss. Be interesting to see where Harmeet Singh goes. You can see a little bit of a huddle, and they're asking the question, how do we slow down Mukchand? The entirety of minor league cricket has been asking that question for a while. And again, is it spin? Is it pace? What's the direction they go to? And it looks like it's going to be a change of ends for Zia-ul Haq, who started from this end yesterday in the Kingsman matchup. He's going to be changing the ends, and he wants to bowl from this end with the longer, bigger boundary on the leg side, so maybe going to attack the body of Noman Anwar. And still those field restrictions in place. But it feels like this is an important over for the Kingsmen. Feels if they can get a wicket here, they can call their way back into the match, but a couple of more big overs could just take things out of reach. Fielder's unchanged with that deep backward square and that deep third man who's incredibly wide. Goes on to the body, fine leg in place, able to stop it and just keep it to one. Really good work inside the ring.
Looked like Shubham Ranjani, who was the fielder there, and for a moment I thought he was going to have a run-out chance. Not only did he tumble to the ground and corral that ball, but again the release was rapid fire. And again, you can see the guys who are desperate to impress. Ali Sheikh in the field was one, and Shubham Ranjani, whatever he's doing with bat or in the field, the level of intensity that he's bringing to the table is just a notch above some of the other players that we're seeing here.
This one's short, pulled. Fielder was there, but it won't matter. That's going to be all the way. Couple of bounces for 4. And Unmukhchand, again, he's not phased by anything at the moment and just pouring on the runs.
And just sat up there. Again, it just shows how good this wicket has been throughout the day. And very elegant hook shot. He was in control of that one all the way. He knew that fine leg was up in the ring, so he had plenty of open real estate behind square to play that shot.
This time uses his feet and it splits the cover fielders inside the ring, and he'll find 4 more. Zia-ul Haq thought he did enough by moving the ball away, but just not quite out of the reach of Unmukhchand, and he'll find 4 more, and now he's batting at above a 200 strike rate.
Well, it looks like he's got the Indiana Jones voodoo doll right now. He's just taking the pins and he's just toying with the bowlers here, doing whatever he feels like. I'm on leg side, off side, in front of square, behind square. It doesn't matter. He's manipulating the field however he chooses. And Kingsman looking like paupers right now in the field, struggling to find an answer for Unmukhchand.
Again, a couple more overs like this could take this game away from the Kingsmen. This one hits straight back, and 4 more. Save your legs as straight as you like. 4, 4, and why not another one for Unmukhchand?
He's gone over the leg side, behind square. He's gone through cover, and now he's continuing to work his way around the wagon wheel. He says, how about I go just straight back down the middle? Back down the pitch, back past the bowler, back past the non-striker, threw mid on, threw mid off. Ticking off all the boxes in this over. And it's sparked a change in the field. Liam Plunkett is now going to go back to long on, and deep third man is going to come into the ring.
Can suggest that it's going to be fuller, closer to the body. Any room outside the off stump is going to be punished. And he's bowled him. The Yorker works. Look to open the face of the bat there and misses out, and that could be the wicket that changes the game. Unmukhchand gone, and Zia-ul Haq, he delivers.
Looks like an immovable object. Unmukhchand, all it took is a Yorker. You can manipulate the field with a lot of things. It's hard to manipulate that. Through the offside, through the leg side. He couldn't jam it out. Just the picture-perfect delivery from Zia-ul Haq to finally undo all the good work that Unmukhchand had been doing to that stage. But he left his mark. He made a serious impression, no doubt, with the shots he was playing in front of the scouts here. Just days away from the MLC draft, so 35 off 17 balls for Unmukhchand. And one of the stats that gets recorded in T20 cricket, it's a newer age stat. The traditional metric is 50s and 100s in cricket, but in T20 stats, they mark down 30s. That's one of the indicators that teams like to see. If you've made a 30, that indicates that you've made a pretty sizable nugget contribution into a T20 match, and what Unmukhchand did just now definitely fits that bill.
Well, here we go, Jaskar Malhotra, new man in the middle. Reaching out for that final delivery of the 5th over. An over that saw 3 boundaries, but saw the end of Chand. Can this over change the game? And at the end of 5, it's 55 for 1.
An excellent start in this run chase, and what is a pretty subpar total on this surface, which looks very good for batting. And definitely, I think the Kingsmen will feel like they've underperformed with the bat in hand. Should have really got more than just 156 runs. Had wickets in hand, had very capable batters at the crease, but may have been a case of just going a little too hard, too late. 55 for 1. An excellent start by Norman Anwar. Chan, who's now departed. And a long batting lineup to come for this UMMC side. So the wickets will be critical if the Kingsmen have any chance, and it's why Harmeet Singh has brought on himself with the final over of the power play to bowl. And starts with an absolute beauty, but it's more runs. How do they win this game, PDP?
By scoring 157.
And more meant the Kingsmen. By defending 157, that's it.
But yeah, by holding them to 155. It's all it. It's a simple game, Nikhil. Score more runs than the other team.
You learn something new every day, PDP. Didn't know that. Now I do.
Well, we saw the spinners be very effective, and I'm a bit surprised. And it's taken this long to introduce spin as Naman Anwar pierces the gap through cover. We saw Ali Sheikh be very effective. We saw Akhilesh Barugam be very effective. We saw Sarbjeet Lada be effective. So just curious how much damage Harmeet Singh is going to be able to do here. And one of the things that Ali Sheikh did very well to death was, again, he bowled very quick, darted it in flat, didn't give them time to free their arms.
That is gone. That has disappeared. Norman Anwar, well, especially on tracks like this, where he's used to conditions similar to what he would get in Pakistan, he's really making you pay as a bowler. You don't see Harmeet Singh going for 6 too often.
And again, where Ali Sheikh was successful was darting it in quick. The spinners who've been flooding it on this wicket anyway haven't had as much success, given them the opportunity to charge down the wicket and do what Naman Anwar just did. Just got to be able to build up some pressure, build up the pressure. And pressure is what looks like it has led to wickets today. Sarbjeet Lada, Ali Sheikh, Akhilesh Barugam, 11 overs between them, responsible for 7 wickets.
That's a good shout. But may have just been missing leg.
Yeah. From that angle, he's not turning it back much, if at all.
Yeah, things happening, though, for the spin. It's for Harmeet Singh, and it's going to be another boundary, though. Don't think he'll mind that too much because he's causing problems, but the problem is the run rate is getting away from them. A huge over. 16 runs from it, 71 for 1.
Yeah, the issue they've got is basically the lack of spin options by comparison. Hamad Azam, Liam Plunkett, Zio Al-Haq, Ehsan Adil. This is a medium pace heavy team. Harmeet Singh and Shehan Jayasuriya really the only two options where you would expect to see a full quota of spin being bowled. So Kings been a little bit hamstrung in terms of their strategy because they don't have the same level of spin options that the UMMC Knight Riders had. And they're going to have to try and find another way to take some wickets.
And because they want wickets, it's why they're going back to Isan Adil. First over was expensive, but you remember his second over of his spell yesterday. He picked up 2 wickets. He gambled a bit yesterday, Harmeet Singh, going to his premier seamer, and it worked. Can it work again? You don't often see Harmeet Singh going for 16 runs. Tells you not only about this surface, but about how dangerous these two in the middle can be, especially Noman Anwar at the non-striker's end. Down the track, Jaskar Malhotra says he wants in on the fun as well, and no ball signaled. So going from bad to worse at the moment for Kingsmen.
Well, Jaskar Malhotra is a player you pitch it up to him, it's going to disappear. He's somebody who feasts on anything pitched up. You got to drag the length back if you're going to trouble him at all. And this is right in his power arc. Just takes a shuffle down the track and launches that over wide long off, and he's going to get a free hit on top of it.
It's gone high. The catch should be taken, but it won't matter. It was a free hit. So he survives Jaskar Malhotra. I think he feels he could have done a bit more with that. And it's another no ball signal. So we mentioned the difficulties in bowlers running into the wind. The wind isn't that intense at the moment. Just seems to be overstepping.
Well, it's intense enough to cause some problems for Ahsan Adil. Seen this an awful lot in the past with somebody like Jesse Singh running into the wind and continually losing his run-up and leading to no balls. He's been notorious for that on the USA scene, and now see the difficulties with Ahsan Adil. And when you're working so hard to run through the wind, you can lose your run-up. You're just not in the same rhythm that you are with the wind at your back. And back-to-back no balls here. And this time around, it's going to be Naman Anwar who gets the free hit. Right-hander with the green Pakistan star helmet on, and Malhotra off strike now with that fluorescent orange Delhi Bulls franchise helmet with the long sleeves on.
Have to re-bowl it as well. So not the over that I think Harmeet Singh was looking for when he went to Ahsan Adil. All of his bowlers have been expensive. They'll look at that first innings and think they need someone like a Sarbjeet Ladder. Every time he was brought into the attack, caused an impact and made a couple breakthroughs.
And again, this just highlights the issue of not having enough spin options at their disposal. Medium pacers have gotten a lot more punishment today, and Ahsan Adil is struggling here.
No ball again. And 6 more. This game, you think, could be over in the next couple of overs. He just can't get that front foot right. And Jermaine Lindo is continuously signaled no ball. 0 balls have been bowled in this over.
Is this the Schrodinger's cat of overs? Has the ball actually been delivered? Does it actually count? What's inside the box? What's outside the box? Somehow, he's turned his arm over 4 times. And yet the graphic there still says 6.0 overs. Extraordinary sequence here.
Good bouncer in the end. Very fast, and the arm stays down. So finally the first legal delivery, and it's conceded 17 runs.
Yeah, this is an over to forget for Ahsan Adil. And from his perspective, you're hoping it doesn't tarnish what he did yesterday when he bowled very, very impressively. And for his sake, you hope some of these MLC scouts are taking a benevolent view, taking mercy on him with regards to the fact that he has to run into the wind, and it's caused some disruption to his rhythm and led to some of these miscues.
This time gets it right. I think when you see stroke play like what we've seen from a Noman Anwar, Unmukt Chant earlier, it tells you that shots can be played. Jaskar Malhotra on screen will want to play similar shots, but it's why I think Ihsan Adil and his Kings men will feel disappointed that they only got to 156. In the last 5 overs, only scored 36 runs, and that's because they lost 6 wickets. No real opportunity to get any momentum in that innings. They had wickets in hand, but a quick flurry cost them in the end.
I'll tell you what, I'm having a look at Ihsan Adil's delivery strident. And now he's having a look at Noman Anwar. Getting a little bit testy out there. He's not exactly happy with how things have unfolded in this over, but he's getting awfully, awfully close to that line. Every single delivery, you almost feel like it might not be the end of the no balls in this over, because he's cutting that line awfully, awfully tight every single time. And the umpires have not been giving him any leeway whatsoever.
Another swing and a miss, and Ihsan Adil, that will just stir him up some more. He's usually, if you meet him off the field, he's one of the quietest people you will meet around cricket. Very nice, always smiling, but clearly when he has the ball in hand, turns into a different beast.
Hearing those things. Got Albie Morkel in the next 10 over. Might be a reminder of how people talk about his brother Mornay. One of the most gentle giants off the field, always smiling. Lovely guy. And on the field, not too many people want to be on strike facing Mornay Morkel when he was in his prime. I know that much. We got one of those in the USA. Elmore Hutchinson, gentle giant.
On the legs this time. So since that 17-run first ball, it's been a really good comeback from Ihsan Adil. A string of 4 dots and now a single. But still, he's gone for 31 in 11 deliveries. Not going to help their cause when you're only defending 156.
Just shows the struggles at the start of the over. Looked like they were primarily mental. Now that he's not having to worry about overstepping, he can focus more on his line and length. He's been much more precise.
Again, very straight, very consistent. A good comeback. Just 2 runs since that first delivery, but goes for 19 runs. End of 7, 90 for 1. And he's a real performer, Ihsan Adil. So you see a disappointed look on his face, knowing that he's given up a lot of runs in that over, which could be detrimental to their cause. Just 67 runs required. But I think he's showcased good skill, good ability to fight back, show fortitude in situations where you're under the pump. It's what you expect from your players who have played international cricket. Will be Harmeet Singh again, even after going for 16 runs. The captain. Don't think we've seen him at his best in terms of both with bat and ball, Harmeet Singh, but when he gets going, he is an entertainer. Strike rate of 200 plus, 220 plus in the minor league. And then, of course, with the ball in hand, so good at finding the boundary. This is also good, though, from Malhotra. and it just gets there. Playing the reverse sweep.
It's a good recognition of the field. You've got basically a backward point and a slip, so a third man is wide open. And it's not a shot that you see Jaskran Malhotra play often.
This time on the other side of the wicket. It doesn't matter though, back-to-back boundaries coming. And this game could be over in a hurry, the way that UMMC Knight Riders are going.
Again, it's just a case of manipulating the field. These shots are being played more so in recognition of the field alignment. There's not really any protection behind square on either side. And so Malhotra plays the reverse the first ball. And Harmeet Singh, the expectation is he's going to counter that. He's not going to give him width. He's going to try and bowl it as straight as possible, maybe straight onto the legs. Malhotra expecting that on the follow-up delivery after the reverse sweep. And he plays the orthodox sweep. Gets a second boundary. So this is clever cricket from Malhotra.
Then just tucks it in the onside. 9 from the first 3. He'll want to make an impact as well because yesterday, 6 from 12 deliveries and he was dismissed by Fani Samadri. So now much better start for him. 17 from 7. Was a challenging surface yesterday though to bat on for sure.
But again, the area where they've really bowled the wrong area to him is full. You bowl full to Jaskran Malhotra, he'll destroy you in a couple different ways. But if you bowl back of a length, Jaskran Malhotra finds it a lot more difficult to score runs.
The 100 coming up as well. In quick time in the 8th over. Way ahead of where things were for the Kingsmen. Just 61 after 8. Top edge should be taken and is. So after being very expensive, Harmeet Singh finally he gets that wicket and the important one of Noman Anwar.
Well, this is another guy who's gotten an awfully good start. Hasn't been able to convert it into something bigger, but the top edge sweep just swirls to Isanado, who is very, very straight at short fine leg. Even though he hasn't carried on to something beyond 50, I think he's done enough to make quite an impression on some of the scouts who are here. And just the range of stroke play that he demonstrated. And now somebody else replaces him who we saw yesterday showcase his range of stroke play, and he's going to look to stay through to the finish. Nitish Kumar, former Canada captain. These two coming together in the middle. Kumar and Jaskran Malhotra used to be on opposite sides of the field. Sparring partners when Kumar was playing for Canada and Malhotra was in a USA uniform. And now the teammates out here for the UMMC Knight Riders. And because the wicket fell on the last ball of Harmeet Singh's over, it means that Kumar will start off strike. And Malhotra will be on strike to start this over.
Chetan Bish into the attack. More spin. And this is going to be more runs as well. I wonder if Jaskran Malhotra just sort of takes over that role from Noman Anwar and looks to go all guns blazing. Or does he look to take a back seat, play it safe like we saw them do yesterday, where they similarly chased a small total. We're just chasing 110 against Samp Army.
Well, again, I think the mentality for these guys here is if you're just milking singles, playing for victory in the 20th over, you're not going to really impress anybody here. No, one of the major opportunities here is to leave an impression on these franchise scouts and owners and coaches. And they want to see what you can do, stretch yourself, showcase different things in different situations. So I don't think they want to take this to the 20th over if you're a UMMC.
Just having a word with Nitish Kumar. Played a good innings yesterday. Ensured that his team got to the finish line with no hiccups. Kumar, 30 from 26 deliveries. I think, as you said, though, you want to maybe accelerate a bit more than that. Showcase some of his abilities to strike boundaries in the middle overs.
Yeah, one of the things that definitely saw yesterday was that quite a few of the coaches and the scouts, they left by the 17th over. They'd seen enough. They knew what they wanted. They put their pens away. So if you're going to really make a mark, you better do it now. Nobody's interested here in seeing this match go to the 20th over and you just milk singles to victory. They want to see what you can do to step things up a notch.
Finally is able to get off the mark after 3 deliveries. This has been a good over, though. Just 2 runs from it. He needs to close out well, Shaitan Bish. Again, you don't want to stray too full because you have that entire extra cover region open where Malhotra is very strong. So he has to be very precise and go straight. He may have pitched outside leg to end the 9th. 103 for 2. Actually looked like it pitched on middle and leg, but may have just been sliding on the leg stump. So it's always been tough for umpire Jeremy Lindo to give that out. Harmeet Singh will bowl again, his 3rd on the trot. They'll think about 2 things which probably set up this victory for them. The over from Sarbajit Lada, the 18th over, the leg spinner bowling, got the wickets of both Shayan Jayasuriya and Shubham Ranjane, which really caused the downward spiral for this Kingsman side. And Ali Sheikh, 3 wickets, an excellent catch as well. He was brilliant. So they've made it easy for their batting unit to see it home towards the end. Ali Sheikh, Peter Delapenna, every team is going to be looking for under 23 players, some talent. You see him making an impact in Sunday's draft?
Oh, if you're required to pick one, he'd be the first one off the board in my draft book. Just a case of supply and demand. We haven't really seen a whole lot of players in that under 23 bracket make an impression here, but he's somebody who definitely stood out today, not just with the ball but also in the field, the energy that he had in the field. And the franchise owners and scouts will be talking to the senior players who played in minor league if they get into the year of Corey Anderson and say, Corey, what do you know about Ali Sheikh? Corey Anderson has plenty of good things to say about Ali Sheikh, having played alongside him with Dallas Mustangs. Doesn't hesitate ever to throw the ball to Ali Sheikh in crunch situations. And so when there are so few top quality players in that under 23 bracket, I'd expect Ali Sheikh to be one of the first, if not the first one off the board. You've also got Sai Mukamala, who's touring with the USA squad right now. Vat Salvagela is a left-arm spinner who's been one of the leading wicket takers in minor league cricket. There are a few options.
Goes straight with that, Nitish Kumar. Talk about a statement piece, wanting to show that he can make an impact in this middle period. That's an excellent cricket shot.
Yeah, like I said, you're not going to get anybody's pen out making notes on their notepad for the scouting book by nudging singles around. You'll get them riding furiously if you can play shots like that. Again, it's orthodox. He's not taking a wild slog at that. He's just trusting the pitch. He's trusting his ability. He knows he's got the timing and the power to clear the rope, so why not? Just get underneath that ball. Long off is very wide on the boundary. He knows if he goes straight enough, he's got no chance to stop it.
And this could be trouble. Had to hurry back. Nitish Kumar got there in the end, though. Throw probably could have been a bit straighter. Ends the 10th over, halfway stage. 113 for 2.
So we welcome you here to the second half of this second innings between the Kingsmen and the UMMC Knight Riders. 10 overs gone, 113 runs on the board, just 44 left. I'm Aman Patel, joined by Brian Walters, and it's going to be a continuation of Jitin Bish bowling in to Jaskaran Malhotra. Brian, what stood out to you? What's really changed? Because it felt like this game was poised to be pretty even, and just a quick turnaround in the favor of the Knight Riders.
Well, that target score of 156 was a little bit of, 157 rather, was sort of a middling sort of target. So you don't necessarily need to go all out initially. You're not chasing 205 or 210, but you're also needing to score more than a run a ball. So it's a bit of a middling target. But after the first few overs, effectively it felt like this match was over, because the assault launched by the top order, as that's half-hearted appeal for LBW not given. The assault launched by the top order of the UMMC Knight Riders, I think, really emphasized the fact that they're a really strong side. Nauman Anwar, 45 from 27, and Unmuk Chand, 35 from 17. Both of them set the tone, and then you get the sense that the rest of the batting lineup just has to run downhill. Just 4.4 needed per over to win from here.
A big appeal, and I'm just going to say it come off the pad of Nitish Kumar, but I think you hit on the head. It was just that pressure from the top orders. We take a second look here, and that 7th over, we saw so many extras, and can't really see it from that angle just because Jaskaran Malhotra is in the way of that camera shot, but it sounded pretty clear off the pad. But it was that 7th over where Ishan Nadil went 4 no ball, 1 no ball, a wide, a 6 no ball. Yeah, it kind of just changed the game. 19 runs from that 7th over. And Nitish Kumar goes down the ground, and again, I think that 7th over, that 19-run over, that just really changed and took momentum away from the Kingsmen.
Well, off camera you saw that I walked away for about 5 minutes, and I was fully expecting to come back and having to catch up on my notes, but officially when I came back, I still hadn't missed a legal ball.
And once Brian Walters sat back in his chair, all legal deliveries from there, so maybe something to look out for. Well, look at this sweep from Jaskaran Malhotra. It's just going to be out to the fielder there, deep backward square. It's a shot he likes to play. Very good sweeper of the ball, so if you give him an opportunity to do so, he will take it.
Jaskaran, of course, we mentioned it a couple of times already. One of a handful, let's say 4 international players who in an international match have hit 6 sixes in an over.
Well, look at this. This is a big 6 from Nitish Kumar. Straight back down the ground, put one on the northern end. He's going and touching all parts of the compass. This time it's the southern end. 6 more for Nitish Kumar.
Nitish Kumar, generally, is a gentleman who likes to play in the V and accumulate runs, but he's hitting big today. Looking to impress the scouts who are around. That 1-6 that went from the southern end, hitting it north, landed almost in line with the side screen, and a similar type of shot on this occasion, where it's blasted back over the head of the bowler and landing probably some 5 yards outside of the boundary rope. So looking to finish this game real quickly here in Nitish Kumar.
And that ended the 11th over. So 122 for 2, and Harmeet Singh's going to turn to one of his Seattle Thunderbolt teammates, and Shubham Ranjane was able to be a spark plug with the bat yesterday, took a couple wickets, and he just has that knack for just being in the game at big times We'll see if he can do it today. Had a couple of shots with the bat today. Looked pretty good with his 18 from 16. Had that 1-6 down the ground, but again, it's now just about taking wickets. Can he change things up? As you see, keeper up to the stumps for Shubham, trying to keep Jaskar Malhotra rooted to a spot.
Oh, you need a bunch of wickets to even start the conversation of getting back into this match. Just another 35 runs needed from another 54 balls.
And again, Ranjane, he's not someone who has express pace, doesn't move the ball a whole lot, but what he's able to do is able to get in the right areas, use the fact that the keeper might be up at the stumps, use the cutters and variations, and extract the most out of a wicket. And that's what makes him a tough bowler, especially in a T20 setting, and why he could be a huge asset for any team in Major League Cricket. As this one's hit up in the air, fielders, I don't think are going to get there. No, one is, and he takes it. And could this be the wicket that just might change it? Is this the first of many? They're going to need it to be. But that's the end of the captain, Jaskar Malhotra.
Well, a simple catch taken there by Shehan Jayasuriya. Stayed in the air for a very long time, and he just drifted in off of the boundary deep mid-wicket. Here you see on the replay, just really casually coming in and easily taking it. A former professional Sri Lankan cricketer is not going to drop that catch. So the captain, Jaskar Malhotra, departs. That ball wasn't exactly there for the shot that he played. He was wanting, I think, for that ball to have been a little fuller. Had that been fuller, then he could have gone in that area over wide long on. But he ended up just spooning a pretty simple catch in the end. Stayed in the air for a very long time. And yeah, with the swirling winds, that's not going to be an easy catch necessarily, but very well judged to perfection by Shehan Jayasuriya, and a simple catch in the end.
Well, the onslaught doesn't get easier as Angelo Pereira comes in, the former Sri Lankan national team player himself. And again, we talked about Shehan Jayasuriya taking a catch, and now it's Angelo Pereira. But again, we talked about Ranjane's knack of just getting in the game at the right time. And you feel if you can just take a couple in this over, it's a tall ask, never going to be easy. But if he's able to do that, he just changes the outlook of this game.
Any conversation about the Kingsmen coming back in to potentially put themselves in a position to win this match begins with taking a handful of quick wickets. And so, yes, all this rule in cricket, one brings two, potentially, with Ranjane and landing the ball very accurately. I agree with you that his asset is his accuracy. That potentially you could have him take a couple here.
And looks like Ranjane slipped on that one, but they'll just sneak away one in the end. And again, these singles are something you're going to cut down on. UMC don't need any big boundaries, just 4 and over required from this point. So it's really just going to be all about what the Kingsmen can do with ball in hand. Chetan Bish has looked good with the ball. Ranjane has already got his name into wicket column, but they're going to need someone to really step up and be big with the ball. Is that a Liam Plunkett? Brian, where are you looking at on this bowling card? As this one's pushed into leg side for one.
I would have to think it would be Liam Plunkett, your former fast bowler for England. 2 overs so far for 14 runs. It makes no sense to hold him back for any length of time. If you're going to attempt to win this match, unless your objective is to showcase some of your bowlers in front of the scouts. If that's not the objective, now's the time to bring back your strike bowler.
This one run to short third, chance of a run out. Nope, quick enough in the end. He was always going to take off Nitish Kumar and made that call early. And again, this is maybe an underrated asset of what you can show to the scouts as someone in the middle. Yes, your stroke play and your ability to hit the ball is going to be big, but also your ability to take these singles. These are always important. Dot balls in T20 cricket is a cardinal sin. You want to keep the scoreboard ticking, and if you can take singles like this, you just show that off to the scouts.
100% agree with you. There are multiple ways to score heavily, and one of the ways that's underrated of scoring heavily is just running quickly and being aggressive between the wickets.
Again, just that little tickle into leg side, not trying to force anything on Nitish Kumar and Angelo Pereira, and that'll end the 12th over. At the end of 12, it's 126 for the loss of 3. Again, going to be interesting to see where Harmeet Singh goes with the ball. He's having a conversation with his big, tall English quick, and doesn't look like he's going to hand it to him. Again, they're having that conversation, but looks like they're going to go in a little bit of a different direction. Looks like they're going to go with Chetan Bish. And again, in Bish's own right, has been good in his 2 overs, only giving up 11 runs, so very economical, and seeing if they can extract some spin. Maybe also want to continue a spinner from one end, a pacer from the other. That could also be a ploy that they're trying to run through, but again, Brian, interesting decision not to bring in Liam Plunkett.
Easy for us to sit here in a nice, mostly conditioned commentators area, but for me, I'm going back to my horse. And in conceding 5 runs and over, the required rate now is under 4. It is 3.88. Before that ball, it is now 3.83. So if you can milk a finger spinner for 4 or 5 runs and over, that doesn't necessarily accomplish anything. And it would be up to the 2 batters, Nitish Kumar and Angelo Pereira, to not necessarily take any chances. You don't need to take any chances here. And so effectively, you've maybe prolonged the game and not really given yourself a chance to take wickets.
This one up in the air and just away from Chetan Bish. Half opportunity there. I think it was well wide enough to be safe, but that half opportunity, I think, just created some excitement for the Kingsmen.
Absolutely. So from around the wicket, in looking at the replay in retrospect, it wasn't that close to him. That yell was more out of desperation than anything else. It was probably a couple yards away from him.
This one quicker, and that one just over the top of his left hand is going to be straight back down the ground for 4. We've seen so many runs in that region, and again, that desperation yell from the Kingsmen, wishing that one would have stuck in the hand of Chetan Bish.
My goodness, just stroked right down the ground, good-looking shot, and no risk in that shot. Playing very straight. In fact, just playing to the right of the wicket. In other words, slightly with the turn, but straight enough that Milind Kumar could not have gotten around from long off to get to it.
Again, just that little tickle into the leg side. They're thinking about 2. They're going to take on the arm. Direct hit would have been interesting, maybe. But again, this is just good running. They decided early on that they're going to take 2 from it, and they decided and they went for it.
So 8 runs from the over already with 2 balls still to come. So bringing your spinner back in at this stage, to me, didn't make a lot of sense. As I mentioned, maybe part of the calculus is just providing an opportunity for Chetan Bish to be seen. Maybe that's part of the thinking. Other than that, for me, I'd still want Liam Plunkett to come back in. But enough of beating that dead horse. We're only 23 runs away from this match being finished. Another 43 balls to be bowled. I don't think it's going to get anything close to that far.
Down the leg side, sweep shot comes out. No fielder in place and far too easy. A great way for UMMC to end the over. 13 overs gone, 138 for 3. Again, Brian, just take a look at the replay. Just straying down the leg side and made it far too easy for Nitish Kumar.
My goodness. Left arm around the wicket, slanting on that angle, going down the leg side. That would have missed an entirely different set of stumps probably. And all that Nitish Kumar had to do is just get some bat on that, getting it away very easily. And the closest fielder to that is that square leg. So he's probably some 30 or so yards away from being able to closely threaten that ball from going to the boundary. So just really easy, a walk in the park at this stage for UMMC Knight Riders.
But Ranjane, as we expected, will come back into the attack after taking the wicket of Jaskar Malhotra. Can he find a couple of more? Again, with no one inside the ring on that leg side, it's just easy pickings for UMMC. Not really having to think about it, especially with how straight the bowling is. With the way the runs are going, you feel like if you are going to bowl that straight, maybe take a fielder out of the offside ring and move them into the leg side just to keep mid-wicket closed. And while saying that, fine leg will be brought to mid-wicket. So there you go. I think they might have heard us down here in the box.
Does the captain have an earpiece than is listening to you right now, because that's exactly what you would have needed to do to cut off that easy single.
This one's up in the air, but it's in the gap. It's well placed there, and again, you could hear the cries of catch it. No one was catching that one, and it's 4 more for Nitish Kumar.
Well, as they say, you can't put fielders everywhere, and when you strengthen the leg side, even though in theory you just move the fielder from fine leg to mid-wicket, but that gap between, let's call it short third and backward point, it's about a 10 or so yard gap between those two fielders, and it was easily found and pierced by Nitish Kumar.
This time straighter, and this time through covers. We'll find a single, and we hadn't seen him really take on Ranjani through the offside in the previous over, and now as soon as they made that adjustment to mid-wicket, they finding the gaps in the offside, and again, it just shows to the experience and class of Nitish Kumar, again, the ex-Canadian who showed off all the reverse sweeps and switch hits yesterday, showing off more of the conventional stroke play today. Slower ball tucked into that short mid-wicket, Brian.
That fielder, the short mid-wicket, where Captain Aman Patel placed him a couple of deliveries ago. And you know, the Houston Premier League is so much better than the Dallas Premier League. I've been thinking about that recently. My apologies, Mr. Lovekesh Kalia walking by in front of us. I had to get that shot in there.
This one in the air, but behind square, and just going to find the fielder out in the deep. And again, it's this tournament, the Champions Open, has brought out all high-profile guests and has brought out all the fans of cricket to the venue. Again, just having some fun here is Brian Walters in his native state of Texas and enjoying all the cricket around. He's been around here and knows everybody around these parts. This one, big appeal, and he's walking off. Nitish Kumar just trying to open the face, and Ranjane, we talked about, has that knack of striking, strikes once again.
Nitish Kumar maybe trying to be just a little too cute. Trying to run that one behind square. Yes, that shot was on in theory, but trying to run it just a little too fine and only succeeding here. You see on the replay. Huge edge. Umpire Owen Brown immediately raising the finger. In fact, he wouldn't have needed to do that because Nitish Kumar was walking, to his credit, he was walking off the pitch after seeing that dismissal. So a third wicket make that a fourth wicket goes down. Shoaib Ranjani, second wicket taken on the last ball of his second over. 2 for 11 are his figures. And still, just another 11 runs needed for victory here for the UMMC Knight Riders.
At the end of 14, it's 145 for 4. Like you mentioned, Brian, just a two-shot game now for UMMC. But we'll see a new bat. They have not played any other bat besides the ones that we've seen so far in the 2 days, and it looks like they might have sent out Ali Sheikh. Just going to wait for confirmation. That is going to be Ali Sheikh. So they sent out the young man who has already made a name for himself with the ball in the field. A couple of great catches and stops. Now he's got the bat in hand and a big lefty slugger, as they say in baseball terms, and hits the ball a long way.
He can hit the ball a long way. Of all of the elements to Ali Sheikh's game, the one that has impressed me the most, and I've seen him quite a bit, is his fielding. He is an absolute electric fielder anywhere on the field.
Well, try and field that one, Brian Walters. That one's been taken outside the park by Angelo Pereira as Shehan Jayasudia bowled his first delivery from around the wicket. Angelo Pereira said, "Thank you very much, someone who's probably seen a lot of through the Sri Lankan domestic circuit." And how about that, Brian?
Shehan Jayasuria likes bowling around the wicket to right-handers. He tends to bowl that angle to try to keep them quiet. But getting this one a little too straight and planted over mid-wicket for 6.
Just 6 more required. This one, good hand in the field at short cover. Keeps it a 1, so we'll get to see our first look at Ali Sheikh with just 5 remaining. And he's hit plenty of 6s on this ground. Hit 100 on this ground in the MILC Junior Champion tournament that was hosted at Prairie View last year. Won the highest run scorer in that tournament. So and on this ground again scored that century. So I'm sure he'll be looking to finish this game off with one meaty blow.
I would like to think, hopefully, that he just punches this down the ground. I don't want him to go for glory. There's no reason to go for glory. And it would really be a poor showing in front of the selectors if you did that and got caught.
And there you go, Brian, right on cue.
That's all
he's got an earpiece in, punches this one down the ground. Makes it just 4 more required, so any boundary will win the match here in this 15th over.
Wow. Just a comprehensive victory. They're going to walk home in a canter, UMMC Knight Riders.
This one tucked into the leg side. They're thinking about 2, and I think they're going to get it. Ali Sheikh very quick and never really had to be, as it was well placed in that gap. And you mentioned it, comprehensive win. Haven't really been tested yet, the Knight Riders. They've just been so good with both ball and bat, getting off to great starts in both departments and taking wickets when they needed to and using Sarvjit Ladda with the ball and Unmukjan leading with the bat. As this is pushed into the leg side for 1, so make it 1 run to win the match.
The scores are level. This morning on commentary, Nikhil tried to put me on the spot. In fact, he did put me on the spot, asking me which was the team that I thought would win. And I told him, with apologies to all the other sides, I think the UMMC Knight Riders are the ones that impressed me the most.
And Ali Sheikh's knocked over, so we'll have to wait 1 more over to see the culmination of this match. I think there was just that little bit of turn, and they're just hurried by that outside edge. And so they'll extend it 1 more. Harmeet Singh and Angel Pereira share a laugh because they know its scores are level, but we'll have to bowl one more over.
Well, if they manage to string together 30 dot balls in a row, then we have a super over probably.
30 dot balls in a row would be something special, Brian. I'm not sure we've ever seen something quite like it in a T20 match, but look at this. Again, just that little bit of movement. Ali Sheikh playing inside the line and clipping top of off. They say that's exactly a bowler's dream, and Sanjay Surya getting just that.
That is exactly a finger-spinning bowler's dream to a left-hander. Right-handed spinning bowler, bowling to a left-hander wants that ball to drift in from outside off, pitch, and straighten. And that's exactly what happened there. Didn't do a whole lot, but it didn't need to do a whole lot. Ali Sheikh drawn forward. That was a good length, perfect length by Shehan Jayasuriya. That ball just missing the outside edge and kissing the top of off.
Well, Kavlin Savage comes into the middle, and he'll be hoping that he doesn't have to face a delivery because it's Angelo Pereira on strike with 1 run to go. But it is Shubham Ranjani with the ball, and get that knack of picking up wickets. If he does it on the first delivery, you never know. But more unlikely rather than not, as all the fielders come inside except for a mid-wicket who's outside the circle. Slower ball tucked away into fine leg. Going to be 1, but that's all they needed. And UMMC, comprehensive, impressive win here against the Kingsmen and remain the only undefeated side here in this MLC Champions Open.
So more of a moral victory at the end for the Kingsmen. Picked up a couple of wickets when essentially the end was pretty much already written. UMMC Knight Riders victory by 5 wickets. A pretty straightforward victory in the end. Again, mostly due to the start provided by Norman Anwar and Unmukjan. So we'll see the scoreboard or the scorecard on your screens. Here we are in Norman Anwar, 45 from 27. Unmukjan, 35 from 17. I do have to say Unmukjan was dismissed by a beautiful Yorker by Ziaul Haq. And then Jaskaran Malhotra, 22 from 15, and Nitish Kumar, 34 from 22. Did the majority of the damage, and then Angelo Pereira and Calvin Savage coming in to close things out at the end.
Yeah, it was just brilliant with the ball, not with the bat in hand for UMMC. And then with the ball, again, there's no one really to speak of. Shubham Ranjani, 2 overs, 12 runs, 2 wickets, probably the pick of the bowlers. You talk about Liam Plunkett, 2 overs, 14 runs, but can't overstate Chetan Bish, 3 overs, 23 runs. Didn't really get that wicket. The last over was expensive, had an economy rate of just above 5 before that. But again, domination from UMMC, remaining undefeated. They win by 5 wickets, and that does it for today's play. And again, we thank you so much for tuning in and joining us here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. For myself, for Nikhil Uttamachandi, for Brian Walters, for Peter Della Penna, for Roddy and the entire crew, we appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll have a break tomorrow. We'll be back in action in 2 days' time right here for MLC Champions Open.